other is unaffected. Commensalism, a sharing of the same environment by two organisms where one species benefits and the other is unaffected. An example is barnacles on whales. Commensalisms, plural of commensalism. Commensalis, any organism that practices commensalism. Commensalistic, of or relating to commensalism. Commensalists, plural of commensalists. Commensalities, plural of commensality. Commensality, the act of eating together. Commensally, in a commensal manner. Commensals, plural of commensal. Commensation. Commensality. Commensurabilities, plural of commensurability. Commensurability, the quality of being commensurable or commensurate. Commensurable, able to be measured using a common standard. Commensurableness, the state or quality of being commensurable. Commensurably, in a commensurable manner. So as to be commensurable. Commensurate, of a proportionate or similar measurable standard. Commensurated, simple past and past participle of commensurate. Commensurately, in a commensurate manner, so as to be equal or proportionate. Commensurateness, the state or quality of being commensurate. Commensurate, third person singular simple present indicative of commensurate. Commensurating, present participle and gerund of commensurate. Commensuration, the act of commensurating, the state of being commensurate. Commensurations, plural of commensuration. Commensurator, the number by which two commensurable numbers are divisible an integral number of times. Commensurators, plural of commensurator. Commensurizer, that which makes something commensurable. Commensurizers, plural of commensurizer. Comment, a spoken or written remark. Comment out, to disable a section of source code by converting it into a comment. Commentable, about which one can comment. Commentario, relating to a commentary. Commentariat, all the pundits and commentators of the news media collectively. Commentariats, plural of commentariat. Commentaries, plural of commentary. Commentary, a series of comments or annotations, especially a book of explanations or expositions on the whole or a part of some other work. Commentary box, a part of a sports venue reserved for commentators, generally with an excellent view of the action. Commentary boxes, plural of commentary box. Commentate, to provide a commentary, to act as a commentator, to maintain a stream of comments about some event. Commentative, simple past and past participle of commentate. Commentates, third person singular simple present indicative of commentate. Commentating, present participle and gerund of commentate. Commentation, the act of making comments. Commentation, plural of commentation. Commentative, that occurs outside of the context of the film's action and therefore cannot be heard by the film's characters. Commentator, alternative letter case form of commentator, medieval legal scholar. Commentator's curse, the supposed propensity of a player to blunder after having their talents pointed out by the commentator. Commentatorial, relating to the making of commentaries. Commentatorially, in a commentatorial manner. Commentators, plural of commentator. Commentatorship, the office or occupation of a commentator. Commentatory, of or relating to a commentary. Commentator, archaic form of commentator. Commentators, plural of commentator. Commentatress, female equivalent of commentator. Commentatresses, plural of commentatress. Commentatrix, female equivalent of commentator. Commented, simple past and past participle of comment. Commented out, simple past and past participle of comment out. Commenter, one who comments. Commenters, plural of commenter. Commenting, present participle. And gerund of comment. Commenting out, present participle and gerund of comment out. Commentings, plural of commenting. Commentatious, fictitious, imaginary. Commentize, synonym of comment out. Commentize. Simple past and past participle of commentize. Commentizes, third person singular simple present indicative of commentize. Commentizing, present participle and gerund of commentize. Commentless, without comment or comments. Commentor, alternative form of commenter. Commentors. Plural of commentor. Comments, plural of comment. Comments out, third person singular simple present indicative of comment out. Comment worthy, worthy of comment, worth. Commenting on. Commerce, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Commerce City, a city home rule municipality in Adams County, Colorado, United States. Commerce Clause, a clause in the United States Constitution stating that Congress shall have the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. Commerce Destroyer, a fast, unarmored, lightly armed naval vessel designed to capture or destroy the enemy's merchant ships. Commerce Destroyers, plural of Commerce Destroyer. Commerce Minister, synonym of Trade Minister. Commerce Ministers, plural of Commerce Minister. Commerce Raider, a naval vessel tasked with disrupting enemy merchant shipping. Commerce Raiders, plural of Commerce Raider. Commerce raiding, a form of naval warfare that primarily targets enemy merchant ships on the open sea. Commerciable. Alternative form of commerciable. Commerce. Simple past and past participle of commerce. Commerceless. Without commerce. Commerces. Third person singular simple present indicative of commerce. Commerciable. Capable of or suitable for being bought and sold or traded. Commercial. An advertisement in a common media format, usually radio or television. Commercial at. Synonym of at sign. Commercial ats. Plural of commercial at. Commercial bank. A bank whose chief business is accepting demand deposits and making short-term loans. Commercial banking. The activities of a commercial bank. Commercial banks. Plural of commercial bank. Commercial break. An interval during or between television or radio programs during which advertisements are aired. Commercial breaks. Plural of commercial break. Commercial end. A hamlet in Swaffham Bulbeck Parish, East Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5563. Commercial invoice. A document containing details of goods and services in commerce, especially one used as a customs declaration. Commercial invoices. Plural of commercial invoice. Commercial law. The body of law that applies to the rights, relations, and conduct of persons and business engaged in commerce, merchandising, trade, and sales. Commercial letter of credit. A document issued by a bank that guarantees payment to a supplier for goods or services. Commercial letters of credit. Plural of commercial letter of credit. Commercial model. A person, usually a female actress or singer who stars in a product advertisement, posters, TV advertisement spots, etc. Commercial models. Plural of commercial model. Commercial off the shelf. Of a system manufactured commercially and then tailored for specific uses. Commercial paper. A negotiable instrument with short maturity. Commercial papers. Plural of commercial paper. Commercial room. A room in a hotel set apart for commercial travelers. Commercial rooms. Plural of commercial room. Commercial traveler. Traveling salesman. Commercial travelers. Plural of commercial traveler. Commercialese. The language of commerce. Commercializable. Alternative form of commercializable. Commercialization. Alternative spelling of commercialization. Commercializations. Plural of commercialization. Commercialize. Non-Oxford British English standard spelling of commercialize. Commercialize. Simple past and past participle of commercialize. Commercializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of commercialize. Commercializing. Present participle and gerund of commercialize. Commercialism. The practices, methods, aims, and spirit of commerce or business. Commercialisms, plural of commercialism. Commercialist, someone who engages in commerce. Commercialistic, exhibiting commercialism. Commercialists, plural of commercialists. Commercialities, plural of commerciality. Commerciality, ability to produce a profit. Commercializable, able to be commercialized. Commercialization, the act of commercializing. Commercializations, plural of commercialization. Commercialize, to bring into commerce from an earlier condition such as idea alone, experimental prototypes alone, or one-off custom builds only. Commercialize, simple past and past participle of commercialize. Commercializer, one who commercializes. Commercializers, plural of commercializer. Commercializes, third person singular simple present indicative of commercialize. Commercializing, present participle and gerund of commercialize. Commercially, in a commercial manner, a manner pertaining to commerce. Commercials, plural of commercial. Commercing, present participle and gerund of commerce. Commercium, a traditional academic feast known and held at universities in most Central and Northern European countries. Commercially, obsolete form of Cumarcali. Comerver, a surname. Comerverds, plural of Comerford. Emerge, to blend or merge together. Emerged, simple past and past participle of commerge. Emerge as third person singular simple present indicative of commerge. Commerging, present participle and gerund of commerge. Commerson's dolphin, an oceanic dolphin of species Cephalorinchus commersonii found in South America and the Kerguelen Islands. Commerson's dolphins, plural of Commerson's dolphin. Commas, good-natured trouble, mischief, hanky-panky or high jinks. Comest, alternative form of comest. Comma, alternative form of cometh. Comic turn, a turn that is either a common turn, sterna hirundo, or an Arctic turn, sterna paradisea. Comic turns, plural of comic turn. Commie, a communist. Commie block, a large apartment complex, especially in former Eastern Bloc countries of Eastern Europe, characterized by concrete and rectangular cuboids similar to a Plattenbau. Commie blocks, plural of commie block. Commeblock, alternative spelling of commie block. Commeblocks, plural of commeblock. Commigraph, alternative spelling of commigrat. Commigrats, plural of commigrats. California, derogatory name for California, a state of the United States regarded as excessively socially liberal, extreme far left, or communist. Kamali, resembling or characteristic of communism. Kamez, plural of kami. Kamethai, simple past and past participle of kamethai. Kamethais, third person singular simple present indicative of kamethai. Kamethai, to insert commas into a piece of code. Kamethaiing, present participle and gerund of kamethai. Commigrate, to migrate together. Commig Commigrate, simple past and past participle of commigrate. Commigrates, third person singular simple present indicative of commigrate. Commigrating, present participle and gerund of commigrate. Commigration, migration together. Commigrations, plural of commigration. Comminate, to denounce or curse. Comminative, simple past and past participle of comminate. Comminates, third person singular simple present indicative of comminate. Comminating, present participle and gerund of comminate. Commination, a formal denunciation, especially one threatening divine punishment. Comminations, plural of commination. Comenado, of or relating to combination. Combinatory, of or pertaining to combination. Come, obsolete spelling of coming, now an occasional misspelling. Comenges, a former region of France. Commingle, to mix, to blend. Commingle, simple past and past participle of commingle. Comminglement, mix, mixture. Comminglements, plural of comminglement. Commingler, one who or that which commingles. Comminglers, plural of commingler. Commingles, third person singular simple present indicative of commingle. Commingling, present participle and gerund of commingle. Comminglingly, so as to commingle. Commingling. Plural of commingling. Comins Cock, a small village in Glantwomen Community, Powys, Wales, historically in Montgomeryshire OS Grid Ref SH 8403. Comminuable, that can be comminuted or pulverized. Comminute, to pulverize, to smash. Comminuted, reduced to small particles or to powder, as by crushing or pulverizing. Comminuter, that which comminutes, a grinding device. Comminuters, plural of comminuter. Comminuts, third person singular simple present indicative of comminute. Comminuting, present participle and gerund of comminute. Comminution, the breaking or grinding up of a material to form smaller particles. Comminutions, plural of comminution. Comminuter, a type of machine that grinds up solid materials, especially in waste treatment. Comminuters, plural of comminuter. Hamas, a deputy or clerk of a foreign official. Commiserable, able to be mixed together. Commiserable, pitado. Commiserate, commiserating, pitying, lamentful. Commiserated, simple past and past participle of commiserate. Commiserates, third person singular simple present indicative of commiserate. Commiserating, present participle and gerund of commiserate. Commiseratingly, so as to commiserate in a way that offers commiseration. Commiseration, the act of commiserating, sorrow for the hardships or afflictions of another, pity, compassion. Commiserations, plural of commiseration. Commiserative, feeling or expressing commiseration, compassion, pity, or sympathy. Commiseratively, in a commiserative manner. Commiserator, one who commiserates or pities. Commiserators, plural of commiserator. Commiseratory, serving to commiserate, sympathetic. Commish, a commissioner. Commished, simple past and past participle of commish. Commissions, plural of commish. Commishing, present participle and gerund of commish. Commissaire, the judge of a bicycle race. Commissaires, plural of commissaire. Commissar, an official of the Communist Party, often attached to a military unit, who was responsible for political education. Commissario, of or pertaining to a commissary. Commissariat, a supply of food. Commissariats, plural of commissariat. Commissaries, plural of commissary. Commissaries general, plural of commissary general. Commissaris, commissioner. Commissars, plural of commissar. Commissarship, the role or status of commissar. Commissarships, plural of commissarship. Commissary, a store primarily serving persons in an institution, most often soldiers or prisoners. Commissary general, the head of the department for supplying provisions, etc. to an army. Commissary generals, plural of commissary general. Commissaryship, the position or employment of a commissary. Commissaryships, plural of commissaryship. Commission, a sending or mission to do or accomplish something. Commission agent, an agent entrusted with the possession of goods to be sold in the agent's name. Commission agent. Plural of commission agent. Commission bid, a bid at an auction placed by the auctioneer on behalf of a bidder not present in the room up to a pre-agreed maximum. Commission bids, plural of commission bid. Commission breath, the obvious eagerness of a salesperson to make sales in order to earn money, seen as off-putting to their potential customers. Commission de ben yes, a commission appointed to take evidence by deposition where the deponent is unwilling or unable to come to court and the court cannot compel the witness/deponent. Commissionable, capable of being commissioned. Commissionaire, one entrusted with a small commission, such as an errand, especially an attendant or subordinate employee in a public office, hotel, etc. Commissionaires, plural of commissionaire. Commissioneress, a female commissionaire. Commissioneresses, plural of commissioneress. Commissional, synonym of commissionary. Commissionaries, plural of commissionary. Commissionary, of, relating to or conferring a commission. Commissionate, to commission. Commissionate, simple past and past participle of commissionant. Commissionates, third person singular simple present indicative of commissionate. Commissionating, present participle and gerund of commissionate. Commissioned, holding a commission, officially appointed. Commissioned officer, an officer who derives authority directly from a sovereign power and, as such, holds a commission charging them with the duties and responsibilities of a specific office or position. Commissioned officers, plural of commissioned officer. Commissionee, one who has received a commission. Commissionees, plural of commissionee. Commissioner, alternative form of European Commissioner. Commissioner designate, a person who has been selected to become European Commissioner by the President of the European Commission but is yet to be approved by their respective parliamentary committee. Commissionerate, part of a district placed under the control of a police commissioner. Commissionerates, plural of commissionerate. Commissioners, a female commissioner. Commissioneresses, plural of commissioneress. Commissioners, plural of commissioner. Commissioners designate, plural of commissioner designate. Commissionership, the role or office of commissioner. Commissionerships, plural of commissionership. Commissioning, present participle and gerund of commission. Commissioning editor, a person who identifies books for a publisher to publish and acts as a link to authors. Commissioning editors, plural of commissioning editor. Commissionings, plural of commissioning. Commissionless, without commission. Commissionaire, alternative form of commissionaire. Commissionaires, plural of commissionaire. Commissions, plural of commission. Commissions de beignets, plural of commission de beignets. Commissionship, the role or office of commissioner. Commissionships, plural of commissionship. Commissive, by commission, resulting from a positive act. Commissive mood, a grammatical mood that indicates promises or threats. Commissive moods, plural of commissive mood. Commissally, in a commissive manner. Promises or threats. Commissive moods, plural of commissive mood. Commissally, in a commissive manner. Commissos, plural of commissive. Commesso, a surname from Italian. Commissos, plural of commisso. Commissuro, of or pertaining to a commissure. Commissure, the joint between two bones. Commissureless, that lacks a commissure. Commissures, plural of commissure. Commissuroplasties, plural of commissuroplasty. Commissuroplasty, surgical correction of a deformity to a commissure. Commissurotomies, plural of commissurotomy. Commissurotomize, that has been subjected to a commissurotomy. Commissurotomy, the surgical division of a commissure or similar structure. Commestion, commixture, commayer, misspelling of commissure. Commet, to give in trust, to put into charge or keeping, to entrust, to consign, used with to or formerly unto. Commit a bill, to refer or entrust a piece of legislation to a committee or others to be considered and reported. Commit point. In a DBMS, a point in time at which all updates to a database or group of records in a database are guaranteed to have been written to disk and the journal or log records of that action have also been so committed. Future updates may be undone to that point if necessary. Commit points, plural of commit point. Commit sudoku, to commit seppuku. Commit suicide, to kill oneself, to take one's own life. This entry is a translation hub. Commit to memory, to learn by heart, to memorize. Committal, alternative form of committal. Committals, plural of committal. Committed, misspelling of committed. Commitment, the act or an instance of committing, putting in charge, keeping, or trust especially. Commitment Day, a day dedicated to displaying affection and devotion to loved ones, observed annually on January 1. Commitment Days, plural of Commitment Day. Commitment Ring, a ring that indicates a level of commitment beyond casual dating, but not yet committed to marriage. Commitment Rings, plural of commitment ring. Commitment foe, a person who is reluctant to form a commitment in a romantic relationship. Commitment phobes, plural of commitment phobe. Commitment phobia, alternative form of commitment phobia. Commitment phobias, plural of commitment phobia. Commitment phobic, alternative form of commitment phobic. Commitmentless, without commitment. Commitment though, alternative form of commitment phobe. Commitment phobes, plural of commitment phobe. Commitment phobia, a reluctance to or fear of committing oneself to a romantic relationship. Commitment phobias, plural of commitment phobia. Commitment phobic, exhibiting or relating to commitment phobia. Commitment phobics, plural of commitment phobic. Commitments, plural of commitment. Comitology, Alternative spelling of comitology. Helmets. Third person singular simple present indicative of commit. Commits adultery. Third person singular simple present indicative of commit adultery. Commits Sudoku. Third person singular simple present indicative of commit Sudoku. Commits suicide. Third person singular simple present indicative of commit suicide. Commits to memory. Third person singular simple present indicative of commit to memory. Commits. Obsolete form of committist. Committability. The quality of being committable. Committable. Capable of being committed. Committal. The act of entrusting something to someone. Committal hearing. A court case used to determine if a person must stand trial. Committal hearings. Plural of committal hearing. Committally. In a committal manner. Committals. Plural of committal. Committed. Simple past and past participle of commit. Committed adultery. Simple past and past participle of commit adultery. Committed Sudoku. Simple past and past participle of commit Sudoku. Committed suicide. Simple past and past participle of commit suicide. Committed to memory. Simple past and past participle of commit to memory. Committedly. In a committed manner, with commitment. Committedness. The state or condition of being committed. Commitment. Committee. A body of one or more persons convened for the accomplishment of some specific purpose, typically with formal protocols. Committee of a whole. A meeting of a deliberative assembly according to modified procedural rules based on those of a committee. Committee room. Singular of committee rooms. Committee rooms. One or more election campaign offices. Committee. Discussing in a committee. Committeeazan. A tendency to make decisions and tackle problems by means of committees. Committeeless. Without a committee, not belonging to any committee. Committeeman. A man who is a member of a committee. Committeeman. Plural of committeeman. Committee people. Plural of committee person. Committee person. A member of a committee. Committee persons. Plural of committee person. Committees. Plural of committee. Committees of the whole. Plural of committee of the whole. Committeeship. The position or office of being on a committee. Committeeships. Plural of committeeship. Committee woman. A woman who is a member of a committee. Committee women. Plural of committee woman. Committer. A person who is authorized to make changes to source code or other material in a repository. Committers. Plural of committer. Committus. Second person singular simple present indicative of commit. Committa. Third person singular simple present indicative of commit. Committable. Alternative form of committable. Committas. Plural of committee. Committing. Present participle and gerund of commit. Committing adultery. Present participle and gerund of commit adultery. Committing magistrate. A magistrate with the authority to conduct preliminary hearings and to decide whether the evidence merits a criminal case. Committing magistrates. Plural of committing magistrate. Committing Sudoku. Present participle and gerund of commit Sudoku. Committing suicide. Present participle and gerund of commit suicide. Committing to memory. Present participle and gerund of commit to memory. Committings. Plural of committing. Commitment. Misspelling of commitment. Committee. Obsolete spelling of committee. Comex. To mix separate things together. Commixed. Simple past and past participle of commix. Commixas. Third person singular simple present indicative of commix. Commixe. Present participle and gerund of commix. Commiction. Alternative form of commiction. Commictions. Plural of commiction. Commixed. Simple past and past participle of commix. Commixted. Simple past and past participle of commix. Commiction. The action of mixing or blending together. Commingling. Commictions. Plural of commiction. Commixture. The act or state of being mixed together, a union or mingling of constituents. Commixtion. Commixtures. Plural of commixture. Comlink. A communications device. Comlinks. Plural of comlink. Clipping of communication. Commodate. A gratuitous loan. Commodates. Plural of commodate. Commodatum. A gratuitous loan for the temporary use of a thing to be returned after a fixed or determinable time. Commode. A low chest of drawers on short legs. Commodes. Plural of commode. Commodian. Of or relating to Commodus Marcus Aurelius Commodus Antoninus Augustus, 161 ad 192 ad, ancient Roman emperor. Commodifiability. The property of being commodifiable. Commodifiable. Able to be commodify. Commodification. The assignment of a commercial value to something previously without such value. Commodifications. Plural of commodification. Commodificative. Inclined to commodify. Commodify. Subjected to commodification. Commodifier. One who commodifies. Commodifiers. Plural of commodifier. Commodifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of commodify. Commodify. To make something into a commodity, sometimes at the expense of its intrinsic value. Commodifying. Present participle and gerund of commodify. Commodious. Spacious and convenient, roomy and comfortable. Commodiously. In a commodious manner. Commodiousness. The state or quality of being commodious. Commodity. Obsolete spelling of commodity. Commodities. Plural of commodity. Commoditization. Alternative form of commoditization. Commoditize. Alternative spelling of commoditize. Commoditized. Simple past and past participle of commoditize. Commoditizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of commoditize. Commoditizing. Present participle and gerund of commoditize. Commoditizable. Able to be commoditized. Commoditization. The transformation of something into a commodity. Commoditize. To transform into a commodity. Particularly of an existing product. Commoditized. Simple past and past participle of commoditize. Commoditizer. One who commoditizes. Commoditizers. Plural of commoditizer. Commoditizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of commoditize. Commoditize. Present participle and gerund of commoditize. Commodity. Anything movable, a good that is bought and sold. Commodity. Currencies. Plural of commodity currency. Commodity currency. A currency that moves in correlation with the world prices of primary commodity products due to the country's heavy dependency on the export of certain raw materials for income. Commodity diplomacy. Diplomatic relations, by controlling trade to affect other goals, such as using trade barriers to influence the implementation of amenable foreign political decisions. Commodity exchange. An organization operating under a set of bylaws aimed at promoting trade in one or more commodities by providing services and rules for the conduct of trade. Commodity exchanges. Plural of commodity exchange. Commodity fetish. An item whose value has been determined by commodity fetishism. Commodity fetishes. Plural of commodity fetish. Commodity fetishism. The perception of the social relationships involved in production as economic relationships among the money and commodities exchanged in market trade, instead of as relationships among people. Commodity market. A market where raw or primary products are exchanged. Commodity markets. Plural of commodity market. Commodity meat. Meat that is produced and distributed on an industrial scale and can be bought and sold on the commodity markets. Commodity meats. Plural of commodity meat. Commodity money. Any money whose value comes from a commodity of which it is made, consisting of objects having value or use in themselves as well as their value in buying goods. Commodity monies, plural of commodity money. Commoditism, the adoption of special legislation for specific commodities such as cotton or tobacco. Tomodo, alternative form of Komodo. Commodore, a surname. Commodore Admiral, a flag officer of a rank between a captain and a rear admiral having AO7 NATO rank scale equivalency. Commodore Admirals, plural of Commodore Admiral. Commodores, plural of Commodore. Commodorian, an employee of the computer company Commodore International or a fan of its products. Commodorians, plural of Commodorian. Commognition, a theory that regards thinking as a form of internal communication rather than an entirely different operation. Commognitive, relating to commognition. Commolition, the act of grinding together. Common, a surname. Common alder, a tree native to much of Europe and neighboring Africa and Asia Ulmus glutinosa. Common alders, plural of common alder. Common ancestor, an ancestor that two or more descendants have in common. Common ancestors, plural of common ancestor. Common antilar, a common antilogarithm. Common antilogarithm, a base 10 antilogarithm, 10 raised to a certain power. Common antilogarithms, plural of common antilogarithm. Common antilogs, plural of common antilog. Common area, a piece of land or a room that is designed for the use of multiple visitors to or inhabitants of a place. Common areas, plural of common area. Common as bums, very common or mundane in various senses. Common as dirt, extremely common. Common as muck, very common in various senses. Common as pig tracks, very common or frequently encountered, not at all rare. Common ash, any of a species of tall deciduous trees, Fraxinus excelsior native to most of Europe. Common ashes, plural of common ash. Common bamboo, a widespread tropical bamboo from Southeast Asia, Bambusa vulgaris. Common bamboos, plural of common bamboo. Common barberry, plural of common barberry. Common barberry, Berberis vulgaris, a thorny shrub with tart, bright red berries, native to Europe. Naturalized elsewhere, often used as a hedge. Common barley, a plant of the species Hordeum vulgare which yields the commercially important cereal grain belly. Common barleys, plural of common barley. Common bean, an herbaceous annual plant Phasalis vulgaris grown for its edible bean. Common beans, plural of common bean. Common bearded dragon, synonym of eastern bearded dragon. Common bearded dragons, plural of common bearded dragon. Common beech, Fagus sylvatica. Common ben, a Eurasian grass of moist, open grasslands introduced worldwide Agrostes capellaris. Common bile duct. The bile duct downstream of the confluence of the common hepatic duct and the cystic duct. It discharges bile into the duodenum. Common bile ducts. Plural of common bile duct. Common bistort. Bistorta officinalis sin. Persicaria, bistorta, Easter giant. Common bistorts. Plural of common bistort. Common bittern. Synonym of Eurasian bittern bot Oris stellaris. Common bitterns. Plural of common bittern. Common black hawk. A species of hawk, Buteialis anthracinus. Common black hawks. Plural of common black hawk. Common blackbird. A common bird of the species Turdus meula, native to Eurasia. Common blackbirds. Plural of common blackbird. Common blue. A small blue butterfly of species Polyomedus icarus, family Lycaenidae, of temperate Asia and Europe. Common blues. Plural of common blue. Common bluedale. A species of Coenagriana damselfly, is Nera heterosticta, endemic to Australia. Common bluedales. Plural of common bluedale. Common boneset. The herb Eupatorium perfoliatum used by herbalists as a stimulant, febrifuge, and laxative. Common box. Buxus sempervirens, an evergreen shrub found from England and Morocco to Iran. Common boxes. Plural of common box. Common broom. A taxonomic species within the family Fabaceae, synonym of Scotch broom, Cytisus scaparius. Common brooms. Plural of common broom. Common brown. A species of nymphalid butterfly, Heteronymphomeraus. Common brooms. Plural of common broom. Common brown. A species of nymphalid butterfly, Heteronymphomerape, endemic to Australia. Common brown cup. Peses phylogena. Common brown cups. Plural of common brown cup. Common brown earwig. Any of species Labidura truncata of earwig, native to Australia. Common brown earwigs. Plural of common brown earwig. Common browns. Plural of common brown. Common bullfinch. A small bird, the Eurasian bullfinch Pihula pihula. Common bullfinches. Plural of common bullfinch. Common buttonbush. Cephalanthus occidentalis. Common buttonbushes. Plural of common buttonbush. Common buzzard. A bird of prey species Buteo. Common buzzards. Plural of common buzzard. Common carder bee. A species of bumblebee, Bombus pascuorum, long recognized as an example of the carder bees. Common carder bees. Plural of common carder bee. Common carotid arteries. Plural of common carotid artery. Common carotid artery. The part of either carotid artery between its point of origin and its division into the internal and external carotid arteries. Common car. a fish in the carp family of species Cyprinus carpio. Common carps, plural of common carp. Common carrier, a person or company that undertakes to transport goods for the general public or passengers on regular routes at agreed rates. Common carriers, plural of common carrier. Common cause, a shared purpose. Common causes, plural of common cause. Common caustic, potash. Common Celtic, Proto-Celtic language. Common chaffinch, a bird of the species Fringilla coelids, principally native to Europe. Common chaffinches, plural of common chaffinch. Common chickweed, an herb of species Stellaria media. Common chickweeds, plural of common chickweed. Common chicory, Sicorium intybus, a somewhat woody perennial herbaceous plant of the dandelion family, many varieties of which are cultivated for salad leaves. Common chinchilla, lawn-tailed chinchilla. Common chinchillas, plural of common chinchilla. Common chipmunk, synonym of Siberian chipmunk Eutamias sibericus. Common chipmunks, plural of common chipmunk. Common chord, major triad name for. Common chords, plural of common chord. Common clay, the ordinary, run-of-the-mill people. Common clothes moth, Tynella bacilliella, a winged insect of Tinidae family, the caterpillar of which is a serious pest which destroys woolen materials. Common clothes moths, plural of common clothes moth. Common cockchafer, a cockchafer of species Melilantha melilantha. Common cockchafers, plural of common cockchafer. Common cold, a very common, mild viral infection of the nose and throat, whose symptoms typically include sneezing, sniffling, a running or blocked nose, a sore throat, coughing, and a headache. Common colds, plural of common cold. Common columbine, Aquilegia vulgaris, native to most of Europe, excepting Scandinavia. Common columbines, plural of common columbine. Common Core, the Common Core State Standards Initiative, an effort to provide standards to evaluate achievement among U.S. primary and secondary school students in basic subjects and thereby facilitate and motivate teaching of those subjects. Common coupling, a form of coupling in which multiple modules share the same global data. Common couplings, plural of common coupling. Common courtesies, plural of common courtesy. Common courtesy, synonym of common decency. Common crane, Grus grus, a bird of the crane gruidae family. Common cranes, plural of common crane. Common crossbill, synonym of red crossbill Loxia curvirostra. Common crossbills, plural of common crossbill. Common crossing, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see common crossing. Common crossings, plural of common crossing. Common cuckoo, a species of migratory cuckoo, Cuculus canorus, inhabiting Eurasia and Africa, the male of which gives the vocalization on which the word cuckoo is based. Common cuckoos, plural of common cuckoo. Common currencies, plural of common currency. Common currency, a standard of measurement that can be used for comparing disparate things. Common daisy, a flowering plant, Bellis perennis, especially as distinguished from similar plants in the family Asteraceae. Common dandelion, the most common and well-known species of dandelion Pteroxacum officinae. Common dandelions, plural of common dandelion. Common death adder, a death adder of species Acanthopsis antarcticus of Australia, known for its venomousness and speed. Common death adders, plural of common death adder. Common decencies, plural of common decency. Common decency, a basic level of politeness and courtesy that is expected of all people. Common denominator, any integer that is a common multiple of the denominators of two or more fractions. Common denominators, plural of common denominator. Common difference, the constant added to each element of an arithmetic progression to obtain the next. Common differences, plural of common difference. Common dogwood, a tree of species Cornus sanguinea, native to most of Europe. Common dogwoods, plural of common dogwood. Common dolphin, one of two species of dolphin of the genus Delphinus. Common dolphins, plural. Of common dolphin. Common duckweed, any of species Limna minor of freshwater aquatic plants used for bioremediation and advanced for other environmental uses, found worldwide except in Arctic and subarctic environments. Common duckweeds, plural of common duckweed. Common earwig, a earwig of species Forficula auricularia, native to Europe, but now cosmopolitan. Common earwigs, plural of common earwig. Common egret, synonym of great egret Ardea alba. Common egrets, plural of common egret. Common eider, a sea duck in the eider family, Sonatia malissima. Common eiders, plural of common eider. Common eland, an antelope Torotragus oryx of the African savanna. Common elands, plural of common eland. Common element, singular of common element. Common elements, an area or amenity that is collectively owned and shared by all the residents. Common elm, synonym of field elm ulmus minor. Common elms, plural of common elm. Common era, the secular equivalent of Anno Domini and the Christian era, the internationally recognized method of numbering years on the Gregorian calendar. Common European adder, a venomous snake of species Vipera berus in the family Viperidae that can be found throughout much of Europe and as far as East Asia. Common European adders, plural of common European adder. Common European earwig, A earwig that is destructive to cultivated bulbs for ficula auricularis. Common European earwigs, plural of common European earwig. Common factor, a number that can divide two different numbers without leaving a remainder. Common factors, plural of common factor. Common foxglove, digitalis purpurea, purple foxglove. Common foxgloves, plural of common foxglove. Common fraction, a fraction in the form of one integer divided by another, non-zero, integer. Common fractions, plural of common fraction. Common frog, a frog of species Rana temporaria, endemic to Europe. Common frogs, plural of common frog. Common garnet, almondian. Common garnets, plural of common garnet. Common gateway interface, a protocol for calling external software via a web server to deliver dynamic content. Common gateway interfaces, plural of common gateway interface. Common gender, a grammatical gender in some languages, formed by the historical merging of masculine and feminine genders. Common genders, plural of common gender. Common genet, geneta, endemic to subtropical Africa, North Africa, South Africa, and parts of the Arabian Peninsula, introduced into southwestern Europe. Common Germanic, Proto-Germanic language. Common gibbon, a lar gibbon hylobates lar. Common gibbons, plural of common gibbon. Common glider, a libellula dragonfly of species Tremuloii of Australia, New Guinea, Indonesia, and Pacific. Common gliders, plural of common glider. Common glowworm, a European firefly species, Lampiris noctiluca. Common glowworms, plural of common glowworm. Common glowworm, a wingless larviform female of the European firefly species, Lampiris noctiluca, which glows in the dark due to bioluminescence. Common glowworms, plural of common glowworm. Common golden eye, a medium-sized sea duck, Bucephala clangula. Common golden eyes, plural of common golden eye. Common good, the general interest of the population as a whole. Common goods, plural of common good. Common grackle, Quiscalus quiscula, a large, lanky blackbird with a long tail and long legs. Common grackles, plural of common grackle. Common grave, synonym of potter's field. Common graves, plural of common grave. Common green lacewing, a particular species of green insect in the order Neuroptera, Chrysoprula carnea. Common green lacewings, plural of common green lacewing. Common greenshank, a small wader, Tringa nebularia. Common greenshanks, plural of common greenshank. Common ground, a characteristic or interest shared by multiple people or systems, any belief, etc. held in common. Common ground dove. Columbina passerina, a small bird that inhabits the southern United States, parts of Central America, the Caribbean, and northern South America. Common ground doves. Plural of common ground dove. Common gull, a medium-sized gull. Larus canis. Common gulls, plural of common gull. Common gundy. Cetanodactylus gundi, a species of rodent in the family Cetanodactylidae. Common gundys, plural of common gundy. Common hawk cuckoo, the bird Hieracoccyx varius. Common hawk cuckoos, plural of common hawk cuckoo. Common he, a geometrid moth of species Maturga adamaria of Europe and Central Asia. Common heather. Calluna vulgaris ling, Calluna, heather. Common heath, plural of common heath. Common heliotrope, a summer-growing annual native flower of southern and central Europe, western Asia, and northern Africa. Heliotropium europaeum. Common heliotropes, plural of common heliotrope. Common hepatica, the flowering plant species Hepatica nobilis. Common hepaticas, plural of common hepatica. Common hilmina, Bracula religiosa, a starling native to Asia, commonly used in aviculture. Common hippopotamus, a large, semi-aquatic, herbivorous plant-eating African mammal. Hippopotamus amphibius. Common hollies, plural of common holly. Common holly. English holly, the most common European species of holly. Ilex aquifolium. Which is native to Western Europe and regions around the Mediterranean. Common hop, a perennial climbing plant of species Humulus lupulus, native to West Asia, Europe, and North America, of great use in flavoring and preserving beer. Common hop bush, a hop bush of species Dodenia triquetra, found in eastern Australia. Common hop bushes, plural of common hop bush. Common hops, plural of common hop. Common hornbeam, Carpinus spicellus, a deciduous tree with hard wood, native to many parts of Europe. Common hornbeams, plural of common hornbeam. Common horsetail, a plant in the taxonomic genus Equisetum horsetails, Equisetum arvens. Common horsetails, plural of common horsetail. Common hour, an hour in a university's schedule during which no classes take place, intended for meetings and activities that all students and faculty may attend. Common hours, plural of common hour. Common house, a dilled hall. Common house gecko, a gecko of species Hemidactylus frenatus, principally of southeastern Asia. Common house geckos, plural of common house gecko. Common house geckos, plural of common house gecko. Common house martin, a migratory bird of the species Dolichon urbicum, breeding in Europe, North Africa, and temperate Asia. Common house martins, plural of common house martin. Common houses, plural of common house. Common iliac arteries. Plural of common iliac artery. Common iliac artery. Either of the two large arteries arising from the bifurcation of the abdominal aorta which occurs at the level of the fourth lumbar vertebra. Common iliac vein. Either of two veins of which one is formed on each side of the body by the union of the external and internal iliac veins, and which unite to form the inferior vena cava at the level of the fifth lumbar vertebra. Common iliac veins. Plural of common iliac vein. Common informer. A person who give evidence in criminal trials solely for the purpose of receiving the penalty or forfeiture recovered from the defendant. Common informers. Plural of common informer. Common intermediate language. The lowest level human readable language defined by the common language infrastructure. Common ion effect. Synonym of common ion effect. Common ion effects. Plural of common ion effect. Common eyes. Plural of common ivy. Common eye. The main European species of ivy, Heterohelix. Common juniper. Juniperus communis. Common junipers. Plural of common juniper. Common kestrel. A small falcon, Falco tununculus. Common kestrels. Plural of common kestrel. Common kingfisher. Alcedo adhies, a Eurasian and North African species of kingfisher. Common kingfishers. Plural of common kingfisher. Common kingsnake. Lampropeltes getula, a harmless colubrid king snake endemic to much of warm temperate northern Mexico and the United States. Common kinsnakes. Plural of common kingsnake. Common knotgrass. A widespread herb native to Eurasia, found in most temperate regions. Polygonum aviculaire. Common knowledge. That which is known by most people, and thus cannot reasonably be contested. Common land. An area of land in the United Kingdom or Ireland that is open to the public at all times and until the 18th century would have been land that was free for anybody to graze their animals on, often shortened to common. Common language infrastructure. The open specification that describes the executable code and runtime environment that form the core of the Microsoft.NET framework. Common language runtime. A special runtime environment that serves as the underlying infrastructure of the Microsoft .NET framework. Common language specification. A subset of the base common type system comprising the rules to which any CLS compliant language targeting the common language infrastructure should conform. Common lavender. A lavender plant of the species Lavandula angustifolia. Common lavenders. Plural of common lavender. Common law. Law developed by judges, courts, and agency adjudicatory tribunals through their decisions and opinions, also called case law, as opposed to statutes promulgated by legislatures and regulations promulgated by the executive branch. Common lawyer. A person knowledgeable about common law. Common lawyers. Plural of common lawyer. Common lilac. A flowering plant of species Syringa vulgaris, native to the Balkans and widely cultivated in Europe and North America. Common ling. A fish of the species malva malva of eastern Atlantic waters, especially the North Sea. Common lings, plural of common ling. Common linnet, a common small bird Linaria canabina of Europe, Western Asia, and North Africa. Common linnets, plural of common linnet. Common Lisp, a multiparadigm, general purpose programming language. Common lobster, synonym of European lobster. Common lobsters, plural of common lobster. Common logarithm, the logarithm in base 10. Common logarithms, plural of common logarithm. Common loon, the great northern diver Gaviemer. Common loon, plural of common loon. Common lynx, the Eurasian lynx lynx lynx. Common lynxes, plural of common lynx. Common matter, Ruvia codifolia. Common matters, plural of common matter. Common mallow, any of locally common species of mallow plants. Common man, an average citizen in contrast to the social, political, or cultural elite. Common market, European Economic Community, a European trade group. Common marmoset, marmoset, a New World monkey, Calothrix jacus. Common marmosets, plural of common marmoset. Common men, plural of common man. Common meter, a hymn meter characterized by a quatrain of alternating lines of iambic tetrameter and iambic trimeter. Common milkwort, a plant of species Polygala vulgaris. Common millet, synonym of prosomillet panicameliaceae. Common millets, plural of common millet. Common minnow, a species of minnow widespread in the fresh waters of northern Eurasia. Foxinus foxinus. Common minnows, plural of common minnow. Common mola, synonym of ocean sunfish. Common molas, plural of common mola. Common morven, a member of the species Scalinula chloropus. Common mora. Mora, moro, the mora, a deep-sea cod-like fish. Common moras, plural of common mora. Common mull. Line. Verbascum thapsus, great mulline. Common multiple, a number which may be divided by any of a given set of numbers without a remainder. Common multiples, plural of common multiple. Common myrrh, a large auk, urea alge. Common myrrhs, plural of common myrrh. Common myrrh, synonym of myrrh. Common nail, a nail with a mostly smooth, uncoated shank less than 1/3 the diameter of its head, used for interior construction, especially framing. Common nails, plural of common nail. Common name, the name by which an organism or group of organisms is known to the general public. Common names, plural of common name. Common nightingale, the nightingale, Licinia megahinchos. Common nightingales, plural of common nightingale. Common noun. A noun that denotes any member or all members of a class. An ordinary noun such as dog or city, contrasted with a proper noun, which refers to a single named entity, such as Socrates or Tokyo. Common nouns. Plural of common noun. Common Oceanian. Proto-Oceanic language. Common octopi. Plural of common octopus. Common octopus. An octopus common to coastal waters worldwide. Octopus vulgaris. Common octopuses. Plural of common octopus. Common oshak. The right of persons occupying lands lying together in the same common field to turn out their cattle to range in it after harvest. Common or garden. Alternative form of common or garden. Common or garden varieties. Plural of common or garden variety. Common or garden variety. An ordinary, standard kind. Common palm civet. Synonym of Asian palm civet. Common palm civets. Plural of common palm civet. Common pheasant. A bird of the species Phascinus colchicus, native principally to temperate parts of Asia, naturalized elsewhere. Common pheasants. Plural of common pheasant. Commonplace. Obsolete form of commonplace. Commonplaces. Plural of commonplace. Common potcher. A diving duck of temperate and cool Eurasia Ichthyopherina. Common potchards. Plural of common potchard. Common polypody. Polypodium vulgare, native to Western Europe and Northern Africa. Common poppies. Plural of common poppy. Common poppy. The poppy papaver widespread in Western Eurasia and North Africa, formerly a common agricultural weed, now often used in gardens. Common possum. The Virginia opossum, Didelphys virginiana. Common practice. A usual and commonly accepted way of doing things. Common practice period. An era of European music lasting from the mid-Baroque period though the classical and romantic periods around 1650 1900. Common purple-blossed snake, Amblyopsis polylepes, a species of venomous sub-Saharan snake. Common purple-blossed snakes. Plural of common purple-blossed snake. Common purpose. A purpose or intent shared by all members of a group. Common purposes. Plural of common purpose. Common purse. A shared or community fund. Common purses. Plural of common purse. Common purslane. Portulaca oleracea, an annual succulent. Common purslanes. Plural of common purslane. Common quail. Cotternix, a bird in pheasant family. Common quails. Plural of common quail. Common rabbit. An animal of the species Orctolagus cuniculus, native to southwestern Europe and northwest Africa, introduced and invasive elsewhere. Common rabbits. Plural of common rabbit. Common radish. A radish, in particular, of the European forms of the species Raphanus raphanistrum subs sativus sin. Raphanus sativus having a relatively short red taproot. Common radishes, plural of common radish. Common ragweed, a plant, Ambrosia artemisiaefolia, which is the most widespread plant of the genus Ambrosia in North America. Common ragweeds, plural of common ragweed. Common ragwort, a plant of species Jacobea vulgaris sin. Senecio jacobea, native to Eurasia, widely introduced elsewhere, considered noxious even in some of its native habitat. Common rat, the brown rat. Common ratio, the ratio of each term of a geometric progression to the term preceding it. Common ratios, plural of common ratio. Common rats, plural of common rat. Common raven, a large all-black passerine bird in the crow family, Corvus corax. Common ravens, plural of common raven. Common recoveries, plural of common recovery. Common recovery, a legal proceeding in England that enabled lawyers to convert an entailed estate into absolute ownership, fee simple, by means of a legal fiction. Common redpoll, a bird of the species Acanthus flammea. Common redpolls, plural of common redpoll. Common redshank, a small wader, Tringa totinus. Common redshanks, plural of common redshank. Common redstart, a small passerine bird, Phoenicurus phoenicurus. Common redstarts, plural of common redstart. Common reed, Phragmites australis, and monoculture reed grass. Common reed bunting, a bird, and bears a sconiclus. Common reed buntings, plural of common reed bunting. Common reeds, plural of common reed. Common ree. Dreary. Common rees, plural of common ree. Common rhododendron, synonym of Pontic rhododendron. Common rhododendrons, plural of common rhododendron. Common riding, alternative form of common riding. Common riding, an annual festival in some Scottish towns in which people conduct a ceremonial procession around the boundaries of the town in order to delineate the area and check for encroachment by neighboring landowners. Common ridings, plural of common riding. Common ridings, plural of common riding. Common ringlet, a brown butterfly, Coenotum fatulia, of the family Nymphalidae, also known as the large heath. Common ringlets, plural of common ringlet. Common rock thrush, Monticolus axatilis, a chat belonging to the family Musicapidae. Common rock thrushes, plural of common rock thrush. Common room, a shared lounge found in dormitories, universities, military bases, etc. Common rooms, plural of common room. Common rose, a large red-bodied butterfly, Pastelidopta aristolochi, family Papilionaceae of Asia. Common rosefinch, Carpodacus erythrinus, a small passerine bird. Common rosefinches, plural of common rosefinch. Common roses, plural of common rose. Common rue, rooted grave olens. Common run, ordinary persons, things, or events. Common rush, synonym of soft rush, juncus effusus. Common rushes, plural of common rush. Common salt, ordinary salt, sodium chloride. Common sandpiper, a small species of wading bird, Actitis hypoleucos, widely distributed across Africa, Eurasia, and Australasia. Common sandpipers, plural of common sandpiper. Common scoter, Melanita nigra, an Arctic sea bird in the family Anatidae. Common scoters, plural of common scoter. Common sea crate, synonym of blue-lipped sea crate Laticauda laticaudata. Common sea crates, plural of common sea crate. Common seahorse, a species of seahorse, Hippocampus cuta. Common seahorses, plural of common seahorse. Common seal, Phoca vigilana, is seal living in the northern Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Common seals, plural of common seal. Common sedge, a sedge species, Carex nigra in Carex sub. Carex. Common sedges, plural of common sedge. Common sense, ordinary sensible understanding, one's basic intelligence which allows for plain understanding and without which good decisions or judgments cannot be made. Common sense is neither common nor sensical. Many assumptions that people make through intuition, popular culture, or common sense turn out to be incorrect. Common sewer, a communal session of drinking alcohol. Common sewers, plural of common sewer. Common shelduck, a species of shelduck, Tadorna tadorna. Common shelducks, plural of common shelduck. Common shrew, a shrew, Sorex araneus, one of the most common mammals. Common shrews, plural of common shrew. Common Slavic, the last phase of Proto-Slavic language, the late Proto-Slavic. Common Slavonic, alternative form of Common Slavic. Common snapdragon, Antihinamagus, a perennial native to the Mediterranean region, but widely cultivated elsewhere for its purple or pink flowers. Common snapdragons, plural of common snapdragon. Common snapping turtle, Chelydra serpentina, a large freshwater turtle that lives in shallow, slow-moving bodies of water with muddy bottoms. Common snipe, a bird of the species Gallinago. Common snipes, plural of common snipe. Common sorrel, Rumex sassatosa, a taxonomic species within the family Polygonaceae, garden sorrel, native in much of Europe. Common sow thistle, milk thistle Sanchus oleraceus, native to western Eurasia. Common sow thistles, plural of common sow thistle. Common spotted orchid, Dactylorhiza fuchsii, a common wild orchid of Europe. Common spotted orchids, plural of common spotted orchid. Common squid, squid of two species in the family Lologinidae, common in coastal waters of the eastern Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Common squirrel monkey, an arboreal monkey of the species Semiericeurius, native to tropical South America. Common squirrel monkeys, plural of common squirrel monkey. Common starling, a bird of the species Sturnus vulgaris. Common starlings, plural of common starling. Common stock, shares of an ownership interest in the equity of a corporation or other entity with limited liability entitled to dividends with financial rights junior to preferred stock and liabilities. Common stocks, plural of common stock. Common substantive noun, synonym of common noun. Common substantive nouns, plural of common substantive noun. Common succaries, plural of common succary. Common succary, synonym of common chicory. Common swift, a pews, a swallow-like bird native to Europe and much of temperate Asia, rarely alighting on the ground. Common swifts, plural of common swift. Common teal, synonym of Eurasian teal. Common teals, plural of common teal. Common term, synonym of common name. Common tern, a small, gull-like shore bird of the species Sterna hirundo of wide geographic distribution. Common terns, plural of common tern. Common thread, a recurring characteristic or theme present in different events or areas. Common threads, plural of common thread. Common three-ring, any of various satyrine butterflies of the genus Epthema, such as Epthema asterope, Epthema pandocus, and Epthema sempra. Common three rings, plural of common three-ring. Common three-square, Sconoplectus pungens, a species of bulrush. Common time, a meter of 4 quarter notes per measure. Common toad, a toad of species Bufo, principally of Europe. Common toadflax, a type of toadflax, Linaria vulgaris. Common toads, plural of common toad. Common torpedo, torpedo, a species of electric ray with prominent blue spots on its back, found in the Mediterranean Sea and the eastern Atlantic Ocean from the Bay of Biscay to Angola. Common torpedoes, plural of common torpedo. Common touch, the personal quality of showing understanding of and sympathy for the concerns of ordinary people. Rapport with and acceptance by ordinary people, usually in a celebrity or leader. Common touches, plural of common touch. Common Turkic, a taxon of the Turkic languages that includes all of them except the Oghuric languages. Common type system, a set of data types that are common to all .NET languages and can be shared over CLI. Common vol, a species of Volmicrotus arvalis. Common voles, plural of common vole. Common walnut, synonym of English walnut jublans regea. Common walnuts, plural of common walnut. Common wheel, Alternative form of commonweal. Commonweals, plural of common wheel. Commonweal. Try to come east of them, a widely cultivated wheat species. Common white beam. The most common and widespread species of white beam in Europe and Western Asia area Agilis sin Sarbus aya. Common white beams. Plural of common white beam. Common whitefish. A freshwater fish of salmon family, Coregonus lavaretus. Common whitethroat. Sylvia communis, an old world warbler, now sometimes Mesophilus communis or Currica communis. Common whitethroats. Plural of common whitethroat. Common wild oat. A plant of species Avena fatua, native to Eurasia, introduced elsewhere, sometimes considered a noxious weed. Common wild oats. Plural of common wild oat. Common wire. An electrical wire in a residential building etc. that connects to the neutral point of the power supply and can be used to return to the origin of the circuit and thus used for grounding. Common wires. Plural of common wire. Common wood pigeon. A wood pigeon of species Columba palumbus. Common wood pigeons. Plural of common wood pigeon. Common wood pigeon. Alternative spelling of common wood pigeon. Common wood pigeons. Plural of common wood pigeon. Common woodrush. Lucilla multiflora, a flowering plant in the family Juncaceae. Common zenica, a nymphalid butterfly of species Jaitanua clugii. Common yabbies, plural of common yabby. Common yabby, a species of yabby, Charax destructor, endemic to Australia. Common yarrow, Achillea millefolium, a flowering plant widespread in the temperate northern hemisphere, formerly and sometimes used to stanch the flow of blood. Common year, a year that is not a leap year, a 365-day year. Common years, plural of common year. Common yellow oxalis, a low-spreading plant with yellow flowers and clover-like leaves, Oxalis stricta. Common yellow oxalises, plural of common yellow oxalis. Common yellow wood sorrel, a low-spreading plant with yellow flowers and clover-like leaves, Oxalis stricta. Common yellow wood sorrels. Plural of common yellow wood sorrel. Common yeoman, a species of butterfly, Cirrocroa titch, of tropical South Asia and Southeast Asia. Common yeomans, plural of common yeoman. Common yeoman, plural of common yeoman. Common zero, synonym of crab-eating fox Certacea naus. Common and garden. Ordinary, standard. Common civil calendar and time calendar. A proposed calendar which maintains synchronization with the solar year by intercalating entire weeks rather than single days. Common aeon effect. The decrease in solubility of an aetic precipitate by the addition to the solution of a soluble compound with add in common with a precipitate. Common aeon effects. Plural of common aeon effect. Common law, of or pertaining to common law. Common law marriage, A marriage based on the duration of cohabitation rather than formal ceremony. Common law marriages. Plural of common law marriage. Common or garden. Ordinary. Standard. Commonplace. Archaic form of commonplace. Commonplace. Simple past and past participle of commonplace. Commonplaces. Plural of commonplace. Commonplacing. Present participle and gerund of commonplace. Common writing. Alternative form of common writing. Common writings. Plural of common writing. Common sense. Archaic form of common sense. Commonsensical. Alternative form of commonsensical. Common site picketing. Synonym of common situs picketing. Common situs picketing. The picketing of a site used by two or more employers when only one of the employers is involved in the dispute. Commonable. Owned, managed, or used in common. Commonage. The condition of land that is held in common. Commonages. Plural of commonage. Commonalities. Plural of commonality. Commonality. The joint possession of a set of attributes or characteristics. Commonalties. Plural of commonalty. Commonalty. The common people, the commonality. Commondale. A village and civil parish served by Dandy Group Parish Council in Scarborough District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 6610. Common. Simple past and past participle of common. Commoner. Comparative form of common, more common. Commoner's gown. A gown worn as part of subfisc by any undergraduate who has not been awarded a scholar's gown. Commoners' gowns. Plural of commoner's gown. Commoners. Plural of commoner. Commonership. The condition of being a fellow commoner. Commonerships. Plural of commonership. Commonest. Superlative form of common, most common. Common folk. Ordinary people. Common hold. The freehold tenure of part of a multi-occupancy building, typically a flat with shared responsibility for common services. Common holds. Plural of common hold. Commonhood. The state or condition of being common, commonness. Commonhoods. Plural of commonhood. Commoning. Present participle and gerund of common. Commodious. Commodious. Commonization. The act or process of commonizing. Commonizations. Plural of commonization. Commonize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of commonize. Commonize. Simple past and past participle of commonize. Commonizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of commonize. Commonish. Somewhat common or vulgar. Commonizing. Present participle and gerund of commonize. Commonition, advice, warning, instruction. Commonitions, plural of commonition. Comminative, monitory, comminatory, calling to mind, giving admonition. Commonization, the act or process of commonizing. Commonizations, plural of commonization. Commonize, to make similar or common. Commonize, simple past and past participle of commonize. Commonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of commonize. Commonizing, present participle and gerund of commonize. Commonly, obsolete spelling of commonly. Commonly, as a rule, frequently, usually. Commonness, the quality of being common in the sense of ordinary, usual, or mundane. Commonnesses, plural of commonness. Commonotic, misspelling of commonotonic. Commonotonicity, misspelling of commonotonicity. Commonplace, ordinary, not having any remarkable characteristics. Commonplace book, a personal notebook or journal in which memorabilia, quotations, etc. are written. Commonplace books, plural of commonplace book. Commonplace book, alternative form of commonplace book. Commonplace books, plural of commonplace book. Commonplace, simple past and past participle of commonplace. Commonplaceism, the quality of being commonplace. Banality. Commonplaceisms, plural of commonplaceism. Commonplacely, in a commonplace manner. Commonplaceness, the state or quality of being commonplace. Commonplacer, one who writes a commonplace book. Commonplacers, plural of commonplacer. Commonplaces, plural of commonplace. Commonplacing, present participle and gerund of commonplace. Commons, the House of Commons, part of the Parliament under the Westminster system of parliamentary democracy. Commons House, synonym of House of Commons. Common sense, alternative form of common sense. Commonsensible, synonym of commonsensical. Commonsensibly, synonym of commonsensically. Commonsensical, displaying common sense. Commonsensically, in a commonsensical fashion. Commonship, a state, condition, or things shared or held in common, commonality. Commonships, plural of commonship. Comity, a right to own land that is held in common between two or more people and under some servitudes. Commonweal, the common good, public well-being or prosperity. Commonweals, plural of commonweal. Commonwealth, The Commonwealth of Nations, a loose confederation of nations based around the former British Empire. Commonwealth Day, a multi-faith holiday celebrated on the second Monday of March to celebrate the Commonwealth of Nations. British Commonwealth, former British Empire. Commonwealth English, the generalized variety of English spoken and written primarily in the United Kingdom and its former colonies, sometimes excluding Canada, especially in the context of pronunciation, always excluding the United States of America, i.e. non-American English. Commonwealth Games, a sporting event, somewhat like the Olympic Games, held every 4 years and involving athletes from the Commonwealth of Nations. Commonwealth of Australia. Official name of Australia, a country in Oceania. Commonwealth of Dominica. Official name of Dominica, an island country in the Caribbean. Commonwealth of England, the British state during part or all of the interregnum. Commonwealth of England, Scotland and Ireland, synonym of protectorate. Commonwealth of England, Scotland and Ireland, alternative spelling of Commonwealth of England, Scotland and Ireland. Commonwealth of Independent States, an alliance and confederation of 9 former Soviet republics, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Moldova, Russia, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, formed as a successor to the Soviet Union. Commonwealth of Nations, an association of independent, sovereign states, most of which formerly constituted the British Empire. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the official name for the state of Pennsylvania in the United States of America. Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, the official name of Puerto Rico, a Commonwealth, island, and dependent territory of the United States. Commonwealth of the Bahamas, official name of the Bahamas, an island country in the Caribbean. Commonwealth of the Bahamas, alternative form of Commonwealth of the Bahamas, official name of the Bahamas, an island country in the Caribbean. Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, the official name of the Northern Mariana Islands. Commonwealth of Virginia, the official name of Virginia, a constituent state of the United States of America. Commonwealth Realm, a member state of the Commonwealth of Nations, as most former British colonial possessions, which is a realm kingdom in personal union with the United Kingdom, i.e. as the British sovereign as its shared head of state, which is usually represented in its capital by a Governor-General. Commonwealth Realms, plural of Commonwealth Realm. Commonwealth's man, alternative form of Commonwealthman. Commonwealth's men, plural of Commonwealth's man. Commonwealthism, the condition or policy of operating as a commonwealth. Commonwealthman, someone who lived under the English Commonwealth of the 17th century, especially an adherent of it, loosely, a republican. Commonwealthmen, plural of Commonwealthmen. Commonwealths, plural of Commonwealth. Commonwealthsmen, alternative form of Commonwealthman. Commonwealthsman, plural of Commonwealthsmen. Comorants, alternative form of Commorancy. Comorances, plural of Comorants. Comorancies, plural of Commorancy. Commorancy, a house for a place of residence, usually a temporary one. Comorant, ordinarily residing, inhabiting. Comorants. Plural of comorant. Commoratio, the use of several synonyms to emphasize something. Commoration, residence, the act of staying or residing somewhere. Commemorations. Plural of commemoration. Commorient, dying together or at the same time. Commorients, plural of commorient. Commos, plural of commo. Hemot, alternative form of commode division of land in medieval Wales. Cymmatho, of or pertaining to a commode, a secular division of land in medieval Wales. Tomot, a secular division of land in medieval Wales. Commode, simple past and past participle of commode. Commotes, plural of commode. Commoding, present participle and gerund of commote. Commotio cordis, an often lethal disruption of heart rhythm as a result of a blow to the area directly over the heart at a critical time during the cycle of a heartbeat. Commotion, a state of turbulent motion. Commotion lotion, Buckfast tonic wine, a brand of fortified wine. Commotional, associated with commotion. Commotions. Plural of commotion. Comots, plural of comot. Demo, to move violently, to agitate, excite, or arouse. Commode, simple past and past participle of commove. Commove, third person singular simple present indicative of commove. Commoving, present participle and gerund of commove. Coms, plural of com. Comus, plural of com. Comha, alternative form of comsat. Comhats, plural of comsat. Communal, pertaining to a community or a commune. Communal bin, a dumpster shared by the residents of a flat block or similar. Communal bins, plural of communal bin. Communal shower, a place where multiple showers are in the same room for multiple people to use at the same time, wherein there may or may not be a partition between the showers. Communal showers, plural of communal shower. Communelect, especially in Pacific linguistics, the linguistic variety spoken by a particular speech community. Communalects, plural of communalect. Communalization, alternative form of communalization. Communalize, alternative form of communalize. Communalize, simple past and past participle of communalize. Communalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of communalize. Communalizing, present participle and gerund of communalize. Communalism, the communal ownership of property. Communalisms, plural of communalism. Communalists, of relating to or supporting communalism. Communalistic, pertaining to communalism or sharing. Communalists, plural of communalists. Communalities, plural of communality. Communality, the condition of being communal. Communalization, the act or process of communalizing any sense. Communalizations, plural of communalization. Communalize, to develop into a set of community conventions. Communalize, simple past and past participle of communalize. Communalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of communalize. Communalizing, present participle and gerund of communalize. Communally, affecting by or on behalf of a community or group of people. Communar, the administrator of a religious community. Communard, a member of the Paris Commune of 1871. Communards, plural of communard. Communars, plural of communard. Comunazzi, alternative spelling of communazi. Communazi, alternative spelling of communazi. Communazism, alternative letter case form of communazism. Communazism, alternative letter case form of communazism. Communazis, plural of communazi. Communazis, plural of communazi. Communism, alternative letter case form of communism. Commune, a self-governing city or league of citizens. Communed, simple past and past participle of commune. Commune-like, resembling or characteristic of a commune. Communer, one who communes with someone or something. Communers, plural of communer. Communes, plural of commune. Communis, second person singular simple present indicative of commune. Commune, third person singular simple present indicative of commune. Communicabilities, plural of communicability. Communicability, the quality of being communicable. Communicable, able to be transmitted between people or animals. Communicable scale, a model of designation for comparing an activity through oral descriptions. Communicable scales, plural of communicable scale. Communicableness, the state or quality of being communicable. Communicably, in a communicable manner. Communicant, a person who receives or is allowed to receive the elements, i.e. bread and wine of the sacrament of Holy Communion. Compare also these terms: communion, communion, Lord's Supper, Mass, Eucharist, Divine Liturgy. Communicants, plural of communicant. Communicatable, able to be communicated. Communicate, to share. Communicated, simple past and past participle of communicate. Communicati, the person who is communicated to or who receives a communication. Communicatis, plural of communicati. Communicates, third person singular simple present indicative of communicate. Communicatus, second person singular simple present indicative of communicate. Communicateth, third person singular simple present indicative of communicate. Communicability, the quality of being communicatable. Communicating, present participle and gerund of communicate. Communicating arteries, plural of communicating artery. Communicating artery, any of three arteries in the brain that form parts of the circle of Willis. Communicating vessel, one vessel in a system of containers filled with a homogeneous fluid, connected at the base and subjected to the same atmospheric pressure. Communicating vessels, plural of communicating vessel. Communicatingly, in a communicating manner. Communication, the act or fact of communicating anything, transmission. Communication accommodation theory, a theory of communication arguing that people adjust their speech and gestures to accommodate to others with whom they are interacting. Communication board, an array of images or symbols representing words which one points to in order to communicate, used by people who are unable to speak or have difficulty speaking. Communication boards, plural of communication board. Communication cord, synonym of emergency cord. Communication cords, plural of communication cord. Communication disorder, any disorder that affects an individual's ability to comprehend, detect, or apply language and speech to engage in dialogue effectively with others. Communication disorders, plural of communication disorder. Communication mix, the range of approaches and expressions of a marketing idea developed with the hope that it be effective in conveying the ideas to the diverse population of people who receive it. Communication mixes, plural of communication mix. Communication studies, an academic field that deals with processes of communication, commonly defined as the sharing of symbols over distances in space and time. Communication theories, plural of communication theory. Communication theory, a field that studies the technical process of information. Communicational, that communicates. Communicationally, in terms of or by means of communication. Communications, plural of communication. Communications group, ellipsis of presidential communications group. Communications intelligence, a subcategory of signals intelligence that engages in dealing with messages or voice information derived from the interception of foreign communications. Communications minister, a cabinet minister or government official responsible for overseeing telecommunication within a country. Communications ministers. Plural of communications minister. Communications satellite. An artificial satellite that relays and amplifies radio telecommunication signals by means of a transponder. Communications satellites. Plural of communications satellite. Communications security establishment. The Canadian Foreign Signals Intelligence and Cryptography Agency. Communications security establishment Canada. Communications security establishment. Communications zone. The rear part of a theater of war or theater of operations behind but contiguous to the combat zone, which contains the lines of communications, establishments for supply and evacuation, and other agencies required for the immediate support and maintenance of the field forces. Communications zones. Plural of communications zone. Communications break. An international auxiliary language created by Joseph Skipfer in 1836, chiefly based on French, with some influences from Latin, English, and German. Communicative. Eager to communicate, talkative. Communicative competence. A language user's grammatical knowledge of syntax, morphology, phonology, and the like, as well as social knowledge about how and when to use utterances appropriately. Communicative competences. Plural of communicative competence. Communicatively. In a communicative manner. Communicativeness. The state or quality of being communicative. Communicator. Someone who or something that communicates. Communicators. Plural of communicator. Communicatory. Whose function is to communicate. Communicatrices. Plural of communicatrix. Communicatrix. A female communicator. Communicatrixes. Plural of communicatrix. Communicology. Communication studies. Communilect. Rare form of communilect. Communilects. Plural of communilect. Communing. Present participle and gerund of commune. Communings. Plural of communing. Communio-ecclesiology. Alternative form of communion ecclesiology. Communio-ecclesiology. Alternative form of communion ecclesiology. Communio-ecclesiology. Alternative form of communion ecclesiology. Communion. Alternative letter case form of communion, Holy Communion. Communion cloth. Corporal. Communion ecclesiology. The study of church as a community. Communion wafer. The sacramental bread used in the Eucharist, the host. Communion wafers. Plural of communion wafer. Communional. Able or willing to take part in communion. Communional. Relating to communion. Communionism. The practice of observing Holy Communion. Communionists. One who takes part in Holy Communion, a communicant. Communionists. Plural of communionists. Communion-like. Resembling or characteristic of the Christian communion ceremony. Communions, plural of communion. Communique, alternative form of communique. Communique, an official report or statement, such as a government press release or the report of a conference. Communiques, misspelling of communiques. Communiques, plural of communique. Communis opinio, the prevailing doctrine or generally accepted view, consensus. Communization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of communization. Communize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of communize. Communize, simple past and past participle of communize. Communizes, third person singular simple present indicative of communize. Communizing, present participle and gerund of communize. Communism, the ideology of political parties that use the term communist in their names, usually Marxist and Leninist. Communisms, plural of communism. Communist, a member of a formally constituted communist party. Communist anarchism, anarcho-communism. Communist anarchist, anarcho-communists. Communist anarchists, plural of communist anarchists. Communist bandit, a Chinese communist. Communist bandits, plural of communist bandit. Communist China, the People's Republic of China. Communist News Network, CNN. Communist parties, plural of Communist Party. Communist Party, an individual communist party within a specific context. Communist Party, a political party which advocates communist ideals. Communisteries, plural of communistery. Communistery, a place where communists live together, a commune. Communistic, characteristic of communism. Communistical, communist. Communistically, in a communistic manner. Communist phobia, the fear, dislike, or hatred of communism and or communists. Communists, plural of communists. Communitarian, considering the community to be of central importance. Communitarianism, the group of doctrines that oppose excessive individualism in favor of a more community-based approach. Communitarianisms, plural of communitarianism. Communitarians, plural of communitarian. Comunitas, an unstructured community of common experience. Communitates, plural of comunitas. Community, obsolete spelling of community. Communities, plural of community. Communities of practice, plural of community of practice. Communitive, relating to community. Communitization, the process of forming or becoming a community. Communitizations, plural of communitization. Communitize, to convert into or include within a community. Communitize, simple past and past participle of communitize. Communitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of communitize. Communitizing, present participle and gerund of communitize. Community, a group sharing common characteristics such as the same language, law, religion, or tradition. Community card, any of the cards which appear on the board and can be a part of any player's hand. Community cards, plural of community card. Community cat, a feral cat. Community cats, plural of community cat. Community center, alternative form of community center. Community centers, plural of community center. Community center, a building where the people, groups, and organizations in a particular area can go in order to meet one another for recreation, education, business, etc. Community centers, plural of community center. Community chest, a fund financed privately for helping various local welfare agencies or charitable organizations. Community chests, plural of community chests. Community college, an educational institution providing college education granting certificates, diplomas, and associate's degrees, but not higher level degrees, junior college. Community colleges, plural of community college. Community development, the practices and academic disciplines of civic leaders, activists, involved citizens, and professionals to improve various aspects of local communities. Community garden, a piece of land gardened or cultivated by a group of people individually or collectively. Community gardens, plural of community garden. Community group, an association of people from the same community, especially one formed to advance a common goal or interest. Community groups, plural of community group. Community immunity, synonym of herd immunity. Community interest companies, plural of community interest company. Community interest company, a type of non-profit organization in the UK designed for social enterprises that want to use their profits and assets for the public good. Community language, any of the official languages of the European Union. Community languages, plural of community language. Community manager, a person whose job is to be a liaison between a video games developers and a video games community. Community managers, plural of community manager. Community nurse, a nurse working in a team which provides health care to patients within their own homes. Community nurses, plural of community nurse. Community of Madrid, an autonomous community and province of Spain, capital Madrid. Community of practice, a group of people who share a craft an art or a profession. Community organizer, one who leads other people who live in proximity to each other or share some common problem into an organization that acts in their shared self-interest. Community organizer. Plural of community organizer. Community owned. Of assets or organizations, owned and controlled through some representative mechanism that allows a community to influence their operation or use and to enjoy the benefits arising. Community ownership. Group possession of an item or concept. Community payback. Community service performed as an alternative to a criminal penalty. Community pharmacies. Plural of community pharmacy. Community pharmacy. Synonym of retail pharmacy. Community police officer. Synonym of community policeman. Community police officers. Plural of community police officer. Community policeman. A policeman who maintains a regular presence in a particular community, forging relationships with people who live in the community and using those to prevent crime and de-escalate conflict. Community policing, a style of policing in which the police aim to maintain relations with the community. Community property. Property that is acquired during a marriage, excluding gifts and inheritances, that is owned jointly by both spouses and is divided upon divorce, annulment, or death. Community psychiatric nurse. A psychiatric nurse who works with clients outside of a hospital environment. Community psychiatric nurses. Plural of community psychiatric nurse. Community quarantine. Any of the series of quarantines and cordon sanitaire measures that were imposed by the Philippine government to control the spread of COVID-19. Community service. Service or activity performed for the benefit of the community at large, such as cleaning, fundraising, pro bono professional services, etc. Community services. Plural of community service. Community spirit. Willingness to do deeds which benefit the community at large, such as community service. Community spread. The transmission of an illness through unknown, untraced members of the greater community, indicative of a reservoir of anonymous infected individuals. Community work. A form of social work enabling people to articulate their needs and interests within the context of structural issues of groups or social spaces and thus improve their living conditions with empirically sound methods. Community works. Plural of community work. Community-wide. Throughout a community. Community-wise. In terms of communities. Communiversities. Plural of communiversity. Communiversity. An organization that is formed by a relationship between a university and a community. Communization. The act or process of communizing. Communizations. Plural of communization. Communize. To make something the property of a community. Communized. Simple past and past participle of communize. Communizer. One who communizes. Communizers. Plural of communizer. Communizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of communize. Communizing. Present participle and gerund of communize. Communolect. Rare form of communalect. Communolects. Plural of communolect. Commutabilities. Plural of commutability. Commutability. The quality of being commutable. Commutable. Capable of commuting or being commuted. Commutableness. The quality of being commutable or interchangeable. Commutal. Commutation of a sentence. Commutals. Plural of commutal. Commutant. The subset of all elements of a semigroup that commute with the elements of a given subset. Commutant lifting theorem. A theorem in operator theory stating that if T is a contraction on a Hilbert space H and U is its minimal unitary dilation acting on some Hilbert space K and R is an operator on H commuting with T, then there is an operator S on K commuting with U such that RTN equals PHSU and HN greater or equal to 0. And S equals R. In other words, an operator from the commutant of T can be lifted to an operator in the commutant of the unitary dilation of T. Commutants. Plural of commutant. Commutate. To reverse the direction of a current. Commutated. Simple past and past participle of commutate. Commutates. Third person singular simple present indicative of commutate. Commutating. Present participle and gerund of commutate. Commutation. Substitution of one thing for another. Interchange. Commutation ticket. A pass entitling the holder to passage on a means of transportation for a number of trips or for an unlimited number during a fixed period. Commutation tickets. Plural of commutation ticket. Commutations. Plural of commutation. Commutative. Such that the order in which the operands are taken does not affect their image under the operation. Commutative algebra. The branch of algebra concerned with commutative rings and objects related to them such as ideals and modules. Commutative algebras. Plural of commutative algebra. Commutative group. Synonym of abelian group. Commutative groups. Plural of commutative group. Commutative justice. The state resulting from fair and free exchange. Commutative justices. Plural of commutative justice. Commutative ring. A ring whose multiplicative operation is commutative. Commutative rings. Plural of commutative ring. Commutatively. In a commutative manner. Commutativeness. The state or quality of being commutative. Commutativities. Plural of commutativity. Commutativity. The state of being commutative. Commutator. An electrical switch in a generator or motor that periodically reverses the direction of an electric current. Commutator length. The number of multiplicands needed, a minimum, to express a given group element as a product of commutators. Commutator lengths. Plural of commutator length. Commutator subgroup. The subgroup of a specified group generated by the larger group's commutators. Commutator subgroups. Plural of commutator subgroup. Commutatorless. without a commutator. Commutators, plural of commutator. Commute, to exchange substantially, to abate but not abolish completely a penalty, obligation, or payment in return for a great, single thing or an aggregate, to cash in, to lessen. Commuted, simple past and past participle of commute. Commuter, one who commutes. Etymology 1. Commuter belt, a zone surrounding a metropolitan area or city from which commuters travel to the area or city to work. Commuter belts, plural of commuter belt. Commuter bus, a public transport bus used to transport commuters between two places, typically their homes and works, and within a metropolitan area, not to be confused with shuttle bus. Commuter buses, plural of commuter bus. Commuter buses, plural of commuter bus. Commuter marriage, a voluntary arrangement where dual career couples maintain two residences in different geographic locations and are separated at least 3 nights per week for a minimum of 3 months. Commuter marriages plural of commuter marriage. Commuter rail, a rail transport system with trains used to transport commuters between two places, typically their homes and works, normally within a metropolitan area and its surrounding environs, and generally distinguished from other rail transport systems, i.e. subways, metros, tramways, by having less frequent service, lacking free transfers between trains, and using heavy rolling stock running on a mainline railway. Commuter town, synonym of bedroom community. Commuter towns, plural of commuter town. Commuterdom, the people, infrastructure, and activities associated with commuting. Commuter liner, a passenger-carrying aircraft used for commuter flights. Commuter liners, plural of commuter liner. Commuters, plural of commuter. Commutes, third person singular simple present indicative of commute. Commuting, present participle and gerund of commute. Commutings, plural of commuting. Commutive, that serves to commute. Commutivity, the condition of being commutive. Commutual, mutual. Commutuality, the quality of being commutual. Comor, abbreviation of Commonwealth. Commie, alternative form of commie. Comington, abbreviation of communication. Comptons, plural of Compton. Comeni, plural of Comenes. Amenian, synonym of Comenes. Comenians, plural of Comenian. Comenes, member of a noble family who ruled the Byzantine Empire from 1081 to 1185. To abbreviation of Commodore. To a province of Lombardy, Italy. Commobilization, the mobilization of two genes simultaneously. Commodernism, the property of being the dual of something modernistic. Commodernistic, relating to or exhibiting commodernism. Commodify, modified along with another. Commodo, comfortably, that is, at moderate speed. Commodoro, ellipsis of Commodoro Rivadavia. Commodoro Rivadavia, a city in the Patagonian province of Chubut in southern Argentina, located on the San Jorge Gulf. Commodulate. To modulate with two signals. Commodulated. Simple past and past participle of commodulate. Commodulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of commodulate. Commodulating. Present participle and gerund of commodulate. Commodulation. The joint modulation by two signals. Commodulations. Plural of commodulation. Commodulator. Anything that commodulates. Commodulators. Plural of commodulator. Commodulatory. Relating to commodulation. Homodule. The dual of a module. Homodules. Plural of commodule. Commodulogram. A graphical representation of commodulation. Commodulograms. Plural of commodulogram. Homonad. A monad of the opposite category. Homonads. Plural of homonad. Homonoid. The dual of a monoid. Homonoidal. Relating to a homonoid. Homonoids. Plural of homonoid. Homonomer. Any of a group of monomers that, when polymerized, form a copolymer. Homonomers. Plural of comonomer. Combinatoric. Of a random vector having components that can be represented as increasing functions of a single random variable. Combinatonicity. The quality or state of being combinatonic. Comoft. Being a combined sound and picture recording, with the soundtrack optically recorded. Comoran. Of or pertaining to the Comoros. Comorans. Plural of Comoran. Comorbid. That occurs at the same time as another. Comorbidities. Plural of comorbidity. Comorbidity. The presence of one or more disorders or diseases in addition to a primary disease or disorder. Comorbidly. In a comorbid fashion. Comorbidome. All the comorbidities associated with the condition. Comorbidomes. Plural of comorbidome. Comorian. A person from Comoros or of Comorian descent. Comorians. Plural of Comorian. Comor. Comoram. Comoro Islands. The Comoros. Comoros. A country and group of islands in the Indian Ocean off the coast of East Africa. Official name, Union of the Comoros. Comorphic. Relating to comorphism. Comorphism. A mapping associated with a morphism that, when applied to every member of the morphism, results in the same value as the morphism applied to the image of every member. Comorphisms. Plural of comorphism. Comortgagee. A joint mortgagee, one who is responsible for a mortgage together with another person. Comortgagees. Plural of comortgagee. To. Plural of como. Tomos. bearing a tuft of soft hairs or down. Mo, to move in a correlated fashion. Hamud, simple past and past participle of move. Hamovement, the correlated or similar movement of two or more entities. Movements, plural of movement. Hamoves, third person singular simple present indicative of move. Hamoving, present participle and gerund of move. Moving horizon, synonym of cosmological horizon. Moving horizons, plural of moving horizon. Overall, relating to viruses. Virus, any of the viruses of the genus virus. Viruses, plural of virus. Mars, a town on the east coast of Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. Comox Valley, a region and regional district. Comox Valley Regional District on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. A surname. Comp card, clipping of composite card, a marketing tool for actors and especially models consisting of a card with pictures of the person on it. Comp cards, plural of comp card. Compet, alternative form of confet. Complit, alternative form of complit. Comparative literature. Comp sci, clipping of computer science. Comp shop, clipping of computer shop. Comp stomp, a competitive game against one or more computer-controlled players. Comp stomps, plural of comp stomp. Comp time, the act of an employer granting an employee paid time off instead of overtime pay in compensation for additional hours of work. Compet, alternative form of confet. Abbreviation of compensation. Complet, abbreviation of comparative literature. Comp.theorists, a participant in the Usenet newsgroup. Comp.theory. Comp.theorists, plural of comp.theorists. Combackfult, abbreviation of Commander, U.S. Navy Pacific Fleet. Combackfult, plural of compact. Capacities, plural of capacity. Capacity, any of several technical measures of compactness, especially in a granular medium, for example sand, the volume fraction that is filled. Compact, an agreement or contract. Compact audio cassette, synonym of compact cassette. Compact audio cassette, alternative letter case form of compact audio cassette. Compact audio cassettes, plural of compact audio cassette. Compact audio cassettes, plural of compact audio cassette. Compact camera, a simple, digital or 35mm camera that lacks accessories such as changeable lenses or light meter, but includes automatic focus, intended primarily for taking snapshots. Compact cameras, plural of compact camera. Compact cassette, the standard cassette tape format introduced in 1963 by Philips, an audio cassette. Compact cassettes, plural of compact cassette. Compact disc, a kind of plastic optical disc used to store audio or digital data, read by a laser in a drive. Compact disk drive, synonym of CD drive. Compact disk drives, plural of compact disk drive. Compact discs, plural of compact discs. Compact disc, alternative form of compact disc. Compact discs. Plural of compact disc. Compact executive car, an entry-level premium sedan, premium being low-end luxury or near luxury, premium and luxury being the high end of the market. Premium and luxury segments may be combined under some segmentation schemas. Examples of cars in this market segment are Mercedes-Benz C-Class and BMW 3 Series. Compact executive cars, plural of compact executive car. Compact fluorescent lamp, a type of fluorescent lamp that may or may not contain mercury. Compact fluorescent lamps, plural of compact fluorescent lamp. Compact neighborhood, higher density development in which a variety of land uses are located such that residents and workers are within walking distance of many destinations. Compact neighborhoods, plural of compact neighborhood. Compact neighborhood, higher density development in which a variety of land uses are located such that residents and workers are within walking distance of many destinations. Compact neighborhoods, plural of compact neighborhood. Compact space, any topological subset of Euclidean space that is a compact set. Compact spaces, plural of compact space. Compact star, a type of celestial body that collectively refers to white dwarfs, neutron stars, black holes, and exotic stars. Compact stars, plural of compact star. Compacta, plural of compactum. Compactability, the condition of being compactable. Compactable, capable of being compacted. Compacted, closely or densely packed together. Compactively, in a compacted manner, close together. Compactedness, the state or quality of being compacted. Compactor, something that compacts things, for example, trash. Compactors, plural of compactor. Compactus, superlative form of compact, most compact. Compactabilities, plural of compactability. Compatibility, the condition or extent of being compactable. Compactable, capable of being compacted. Compactifiable, capable of being compactified. Compactification, any of various procedures of enlarging a topological space to make it compact. Compactifications, plural of compactification. Compactify, simple past and past participle of compactify. Compactifies, third person singular simple present indicative of compactify. Compactify, to become compact or more compact. Compactifying, present participle and gerund of compactify. Compactin, the statin mevastatin. Compacting, present participle and gerund of compact. Compaction, the process of compacting something or something that has been compacted. Compactional, of, pertaining to or causing compaction. Compactions, plural of compaction. Compacta tuberculate, having dome-shaped tops of the shell units which form a dense covering of nodes on the surface of the egg shell. Compactivities, plural of compactivity. Compactivity, a measure of how compact a granular material is. Compactization, the clumping of chromosomes or other forms of DNA. Compactizations, plural of compactization. Compactly, in a compact manner. Compactness, the state of being compact. Compactnesses, plural of compactness. Compactin, a specific form of soliton having compact support on a topological space. Compactins, plural of compactin. Compactor, a machine that reduces the bulk of waste or other material by compaction. Compactors, plural of compactor. Compacts, plural of compact. Compactum, a compact topological space. Compacture, the fact of being closely put together, compact nature or structure. Compater, a friend or companion. Compaters, plural of compater. Compage, compages, consistency, solid structure, the compaction of parts into a whole. Compages, plural of compage. Compaginate, to unite or hold together. Compaginate, simple past and past participle of compaginate. Compaginates, third person singular simple present indicative of compaginate. Compaginating, present participle and gerund of compaginate. Compagination, the union of parts, the putting together. Compaginations, plural of compagination. Companion, obsolete form of companion. Companions, plural of companion. Compand, to subject to a companding process. Companded, simple past and past participle of compand. Compander, any device used for companding. Companders, plural of compander. Companding, a process in which noise in a signal is reduced by selective compression and expansion. Compandings, plural of companding. Compandor, any device used in companding. Compandors, plural of compandor. Compands, third person singular simple present indicative of compand. Ta associate with. Compand, simple past and past participle of campaign. Compands, third person singular simple present indicative of campaign. Compagnon, companionable, sociable or social. Compagnie, obsolete spelling of company. Companied, simple past and past participle of company. Companies, plural of company. Companies Act, a stock short title used for legislation relating to companies. Companies Acts, plural of companies Act. Companies Register, a register of organizations in the jurisdiction they operate under. Companies Registers, plural of companies register. Companiform, misspelling of campaniform. Companimal, an animal pet, a companion animal. Companimals, plural of companimal. Compaining, present participle and gerund of campaign. Companion, a friend, acquaintance, or partner, someone with whom one spends time or accompanies. Companion animal, a buff. Companion animals, plural of companion animal. Companion cell, a specific type of parenchyma cell located in the phloem that assists the sieve tube cell in its function. Companion cells, plural of companion cell. Companion ladder, either of two ladders leading from the raised quarterdeck of a sailing ship to the upper deck. Companion ladders, plural of companion ladder. Companion set, synonym of fireside set. Companion sets, plural of companion set. Companion abilities, plural of companion ability. Companionability, the state of being companionable. Suitability for companionship. Companionimal, having the characteristics of a worthy companion, friendly and sociable. Companionableness, the state or quality of being companionable. Companionably, in a companionable manner, agreeably, sociably. Companionage, the condition of being a companion and knight of the lowest rank in certain orders. Companionate, designating a proposed type of marriage or other partnership in which the partners plan to have no children and take on no legal obligations to one another. Companionate marriage, a marriage in which the partners decide not to have children and to reserve the right to divorce amicably with mutual consent. Companionate marriages, plural of companionate marriage. Companioned, in which one has one or more companions, not alone. Companioness, a female companion. Companionesses, plural of companioness. Companionhood, the role or status of companion. Companioning, present participle and gerund of companion. Companionize, to associate with as a companion, to act as a friend to. Companionize, simple past and past participle of companionize. Companionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of companionize. Companionizing, present participle and gerund of companionize. Companionless, without a companion, friendless alone. Companionlessness, the state or condition of being companionless, friendlessness, solitude. Companionly, befitting a companion. Companions, plural of companion. Companionship, the state of having or being a companion. Companionships, plural of companionship. Companionway, a staircase or ladder from one deck to another on a ship. Companionways, plural of companionway. Companization, alternative spelling of companization. Companizations, plural of companization. Companization, the splitting of a functional unit from a company and incorporating it as a separate company. Companizations, plural of companization. Compansion, companding. Compansions, plural of compansion. Company, a team, a group of people who work together professionally. Company car, a car provided by an employer that an employee may use on company business and personal use. Company cars, plural of company car. Company clinic, a primary care medical center run by and on the premises of a non-medical company, office, or factory. Company clinics, plural of company clinic. Company front, a marching formation consisting of the entire band or corps standing side by side in a single row. Company fronts, plural of company front. Company law, the branch of law which deals with the formation and running of companies. Company man, a male employee who has a great and often, in the view of others, an excessive commitment to serving the interests of the organization which employs him. Company men, plural of company man. Company of Jesus, synonym of Society of Jesus Jesuit Order. Company register, alternative form of company's register. Company seal, a device used to impress a company's name and slash or symbol onto a dollop of soft red wax attached to a legal instrument, where two directors or one director and the secretary could sign as witnesses, thus executing the instrument. Company seals, plural of company seal. Company sergeant major, an appointment in the Army, the senior warrant officer in a company, usually held by Warrant Officer Class 2. Company Sergeant Majors, plural of Company Sergeant Major. Company Sergeants Major, plural of Company Sergeant Major. Company Store, a retailer of provisions and general merchandise, owned by a firm which operates a mine or other industry nearby, and at which the firm's employees are required to shop to pay high prices and to make payments through payroll deductions or a truck system, typically resulting in the accumulation of considerable employee indebtedness. Company stores, plural of company store. Company time, a time in which an employee is being compensated by their employer and for which the employer is therefore responsible for the welfare of the employee, and also in which the employee is expected to refrain from engaging in personal interests. Company town, a town, city, or other municipality in which a single large business has a controlling influence over the economy and, sometimes, over the societal structure and the local government. Company towns, plural of company town. Company union, synonym of yellow union. Company unions, plural of company union. Company specific, specific to a company. Company store, alternative form of company store. Company stores, plural of company store. Company, present participle and gerund of company. Company, extending throughout a company. Compare, abbreviation of comparative. Comparabilities, plural of comparability. Comparability, the quality of being comparable. Comparable, able to be compared to. Comparable function, either of a pair of functions that have the same domain and that the values of one are equal to or greater than the other for all points in that domain. Comparable functions, plural of comparable function. Comparable worth, the principle that there should be no difference in remuneration between jobs held mostly by women and jobs held mostly by men, when the women's work is comparable in skill, effort, working conditions, and responsibility to the men's work. Comparableness, the state or quality of being comparable, comparability. Comparables, plural of comparable. Comparably, in a comparable manner. Comparen, a surname from Spanish. Comparand, a thing to which something is compared. Comparanda, plural of comparandum. Comparans, plural of comparand. Comparandum, something that is compared. The subject of a comparison. Comparans, plural of comparen. Compare, one of two things being compared. Comparates, plural of comparet. Comparation, a making ready, provision. Comparations, plural of comparation. Comparatism, the practice of studying things by comparing them. Comparatus, a person who carries out a comparative study, especially of language and literary works. Comparatistic, using or relating to comparatism. Comparatists, plural of comparatist. Comparative, expressing or relating to a comparison. Comparative, of or relating to comparison. Comparative advantage, the ability to produce a particular good at a lower relative opportunity cost than another producer. Comparative advantages, Plural of comparative advantage. Comparative anatomy. The study of similarities and differences in anatomy of organisms. Comparative case. A case used to mark a likeness to something, or that two things have the same quantity of something. It corresponds roughly to the English adverb like. Languages that use the comparative case include Mary, Nivk, and Chechen. Comparative cases. Plural of comparative case. Comparative degree. The degree of comparison of an adjective or adverb used when comparing two entities in terms of a certain property or a certain way of doing something. In English, the comparative of superiority is formed by adding the suffix or the word more, for example, bigger, more fully. The comparative of equality by adding the word as, for example, as big as fully. The comparative of inferiority by adding the word less, for example, less big, less fully. Comparative degrees. Plural of comparative degree. Comparative ethics. A type of descriptive ethics focused on studying the nature and origins of beliefs about morality held by people in diverse social or cultural groups. Comparative illusion. A kind of comparative sentence that superficially seems acceptable but actually has no clear meaning. Example, more people have been to Russia than I have. Comparative illusions. Plural of comparative illusion. Comparative linguist. Linguist whose field is comparative linguistics. Comparative linguistics. A branch of historical linguistics that is concerned with comparing languages in order to establish their historical relatedness. Comparative linguists. Plural of comparative linguists. Comparative literature. The academic field dealing with the study of literature and cultural expression across linguistic, cultural, and national boundaries. Comparative literatures. Plural of comparative literature. Comparative method. A technique for studying the development of languages by performing a feature-by-feature comparison of two or more languages with a common ancestor. Comparative of equality. The comparative degree of adjectives and adverbs indicating equality between two entities in terms of a certain property or way of doing something. Comparative of inferiority. The comparative degree of adjectives and adverbs indicating the inferiority of one entity to another in terms of a certain property or way of doing something. Comparative of superiority. The comparative degree of adjectives and adverbs indicating the superiority of one entity to another in terms of a certain property or way of doing something. Comparative superlative. In Spanish, the superlative form of an adjective when it is used in a grammatically comparative situation. Comparative superlatives. Plural of comparative superlative. Comparatively. In a comparative manner. Comparativeness. The state or quality of being comparative. Comparatives. Plural of comparative. Comparativism. Alternative form of comparatism. Comparativist. Alternative form of comparatist. Comparativistic. Using or relating to comparativism. Comparativistically. in a comparativistic manner. Comparativists. Plural of comparativists. Comparativity, the quality of being comparative. Comparator, any device for comparing a physical property of two objects or an object with a standard. Comparators, plural of comparator. Compare, to assess the similarities and differences between two or more things to compare x with y. Having made the comparison of x with y, one might have found it similar to y or different from y. Compare and contrast, to assess both the similarities and the differences between two or more things. Compare and despair, to distress oneself by comparing one's own situation with that of others who seem more successful. Compare apples to apples, to compare like things. Compare apples with apples. Alternative form of compare apples to apples. Compare notes, to exchange information and ideas about related experiences. Compare, simple past and past participle of compare. Compared and contrasted, simple past and past participle of compare and contrast. Compared apples with apples, simple past and past participle of compare apples with apples. Compared notes, simple past and past participle of compare notes. Compared with, synonym of in relation to. Compare, the thing against which something else is compared. Comparius, plural of compare. Comparer, one who or that which compares. Comparers, plural of comparer. Comparers, third person singular simple present indicative of compare. Compares and contrasts, third person singular simple present indicative of compare and contrasts. Compares apples with apples, third person singular simple present indicative of compare apples with apples. Compares notes, third person singular simple present indicative of compare notes. Comparist, second person singular simple present indicative of compare. Compareth, third person singular simple present indicative of compare. Comparability, misspelling of comparability. Comparing, present participle and gerund of compare. Comparing and contrasting, present participle and gerund of compare. And contrast. Comparing apples with apples, present participle and gerund of compare apples with apples. Comparing notes, present participle and gerund of compare notes. Comparingly, so as to compare. Comparison, the act of comparing or the state or process of being compared. Comparison is the thief of joy. Comparing one's own situation with that of others will lead to unhappiness or bitterness. Comparison operator, a binary operator that tests for equality or inequality and evaluates to true or false. Comparison operators, plural of comparison operator. Comparison shop, an instance of comparison shopping. Comparison shopper. A person who comparison shops. Comparison shoppers. Plural of comparison shopper. Comparison shopping. The act of comparing prices of something in advance before shopping for the best bargain. Comparison shop. Plural of comparison shop. Comparison shop. To compare prices of something in advance before shopping for the best bargain. Comparison shopped. Simple past and past participle of comparison shop. Comparison shopping. Present participle and gerund of comparison shop. Comparison shops. Third person singular simple present indicative of comparison shop. Comparisonitis. The compulsion to compare one's accomplishments to another's to determine relative importance, etc. Comparisons. Plural of comparison. Comparison-wise. With regard to comparison. Comparative. Misspelling of comparative. Comparograph. A device for assessing a person's posture by comparing it with a reference silhouette. Comparagraphs. Plural of comparograph. Comparsa. A group of singers, musicians, and dancers in a carnival or other festivity in Spain or Latin America. Comparsas. Plural of comparsa. Compart. To divide and share with others. Comparted. Simple past and past participle of compart. Comparting. Present participle and gerund of compart. Compartition. The act of dividing into parts or compartments. Compartitions. Plural of compartition. Compartment. A room or section or chamber, typically within a vehicle. Compartment syndrome. A medical condition where there is insufficient blood supply to muscles and nerves due to increased pressure within one of the body's facial compartments. Compartment syndromes. Plural of compartment syndrome. Compartmentable. Able to be divided into separate compartments or figurative separate conceptual areas. Compartmental. Of, pertaining to, or constructed from compartments. Compartmentalization. Alternative form of compartmentalization. Compartmentalizations. Plural of compartmentalization. Compartmentalize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of compartmentalize. Compartmentalize. Simple past and past participle. Of compartmentalize. Compartmentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of compartmentalize. Compartmentalizing. Present participle and gerund of compartmentalize. Compartmentalism. A tendency to compartmentalize or keep things separate. Compartmentalists. A person who has a tendency to compartmentalize. Compartmentalists. Plural of compartmentalists. Compartmentalizable. Capable of being compartmentalized. Compartmentalization. Division into compartments or parts. Compartmentalizations. plural of compartmentalization. Compartmentalize, to separate something into different categories or compartments. Compartmentalize, simple past and past participle of compartmentalize. Compartmentalizer, one who compartmentalizes. Compartmentalizers, plural of compartmentalizer. Compartmentalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of compartmentalize. Compartmentalizing, present participle and gerund of compartmentalize. Compartmentally, one compartment at a time. Compartmentation, division into compartments, compartmentalization. Compartmentations, plural of compartmentation. Compartmentectomy, the surgical excision of an entire facial compartment, usually as a treatment for soft tissue sarcomas. Compartmented, divided into compartments. Compartmentful, a quantity sufficient to fill a compartment. Compartmentfuls, plural of compartmentful. Compartmenting, present participle and gerund of compartment. Compartmentize, synonym of compartmentalize. Compartmentize, simple past and past participle of compartmentize. Compartmentizes, third person singular simple present indicative of compartmentize. Compartmentizing, present participle and gerund of compartmentize. Compartmentless, without compartments. Compartment-like, resembling a compartment. Compartments, plural of compartment. Compartmentsful, plural of compartmentful. Compartner, obsolete form of copartner. Compartners, plural of compartner. Comparts, third person singular simple present indicative of compart. Combass, a form of string music from Haiti. Compass, a magnetic or electronic device used to determine the cardinal directions, usually magnetic or true north. Compass card, the circular card attached to the needles of a mariner's compass on which are marked the 32 points or rooms. Compass cards. Plural of compass card. Compass deflection, the difference expressed in degrees between the direction a magnetic compass needle points and true or astronomical north magnetic declination. Compass deflections, plural of compass deflection. Compass dial, a small pocket compass fitted with a sundial to tell the hour of the day. Compass dials, plural of compass dial. Compass error, the combination of variation and deviation which is the horizontal angle between the direction indicated by a magnetic compass and true north. Compass errors, plural of compass error. Compass jellyfish, Chrysaora hysisgella, a species of common orange or yellow jellyfish found in the Mediterranean Sea. Compass jellyfishes, plural of compass jellyfish. Compass needle, a magnetized pointer usually marked on the north end within a compass, free to align itself with the Earth's magnetic field. Compass needles, plural of compass needle. Compass out, to circumscribe, to delimit. Compass plane, a plane convex in the direction of its length on the underside for smoothing the concave faces of curved woodwork. Compass planes, plural of compass plane. Compass plant, any of several plants, the leaves of which become oriented to the morning sun. Compass plants, plural of compass plant. Compass point, any of the horizontal directions indicated on a compass. There may be 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, or even 128 compass points on a compass, depending on its size and accuracy. Compass points, plural of compass point. Compass rose, a graduated circle, usually marked in degrees, indicating directions and printed or inscribed on an appropriate medium, often a map. Compass roses, plural of compass rose. Compass saw, a saw that cuts in a circular manner. Compass saws, plural of compass saw. Compass swing, the process of swinging and compensating a ship or aircraft compass by determining and reducing the deviation coefficients and recording the residual deviations, now done by computer. Compass termite, magnetic termite. Compass termites, plural of compass termite. Compass timber, curved timber used for shipbuilding, etc. Compass timbers, plural of compass timber. Compass walla, a surveyor. Compass wallas, plural of compass walla. Compass window, a window. Compass windows, plural of compass window. Compass ball, capable of being compassed or accomplished. Compass, obsolete spelling of compass. Compass, simple past and past participle of compass. Compassed out, simple past and past participle of compass out. Cambassets, second person singular simple past indicative of compass. Compasser, one who or that which compasses. Compassers, plural of compasser. Compasses, plural of compass. Compasses out. Third person singular simple present indicative of compass out. Compassus, second person singular simple present indicative of compass. Compassa, third person singular simple present indicative of compass. Compassing, present participle and gerund of compass. Compassing out, present participle and gerund of compass out. Compassings, plural of compassing. Compassion, deep awareness of the suffering of another coupled with the wish to relieve it. Compassion fatigue, the exhaustion of the capacity to react with sympathy to another's misfortune owing to one's overexposure to their previous misfortunes. Compassion fatigues, plural of compassion fatigue. Compassionable, deserving compassion or pity. Compassionate, having, feeling or showing compassion to or towards someone. Compassionate conservatism, a political philosophy that stresses using traditionally conservative techniques and concepts in order to improve the general welfare of society. Compassionate conservatism, misconstruction of compassionate conservatism. Compassionate leave, a period of absence from work taken by an employee due to a personal matter, either illness or death. Compassionate use, the semi-official use of a drug that has not yet gained official approval in cases where no other treatment is possible. Compassionate uses, plural of compassionate use. Compassionate, simple past and past participle of compassionate. Compassionately, in a compassionate manner. Compassionateness, the state or quality of being compassionate. Compassionator, alternative form of compassionator. Compassionators, plural of compassionator. Compassionates, third person singular simple present indicative of compassionate. Compassionating, present participle and gerund of compassionate. Compassionator, one who compassionates. Compassionators, plural of compassionator. Compassioned, simple past and past participle of compassion. Compassionful, full of compassion. Compassionate. Compassioning, present participle and gerund of compassion. Compassionings, plural of compassioning. Compassionless, without compassion, hard-hearted. Compassionlessly, in a manner devoid of compassion. Compassionlessness, the quality, state, or condition of being compassionless, uncompassion. Compassions, plural of compassion. Compassless, without a compass for navigation. Compassblunt, alternative form of compass plant. Compassblunts, plural of compassblunt. Compass, simple past and past participle of compass. Compatibility, misspelling of compatibility. Compatible, misspelling of compatible. Compaternities, plural of compaternity. Compaternity, the relationship of a godparent to their godchild. Compathy, a sense of emotional solidarity, the immediate sharing of the same emotion with another person. Compatibilization, alternative spelling of compatibilization. Compatibilize, to make compatible. Compatibilize, simple past and past participle of compatibilize. Compatibilizer, alternative spelling of compatibilizer. Compatibilizers, plural of compatibilizer. Compatibilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of compatibilize. Compatibilizing, present participle and gerund of compatibilize. Compatibilism, the doctrine that free will and determinism are compatible ideas. Compatibilis, of, pertaining to or supporting compatibilism, the belief that free will and determinism are compatible ideas. Compatibilistic, relating to compatibilism. Compatibilists, plural of compatibilists. Compatibilities, plural of compatibility. Compatibility, the state of being compatible, in which two or more things are able to exist or work together in combination without problems or conflict. Compatibilization, the act of making compatible. Compatibilizations, plural of compatibilization. Compatibilize, to make compatible. Compatibilized, simple past and past participle of compatibilize. Compatibilizer, any substance used to stabilize blends of immiscible polymers. Compatibilizers, plural of compatibilizer. Compatibilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of compatibilize. Compatibilizing, present participle and gerund of compatibilize. Compatible, capable of easy interaction. Compatibleness, the state or quality of being compatible. Compatibles, plural of compatible. Compatibly, in a compatible manner. Compatient, suffering or enduring together. Compatiate, misspelling of compatriot. Compatiates. Plural of compatriate. Compatric, synonym of sympatric. Compatriot, somebody from one's own country. Compatriotic, of or relating to compatriots. Compatriotism, the condition of being compatriots. Compatriots, plural of compatriot. Compatriotship, the state or condition of being a compatriot. Comp, abbreviation of compound. Code, abbreviation of compound. Comds, plural of compt. Compts, plural of compt. Compare, a surname. Compans, plural of companion. Compare, to appear before. Comparence, appearance before a judge in court. Comparances, plural of comparance. Comparant, a person who appears in court. Comparants, plural of comparant. Compare, simple past and past participle of compare. Comparing, present participle and gerund of compare. Compare, third person singular simple present indicative of compare. Gumto, a surname from French. Compose, plural of compo. Hot, simple past and past participle of com. Compare, the equal or peer of someone else, a close companion or associate. Compare, simple past and past participle of compare. Comparing, present participle and gerund of compere. Compeert, plural of compere. Compel, to drive together, round up. Compel testimony, to officially require that a witness appear and testify before a court of law or other public authority under threat of legally enforceable penalties for failure to do so. Compellable, capable of being compelled or constrained. Compellably, by compulsion, in a compellable way. Compellence, alternative form of compellence. Compellation, an act of addressing a person by a certain name or title. Compellations, plural of compellation. Compellative, the name by which a person is addressed, an appellative. Compellatives, plural of compellative. Compellatory, serving to compel, compulsory. Compelled, driven, forced. Compelled speech, a transmission of expression required by law. Compelled testimony, simple past and past participle of compel testimony. Compelledly, in a manner that is or appears to be under compulsion. Compellence, the act of compelling. Compellant, that compels. Compeller, agent noun of compel. One who compels. Compellers, plural of compeller. Compellus, second person singular simple present indicative of compel. Compella, third person singular simple present indicative of compel. Compelling, present participle. And gerund of compel. Compelling testimony, present participle of compel testimony. Compellingly, in a compelling manner. Compellingness, the condition of being compelling. Compellings, plural of compelling. Compels, third person singular simple present indicative of compel. Compels testimony, third person singular simple present indicative of compel testimony. Compend, a compendium, an epitome, a summary. Compendia, plural of compendium. Compendio, related to a compendium that serves as a standard, such as the British Pharmacopoeia or the U.S. Pharmacopoeia. Compendiary, synonym of compendious. Compendiate, to sum or collect together. Compendiated, simple past and past participle of compendiate. Compendious, containing a subset of words, succinctly described, abridged, and summarized. Compendiously, in a compendious manner. Compendiousness, the state or quality of being compendious. Compendium, a short, complete summary, an abstract. Compendiums, plural of compendium. Compends, plural of compend. Compenetrate, to penetrate every part of something, to permeate. Compenetrates, third person singular simple present indicative of compenetrate. Compensability, the characteristic of being compensable, the ability to be compensated. Compensable, able to be compensated. Compensables, plural of compensable. Compensably, in a compensable manner. Compensasome, a complex of protein and RNA that mediates dosage compensation in Drosophila. Compensasums, plural of compensasome. Compensatable, synonym of compensable. Compensate, to do something good after something bad happens. Compensated, that received compensation payment. Compensated dating, synonym of anjokasi. Compensated summation, the use of the Cahan summation algorithm. Compensated summations, plural of compensated summation. Compensates, third person singular simple present indicative of compensate. Compensatus, second person singular simple present indicative of compensate. Compensata, third person singular simple present indicative of compensate. Compensating, that compensates for something. Compensatingly, so as to compensate. Compensation, the act or principle of compensating. Compensation balance, synonym of compensation pendulum. Compensation balances, plural of compensation balance. Compensation culture, a culture set of social customs based on a sense of entitlement to legal compensation for one's own or others' mistakes. Compensation cultures, plural of compensation culture. Compensation neurosis, a psychic symptom of an injured claimant where he practices a rejectionist attitude towards gainful activity not because his sufferings induced by the injury have transformed into somatic complaints but due to character faults or perverse legal understanding, and on this basis demands that the ensuing financial losses be compensated by the tortfeasor. Compensation pendulum, a pendulum constructed so that its rod is not altered in length by changes of temperature. Compensation pendulums, plural of compensation pendulum. Compensation trade, a form of counter trade in which an investor is paid back by a share of the proceeds or results generated by the goods and services that the investor provided. Compensational, relating to or serving as compensation. Compensationary, relating to or serving as compensation. Compensations, plural of compensation. Compensative, that compensates for something, compensatory. Compensatively, in a compensative manner, compensatorily. Compensativeness, the quality of being compensative. Compensator, a party or thing which compensates, pays, or otherwise provides a compensation. compensatorily, in a compensatory way, so as to compensate. Compensatorily lengthen, to lengthen a vowel upon dropping the consonant that had followed it, to cause to undergo compensatory lengthening. Compensatorily lengthened. Simple past and past participle of compensatorily lengthen. Compensatorily lengthening. Present participle and gerund of compensatorily lengthen. Compensatorily lengthens. Third person singular simple present indicative of compensatorily lengthen. Compensators, plural of compensator. Compensatory, intended to recompense someone who has experienced loss. Suffering or injury. Compensatory lengthening, the lengthening of a vowel sound which occurs when a following consonant is lost, regarded as an extreme form of fusion, countable an instance of this. Compensatory lengthenings, plural of compensatory lengthening. Compensatory time, synonym of comp time. Compensatory times, plural of compensatory time. Compense, to compensate. Comver, a surname. Comparable, misspelling of comparable. Comber, a surname. Compare, alternative form of compare. Compared, simple past and past participle of compare. Compared, simple past and past participle of compare. Compares, plural of compare. Compares, plural of compare. Comparing, present participle and gerund of compare. Comparing, present participle and gerund of compare. Converse, plural of comper. Conversion, vicarious joy associated with seeing one's partner have a joyful romantic or sexual relation with another. Compersionism, compersion. Compersionist, one who experiences compersion. Compersive, pertaining to or exhibiting compersion. Compass, to keep in check, to restrain or hold down. Compass, simple past and past participle of compass. Compasses, third person singular simple present indicative of compass. Compassing, present participle and gerund of compass. Compete, to be in battle or in a rivalry with another for the same thing, position, or reward, to contend. Competed, simple past and past participle of compete. Competence, the quality or state of being competent, i.e. able or suitable for a general role. Competent porn, entertainment featuring competent characters carrying out difficult tasks with great aptitude. Competences, plural of competence. Competencies, plural of competency. Competency, a sufficient supply of. Competent, having sufficient skill, knowledge, ability, or qualifications. Competently, in a competent manner. Competentness, the state or quality of being competent. Competence, third person singular simple present indicative of compete. Compete. Third person singular simple present indicative of compete. Competitive. Misspelling of competitive. Competitively. Misspelling of competitively. Compatible. Compatible. Compatableness. The state, a quality of being compatible. Competimer. A primer that competes with another for a binding site. Competimers. Plural of competimer. Competing. Being in the state of competition, often unintentionally. Competingly. So as to compete. Competish. Clipping of competition. Competitions. Plural of competish. Competition. The action of competing. Competition caution. A caution yellow flag flown during a race to separate a race into different stages. During the yellow period, standard caution flag rules apply. Competition cautions. Plural of competition caution. Competition walla. A member of the civil service who obtained an appointment by the competitive system instituted in 1856. Competition wallas. Plural of competition walla. Competition-based learning. An educational approach that blends project-based, team-based, and problem-based learning. Competitional. Of or pertaining to competition. Competitioner. Synonym of competition walla. Competitioners. Plural of competitioner. Competitionless. Without competition. Competition-like. Resembling or characteristic of competition, apparently competitive. Competitions. Plural of competition. Competitive. Of or pertaining to competition. Competitive advantage. An attribute that allows a company or a person to outperform competitors. Competitive advantages. Plural of competitive advantage. Competitive authoritarianism. A hybrid regime. A form of authoritarianism that still allows electoral competition. Competitive authoritarianisms. Plural of competitive authoritarianism. Competitive eater. A person who participates in competitive eating. Competitive eaters. Plural of competitive eater. Competitive eating. A sport where participants have to consume vast amounts of food in a short time. Competitive exclusion. The principle that states that two species who are very similar and compete for the same resources cannot coexist indefinitely, as the one with a slight advantage will outperform the other and eventually drive it into extinction. Competitive exclusions. Plural of competitive exclusion. Competitive market. A market in which no single firm can influence the price of a good or service due to the competitive nature of other firms in the market. Competitive markets. Plural of competitive market. Competitive tendering. A process in which the public sector requires private firms to bid for contracts or projects in order to provide goods or services to the public. Competitive tenderings, plural of competitive tendering. Competitively, in a competitive manner. Competitiveness, the state of being competitive. Competitivities, plural of competitivity. Competitivity, competitiveness. Competitor, a person or organization against whom one is competing. Competitors, plural of competitor. Competitorship, the role or status of a competitor. Competitorships, plural of competitorship. Competitory, acting in competition or rivalry. Competitor, obsolete form of competitor. Competitors, plural of competitor. Competitress, a female competitor. Competitresses, plural of competitress. Competitrix, a female competitor. Competresses, plural of competitrix. Conver, a surname from German. Commerce, plural of confer. Comlat, abbreviation of compulsory heterosexuality. Comvry, alternative spelling of comfrey. Combing, a commune in Oyster department, Houts de France, France. Compise, plural of compile. Compilability, the quality of being compilable. Compilable, that can be compiled or gathered together into a whole. Compilant, a file or other single unit of program source code that can be compiled. Compilants, plural of compiland. Compilate, to put together, to assemble. To make by gathering things from various sources. Compilated, simple past and past participle of compilate. Compilates, third person singular simple present indicative of compilate. Compilating, present participle and gerund of compilate. Compilation, the act or process of compiling or gathering together from various sources. Compilations, plural of compilation. Compilator, one who compiles something. Compilators, plural of compilator. Compilatory, of or pertaining to a compiler, person, or compilation. Compile, to make by gathering pieces from various sources. Compile time, the point at which a program is converted from source code to machine code, literally the time of compilation. Compile times, plural of compile time. Compile time, operations performed by a compiler, the compile time operations. Compiles, simple past and past participle of compile. Compilement, the act or process of compiling, compilation. Compilements, plural of compilement. Compiler, one who compiles. Compilers, plural of compiler. Compiles, third person singular simple present indicative of compile. Compilation, misspelling of compilation. Compiling. Present participle and gerund of compile. Compilings. Plural of compiling. Cobbing. Present participle and gerund of com. Compenge. To compress, to shut up, confine. Compenged. Simple past and past participle of compinge. Combining. Present participle and gerund of compinge. Combines. Plural of comping. Compital. Of the vein of a leaf. Intersecting at a wide angle. Compitalia. An annual ancient Roman festival in honor of the Lares Compitales, household deities of the crossroads, to whom sacrifices were offered at the places where two or more ways met. Pedal. Abbreviation of complaint. Complacence. Being complacent, a feeling of contentment or satisfaction. Complacency. Complacences. Plural of complacence. Complacencies. Plural of complacency. Complacency. A feeling of contented self-satisfaction, especially when unaware of upcoming trouble. Complacent. Uncritically satisfied with oneself or one's achievements. Smug. Complacential. Marked by or causing complacence. Complacential. In a complacential manner. Complacently. In a complacent manner, overly calm and contented, not troubled. Complacentry. Complicity. Complain. To express feelings of pain, dissatisfaction, or resentment. Complain king. A dissatisfied male who always grumbles or rants and reports on others' faults, usually to someone in authority or the media, with or without ill intentions. Complain kings. Plural of complain king. Complain queen. A woman who is constantly dissatisfied and always grumbles or reports faults of others to authorities or the media, with or without ill intentions. Complain queens. Plural of complain queen. Complainable. That may be complained of. Complainant. One who makes complaint, one who complains. Complainants. Plural of complainant. Complainant. Rare spelling of complainant. Complainants. Plural of complainant. Complained. Simple past and past participle of complain. Complainee. One who is complained about, the subject of a complaint. Complainees. Plural of complainee. Complainer. One who complains or is known for their complaints. Complainers. Plural of complainer. Complainus. Second person singular simple present indicative of complain. Complaineth. Third person singular simple present indicative of complain. Complainin. Pronunciation spelling of complaining. Complaining. Present participle and gerund of complain. Complainingly. In a complaining manner, peevishly. Complainingness. The quality of being complaining. Complainings. Plural of complaining. Complains. Third person singular simple present indicative of complaint. Complained. The act of complaining. Complaintful. Persistent complaining. Kvetchi. Complaintive. Tending to complain. Characterized by complaining. Complaintiveness. The quality of being complaintive. Complaints. Plural of complaint. Complainy. Tending to complain, peevish. Complacence. The quality of being complacent, amiable, agreeable. Complacences. Plural of complacence. Complacent. Compliant. Complacently. In a complacent manner, obligingly. Complacentness. The state or quality of being complacent. Complaisance. Rare spelling of complacence. Compliadine. Any of a group of dimeric alkaloids derived from lycodene. Complainadines. Plural of complainadine. Complainer. Archaic form of coplanar. Complainate. Flattened, level. Complainated. Simple past and past participle of complainate. Complainates. Third person singular simple present indicative of complainate. Complainating. Present participle and gerund of complainate. Complain. Obsolete spelling of complain. Complain. Obsolete spelling of complain. Completus. To commence. Complete. Archaic spelling of complete. Completed. Simple past and past participle of complete. Completus. Superlative form of complete. Most complete. Completing. Present participle and gerund of complete. Completely. Obsolete form of completely. Completeness. Obsolete form of completeness. Completes. Third person singular simple present indicative of complete. Complex. To join by weaving. Complected. Simple past and past participle of complect. Complecting. Present participle and gerund of complect. Complexion. Obsolete spelling of complexion. Complexional. Obsolete form of complexional. Complexions. Plural of complexion. Complex. Third person singular simple present indicative of complect. Complement. The totality, the full amount or number which completes something. Complement membrane attack complex. A formation of transmembrane channels on the surface of a pathogenic bacterial cell that disrupts the phospholipid bilayer of the target cell, resulting in its destruction. Complement membrane attack complexes. Plural of complement membrane attack complex. Complement protein. Any of a group of plasma proteins that bring about the destruction of pathogens through opsonization or assault on the cell membrane. Complement proteins. Plural of complement protein. Complement system. an aspect of the innate immune system that supplements the actions of the antibodies and phagocytic cells in clearing out pathogens from an organism. Complement systems. Plural of complement system. Complementable. That can be complemented. Complemental. Of the nature of a complement, completing. Complemental air. The air that can be inhaled in addition to the tidal air, the maximum possible inhalation. Complemental. Obsolete spelling of complemental. Complementally. In a complemental manner. Complementalness. The state or quality of being complemental. Complementarian. Someone who believes that men and women are equal in status but should have different and complementary roles, especially in marriage. Complementarianism. The doctrine that genders in a society should have complementary roles. Complementarians. Plural of complementarian. Complementaries. Plural of complementary. Complementarily. In a complementary manner. Complementariness. The state or quality of being complementary, complementarity. Complementarities. Plural of complementarity. Complementarity. The state or characteristic of being complementary. Complementary. Acting as a complement, making up a whole with something else. Complementary allophone. A variant pronunciations of a phoneme that occur in specific phonetic contexts and do not change the meaning of a word. Complementary angle. An angle that, when added to another referenced angle, produces a right angle. Complementary angles. Plural of complementary angle. Complementary antonym. A term whose meaning is the complement of another term in an either-or fashion, such as mortal in relation to immortal. Complementary antonyms. Plural of complementary antonym. Complementary color. Alternative form of complementary color. Complementary colors. Plural of complementary color. Complementary color. Either of two colors which, when mixed, produce a white or gray. Complementary colors. Plural of complementary color. Complementary distribution. The distribution of phones in their respective phonetic environments such that one never appears in the same phonetic context as the other. Complementary distribution. Plural of complementary distribution. Complementary DNA. DNA produced from a single-stranded RNA template in a reaction catalyzed by the enzyme reverse transcriptase. Complementary function. For a non-homogeneous linear differential equation a(ny) left for an n plus a(n)(1y) left for an n plus a(1y) plus a(0y) equals gx, the general solution of the associated homogeneous linear differential equation a(ny) left for an n plus a(n)(1y) left for an n plus a(1y) plus a(0y) equals 0. Complementary functions. Plural of complementary function. Complementary good, a good whose appeal increases with the popularity of its complement. Complementary goods, plural of complementary good. Complementary medicine, any of several therapies that complement, augment scientific medical practices with those of alternative medicine such as acupuncture or homeopathy. Complementary medicines, plural of complementary medicine. Complementary non-deterministic polynomial, the set or property of a problem with a yes/no answer in which the complementary yes/no problem calls for non-deterministic polynomial time. Complementary region, a connected component of the complement in a manifold of a lamination of that manifold. Complementary regions, plural of complementary region. Complementary studies, a subject teaching general skills and responsibilities such as teamwork and critical thinking. Complementation, the replacement of a set by its complement. Complementational, pertaining to complementation. Complementations, plural of complementation. Complemented, having the complementary configuration. Complemented class, characters which are excluded in a pattern. Complemented classes, plural of complemented class. Complementer, something that serves as a complement to something else. Complementers, plural of complementer. Complementing, present participle and gerund of complement. Complementization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of complementization. Complementize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of complementize. Complementize, simple past and past participle of complementize. Complementizer, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of complementizer. Complementizers, plural of complementizer. Complementizes, third person singular simple present indicative of complementize. Complementizing, present participle and gerund of complementize. Complementization, act or process of complementizing. Complementize, to convert into a complement. Complementize, simple past and past participle of complement. Complementizer, a subordinating conjunction that can convert a clause into a complement clause, i.e. one that completes a grammatical construction in the predicate and that describes or is identified with a subject or object. Complementizers, plural of complementizer. Complementizes, third person singular simple present indicative of complementize. Complementizing, present participle and gerund of complementize. Complementoid, an immunological complement that has lost its zymotoxic group, but which still has a receptor site for the hemolysin. Complementoids, plural of complementoid. Complementological, relating to complementology. Complementologists, a person who studies or makes clinical use of complementology. Complementologists, plural of complementologists. Complementology, the branch of immunology that deals with complement, one of 4 proteolytic cascades in blood. Complementopathies, plural of complementopathy. Complementopathy, Any disease of the complement system. Complementophile. Alternative form of complementophile. Complementophile. Having a tendency to react with and bind to the complement in the blood. Complementor. Anything that complements another. Complementors. Plural of complementor. Complements. Plural of complement. Completability. The condition of being completable. Completable. That can be completed. Complete. To finish, to make done, to reach the end. Complete abortion. An abortion where all products of conception have been expelled. Complete abortions. Plural of complete abortion. Complete and utter. Used to intensify. Absolute, total. Complete androgen insensitivity syndrome. A medical condition where the cells of an XY chromosomal human do not react to androgens at all, leading to female development rather than male. Complete angle. Round angle. Complete angles. Plural of complete angle. Complete bipartite graph. A biclique, a bipartite graph such that every vertex of one set is connected to every vertex of the other. Complete bipartite graphs. Plural of complete bipartite graph. Complete blood count. A measure of the number, concentration, and size of white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells in one's blood. Complete blood counts. Plural of complete blood count. Complete game. A game during which the starting pitcher pitches for the entirety of the game without a relief pitcher. Complete games. Plural of complete game. Complete graph. A graph where every pair of vertices is connected by an edge. Complete graphs. Plural of complete graph. Complete internal reflection. Total internal reflection. Complete internal reflections. Plural of complete internal reflection. Complete lattice. A partially ordered set in which all subsets have both a supremum join and an infimum meet. Complete lattices. Plural of complete lattice. Complete measure. A measure such that, for every set of measure 0 belonging to its domain, all subsets of that set are also assigned measure 0 by the given measure. Complete measures. Plural of complete measure. Complete package. Synonym of total package. Complete partial order. Three similar yet distinct classes of partially ordered sets, characterized by their completeness. Complete partial orders. Plural of complete partial order. Complete protein. Any source of protein that contains an adequate proportion of all of the essential amino acids necessary to the diet. Complete protein. Plural of complete protein. Complete street. A street that successfully caters to pedestrians, bicyclists, and mass transit users as well as automobile users. Complete streets. Plural of complete street. Complete the square. To write a quadratic polynomial in terms of the square of a binomial. Complete way. Having some specified thing as an additional feature. Completed. Simple past and past participle of complete. Completed staff work. Work product as a presentation of a solution to a problem produced without input from one's superior, other than possibly setting the problem, that is complete to the point of only needing approval or disapproval from one's superior or other decision makers. Completed the square. Simple past and past participle of complete the square. Completively. Completely. Completedness. The quality of being completed. Completely. In a complete manner. Completely metrizable. Of a set that it is metrizable and under such given metric complete. Completement. Completion. Completeness. The state or condition of being complete. Completeness axiom. The following axiom applied to an ordered field. For any subset of the given ordered field, if there is any upper bound for this subset, then there is also a supremum for this subset, and this supremum is an element of the given ordered field, though not necessarily of the subset. Completeness axioms. Plural of completeness axiom. Completenesses. Plural of completeness. Completer. One who completes something. Completers. Plural of completer. Completes. Third person singular simple present indicative of complete. Completes the square. Third person singular simple present indicative of complete the square. Completus. Superlative form of complete. Most complete. Complete. Third person singular simple present indicative of complete. Completing. Present participle and gerund of complete. Complete. Completing the square. Present participle and gerund of complete the square. Completion. The act or state of being or making something complete. Conclusion. Accomplishment. Completion string. A column of drill pipe that prepares the well for the transmission of production fluids. Completion strings. Plural of completion string. Completionism. The goal of achieving every objective in a game as opposed to merely doing enough to win. Completionist. Engaging in completionism. Completionists. Plural of completionists. Completions. Plural of completion. Completism. A desire to obtain a complete collection of some type of thing. Completus. A collector who strives to obtain a complete collection of some type of thing, especially a fan who aims to own or consume the complete output of a particular author, publisher, musician, or band. Completists. Plural of completists. Completive. Making complete. Completively. In a completive manner. Completives. Plural of completive. Completo. A hot dog with the works. Completores. Plural of completory. Completory. A compline. Complex. Made up of multiple parts. Composite, not simple. Complex analysis. the branch of mathematics that studies holomorphic functions. Complex compound, synonym of coordination compound. Complex compounds, plural of complex compound. Complex conjugate. Of a complex number x, the complex number x formed by changing the sign of the imaginary part, the complex conjugate of a plus bi is a bi. Complex conjugate root theorem. The theorem that if a complex number is a root for a polynomial with real coefficients, the complex conjugate of that number will also be a root. Complex conjugates. Plural of complex conjugate. Complex conjugation. The unary operation which maps complex numbers to their complex conjugates. Complex conjugations. Plural of complex conjugation. Complex fraction. Any fraction in which either or both of the numerator or denominator are themselves fractions. Complex fractions. Plural of complex fraction. Complex function. A function whose range is a subset of the set of complex numbers. Complex functions. Plural of complex function. Complex geometry. The study of complex manifolds, complex algebraic varieties, and functions of several complex variables. Complex ion. Any ion containing more than one atom, for example sulfate as opposed to sulfide. Complex ions. Plural of complex ion. Complex line. A one-dimensional affine subspace of a vector space over the complex numbers. Complex lines. Plural of complex line. Complex Mayer. A function whose domain is a sigma algebra, whose codomain is the set of complex numbers and which is countably additive. Complex Mayers. Plural of complex measure. Complex number. A number of the form a plus by, where a and b are real numbers and I denotes the imaginary unit. Complex numbers. Plural of complex number. Complex plane. A representation of the space of complex numbers. Complex planes. Plural of complex plane. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder. A form of post-traumatic stress disorder that results from extended exposure to extreme trauma. Complex projective line. A complex line, especially the set of complex numbers regarded as such endowed with a point at infinity, thus becoming a projective line. More formally, the set of equivalence classes of ordered pairs alpha, beta of complex numbers, not both zero, with respect to the equivalence relation alpha, beta identical to lambda alpha, lambda beta for all non-zero complex lambda. Complex projective lines. Plural of complex projective line. Complex question. A question that contains a complex presupposition. Complex questions. Plural of complex question. Complex regional pain syndrome. A chronic systemic disease characterized by severe pain, swelling, changes in the skin, for example erythema, edema, functional impairment, and sensory and vasomotor disturbance. Often it initially affects an arm or leg before spreading through the body. It is associated with dysregulation of the central nervous system and autonomic nervous system. Complex regional pain syndromes. Plural of complex regional pain syndrome. Complex sentence. A sentence that contains an independent clause as well as one or more dependent clauses, such as a relative clause, an adverbial clause, or a noun clause. Complex sentences. Plural of complex sentence. Complex volcano. A land form of related volcanoes including their lava flows and pyroclasts. Complex volcanoes. Plural of complex volcano. Complex differentiable. That is differentiable and satisfies the Cauchy-Riemann equations on a subset of the complex plane. Complex abilities. Plural of complex ability. Complex ability. The relative ability to form a chemical complex. Complexant. A substance that readily forms complexes with molecules or ions of a specified kind. Complexants. Plural of complexant. Complexation. The formation of a complex. Complexations. Plural of complexation. Complex. Simple past and past participle of complex. Complexness. The state or quality of being complex. Complexer. A chemical substance that is used for complexing. Complexos. Plural of complex. Complexus. Superlative form of complex, most complex. Complexability. Alternative form of complexability. Complexification. The act or process of making something more complex. Complexifications. Plural of complexification. Complexified. Simple past and past participle of complexify. Complexifier. Someone or something that introduces complexity into an issue or situation. Complexifiers. Plural of complexifier. Complexifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of complexify. Complexify. To make more complex, to complicate. Complexifying. Present participle and gerund of complexify. Complexin. A type of protein found in nerve tissue. Complexing. Present participle and gerund of complex. Complexings. Plural of complexing. Complexins. Plural of complexin. Complexion. The quality, color, or appearance of the skin on the face. Complexional. Pertaining to one's physical composition, constitutional. Complexionally. Constitutionally. Complexionary. Pertaining to the complexion or to the care of it. Complexioned. Having a specified type of complexion. Complexioning. Present participle and gerund of complexion. Complexiomus. Colorless, pale. Complexions. Plural of complexion. Complexities. Plural of complexity. Complexitin. A non-singular periodic soliton. Complexitins. Plural of complexitin. Complexity. The state of being complex, intricacy, entanglement. Complexity class, a set of computational problems of related resource-based complexity. Complexity function, a function that counts the number of distinct factors substrings of consecutive symbols in a string of symbols. Complexity functions, plural of complexity function. Complexity theory, the study and classification of decision problems by the computational resources such as time and space needed by the programs that solve the problems. Complexity hiding proxies, plural of complexity hiding proxy. Complexity hiding proxy, a proxy that hides the complexity of and controls access to a complex set of classes. Complexa, a term expressing complex actions or items as one whole. Complexly, in a complex manner. Complexness, the state or quality of being complex. Complexologist, a practitioner of complexology. Complexologists, plural of complexologists. Complexology, the study of complexity theory. Complexolysis, the solvolysis of a complex. Complexome, the set of protein complexes in a cell, etc. Complexomes, plural of complexome. Complexometric, describing a form of titration in which the titrant forms a complex usually colored with the analyte. Complexometry, a form of titration in which the titrant forms a complex usually colored with the analyte. Complexon, a substance that aids in forming coordination complexes, especially a potent chelating ligand such as EDTA, EGDA, or aminodeacetic acid. Complexons, plural of complexum. Complextro, a subgenre of electro house electronic dance music with intricate, glitchy bass lines and chiptune effects. Complexus, a complex, an aggregate of parts, a complication. Complexuses, plural of complexus. Compliable, bendable, able to bend. Compliance, an act of complying. Compliance car, a motor vehicle made in a manner to comply with government specification in quantities to comply to government regulations on quota minimums to sell to the public, frequently in limited areas at a loss, without promotion, and under active dissuasion among dealers. Compliance cars, plural of compliance car. Compliance companies, plural of compliance company. Compliance company, a company whose business is to assist other entities come into regulatory compliance. Compliance strike, a punch or kick. Compliance strikes, plural of compliance strike. Compliances, plural of compliance. Compliances, plural of compliance. Compliance, the condition of being compliant. Compliance, complacence. Compliant, willing to comply. Submissive, willing to do what someone wants. Compliantly, in a compliant manner. Complicacies, plural of complicacy. Complicacy, the state of being complex and entanglement. Complicate, to make complex, to modify so as to make something intricate or difficult. Complicate fever. Brucellosis. Complicated, difficult or convoluted. Complicated fracture. A fracture where there is some other injury, for example, a flesh wound not communicating with the fracture, a dislocation, or a rupture of a large blood vessel. Complicated fractures. Plural of complicated fracture. Complicator. Comparative form of complicated, more complicated. Complicatatus. Superlative form of complicated, most complicated. Complicatedly, in a complicated manner. Complicatedness. The state or quality of being complicated. Complicatednesses. Plural of complicatedness. Complicately, in a complex manner. Complicateness. Complicatedness, complexity. Complicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of complicate. Complicatic acid, an organic compound found in the fungus Sterium ramale, synonym Sterium complicatum. Complicating. Present participle and gerund of complicate. Complication. The act or process of complicating. Complications. Plural of complication. Complicative. Having a tendency to complicate. Complicator. One who or that which complicates. Complicators. Plural of complicator. Complicet. An accomplice as supporter. Complices. Plural of complicet. Complicit. Associated with or participating in an activity, especially one of a questionable nature. Complicities. Plural of complicity. Complicitly. In a complicit manner. Complicitness. The quality of being complicit. Complicitous. Complicit. Complicitousness. Complicity. Complicity. The state of being complicit, involvement as a partner or accomplice, especially in a crime or other wrongdoing. Comply. Simple past and past participle of comply. Complier. One who complies or obeys. Compliers. Plural of complier. Complies. Third person singular simple present indicative of comply. Complis. Second person singular simple present indicative of comply. Complia. Third person singular simple present indicative of comply. Complify. Simple past and past participle of complify. Complithize. Third person singular simple present indicative of complify. Complify. Synonym of complicate too. Verb to overly complicated language to a degree of paradox to backwards one's thoughts back to simplicity. Complifying. Present participle and gerund of complify. Complement. An expression of praise, congratulation, or respect. Compliment fishing. The act of fishing for compliments, self-deprecating for the purpose of baiting other people into giving praise or compliments. Complimentable. Able to be complimented. Complimental. Complimentary. Complementally. In a complemental fashion. Complementarily. In a complementary manner. Complementariness. The state or quality of being complementary. Complementarity. Misspelling of complementarity. Complementary. In the nature of a compliment. Complementative. Complementary. Complemented. Simple past and past participle of complement. Complimentee. One who is complimented. Complimentees. Plural of complimentee. Complimenter. Someone who compliments. Complimenters. Plural of complimenter. Complimente. Third person singular simple present indicative of complement. Complimenting. Complementary. In the nature of a compliment. Complimentingly. In a complimentary manner with compliments. Compliments. Plural of compliment. Compliments of the house. Said when offering something on the house for free. Complain. Alternative form of compline. Complying. The last of the canonical hours, sung just before retiring to bed. Complines. Plural of complying. Comfoling. Abbreviation of computational linguistics. Complins. Plural of complin. Complish. To accomplish. Complish. Simple past and past participle of complish. Complicious. Third person singular simple present indicative of complish. Complishing. Present participle and gerund of complish. Complisalt. A backhanded compliment. Complisalted. Simple past and past participle of complisalt. Complisalting. Present participle and gerund of complisalt. Complisalts. Plural of complisalt. Comblan. A complementation subunit. Comblans. Plural of complan. Comblot. A plot involving more than one person, conspiracy. Complotism. Conspiracy theories. Complotus. A conspiracy theorist. Complotus. Plural of complotus. Complotment. The act of plotting together, ganging up. Complotments. Plural of complotment. Complots. Third person singular simple present indicative of complot. Complotted. Simple past and past participle of complot. Complotter. One who complots, a conspirator. Complotters. Plural of complotter. Comploting. Present participle and gerund of complot. Complottings. Plural of Complotting. Complotype. A genotype associated with the complement system. Complotypes. Plural of complotype. Health. Abbreviation of complete. Complete. Alcalá de Henares, an ancient town now in the community of Madrid. Complutensian, of or relating to Complut or Complutum, now Alcalá de Henares, a city near Madrid in Spain. Compluvia, plural of compluvium. Compluvium, a space left unroofed over the court of a dwelling in ancient Rome, through which the rain fell into the impluvium or cistern. Cumbuli, to yield assent, to accord, to acquiesce, agree, consent, to adapt oneself. To conform. Complying, that complies. Complyingly, so as to comply, compliantly, obediently. Come back, comptonization and magnetization. Down thou, a surname. Compo ration, a composition ration, a crate containing food, tea, soap, toilet paper, etc. for 14 men for 1 day. Compo rations, plural of compo ration. Compoterer, alternative form of comprator. Compoterers, plural of compotera. Tempogram, a graphical comparison of two or more things. Tempograms, plural of compogram. Tempomer, a restorative material that is a hybrid of dental composites and glass ionomer cement. Tempomers, plural of compomer. Tempone, to compose, to settle, to arrange. Compone, alternative form of compani. Components, the composition of a grammatical structure in terms of the components it contains, without regard to their arrangement. Componency, the property of being a component or having components. Component, a smaller, self-contained part of a larger entity, often refers to a manufactured object that is part of a larger device. Component video, a format of analog television signal that is split into multiple components, typically each carrying a different color. Component-oriented, of or pertaining to a software development approach that focuses on building components that are loosely coupled and reusable. Componental, having or relating to components. Componented, having the specified number or kind of components. Componential, of. Pertain to or comprising components. Componentize, to split into components. Componentize, simple past and past participle of componentize. Componentization, the process of breaking into separate components. Componentizations, plural of componentization. Componentize, to split into separate components. Componentize, simple past and past participle of componentize. Componentizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of componentize. Componentizing. Present participle and gerund of componentize. Componentry. Components generally. Components. Plural of component. Component-wise. In terms of components. Component-wisely. In a component-wise manner. Componing. Present participle and gerund of compone. Compani. Divided into a line of squares of alternating tinctures. Himpavlat. A bar plot of the genetic composition of a population. Himpoplats. Plural of compoplat. Comport. To tolerate, bear, put up with. Comportability. The state or quality of being comportable. Consistency, suitability, tolerability. Comportable. Consistent, suitable. Comportance. Behavior, comport. Comportances. Plural of comportance. Comportation. The act of bringing together. Comportations. Plural of comportation. Comported. Simple past and past participle of comport. Comportus. Second person singular simple present indicative of comport. Comporta. Third person singular simple present indicative of comport. Comporting. Present participle and gerund of comport. Comportment. The manner in which one behaves or conducts oneself. Comp or mental. Of or pertaining to comportment or the act of comporting. Behavioral. Praxeological. Comportments. Plural of comportment. Comports. Third person singular simple present indicative of comport. Compose. Plural of compo. Compose mendes. Of sound mind, sane, thus fully accountable legally and / or morally for one's deeds. Composability. The condition of being modular in a variety of ways. Composable. Capable of being composed as from multiple constituent or component elements. Composant. Alternative form of corposant. Compose. To make something by merging parts. Composed. Showing composure. Composed salad. A salad whose ingredients are served in an arrangement rather than being mixed together. Composed salads. Plural of composed salad. Composedly. In a composed manner. Composer. One who composes, an author. Composeress. A female composer. Composeresses. Plural of composeress. Composui. Characteristic of a musical composer. Composers. Plural of composer. Composes. third person singular simple present of a musical composer. Composers, plural of composer. Composes, third person singular simple present indicative of compose. Composes, second person singular simple present indicative of compose. Composat, third person singular simple present indicative of compose. Composimeter, an instrument for measuring the chemical composition of a gas. Composimeters, plural of composimeter. Composing, present participle and gerund of compose. Composing frame, a stand for holding cases of type when in use. Composing frames, plural of composing frame. Composing rule, a thin slip of brass or steel against which the type is arranged in a composing stick or by the aid of which stickfuls or handfuls or type are lifted. Composing rules, plural of composing rule. Composing stick, a device used in printing with movable type to hold the type as it is being selected. Composing sticks, plural of composing stick. Compositable, capable of being composited. Composite, made up of multiple components, compound or complex. Composite board insulation, a rigid board insulation generally composed of perlite or wood fiberboard factory bonded to polyisocyanurate or polystyrene. Composite bow, a bow made from horn, wood, and sinew laminated together. Composite bows, plural of composite bow. Composite built, made of a composite material. Composite candle, a candle made of a mixture of stearic acid and the stearin of coconut oil. Composite candles, plural of composite candle. Composite carriage, a railway carriage with compartments of different classes. Composite carriages, plural of composite carriage. Composite demand, the demand for a good that has multiple uses and can satisfy different kinds of consumer wants. Composite flour, a flour that is made up of multiple simpler flowers, an inflorescence of the pseudanthium type. Composite flowers, plural of composite flower. Composite function, a function of one or more independent variables, at least one of which is itself a function of one or more other independent variables, a function of function S. Composite functions, plural of composite function. Composite key, a key constituted by several fields, including one which is not a superkey. Composite keys, plural of composite key. Composite laminate, an assemblage of two or more layers of material consisting of fibers in a matrix. Its engineering properties can be tailored by changing the composition of the layers. Composite laminates, plural of composite laminate. Composite material, any engineered material composed of two radically different materials in a tightly bonded matrix and having properties significantly different from either constituent. Composite materials, plural of composite material. Composite monarchies. Plural of composite monarchy. Composite monarchy. A type of monarchy common in Europe during the early modern period in which a single ruler governed several territories as if they were separate kingdoms, each with its own local traditions and legal structures. Composite number. A non-zero natural number that is expressible as the product of two or more natural numbers other than itself and one. Composite numbers. Plural of composite number. Composite particle. A subatomic particle that is not an elementary particle, i.e. a hadron or an atomic nucleus. Composite particle. Plural of composite particle. Composite pattern. A structural and partitioning design pattern where a group of objects are to be treated in the same way as a single instance of an object. Composite patterns. Plural of composite pattern. Composite pose. Synonym of twisted perspective. Composite reuse principle. A technique by which classes may achieve polymorphic behavior and code reuse by containing other classes that implement the desired functionality instead using inheritance. Composite sentence. A sentence that contains multiple clauses, whether independent coordinated or dependent subordinated, compound or complex sentence. Composite sketch. Synonym of identikit. Composite sketches. Plural of composite sketch. Composite sync. A form of video signal synchronization that combines the horizontal and vertical on one pair of wires. Composite type. A data type that can be constructed in a programming language out of that language's primitive types and other composite types, exemplified by array, structure, and class. Composite types. Plural of composite type. Composite video. A format of analog television signal before the addition of sound and modulation. Composite video, blanking, and sync. Standardized format of an analog picture-only television signal. Composited. Simple past and past participle of composite. Compositely. In a composite manner. Compositeness. The state or quality of being composite. Composites. Plural of composite. Compositing. Present participle and gerund of composite. Compositings. Plural of compositing. Composition. The act of putting together, assembly. Composition algebra. A non-associative, not necessarily associative algebra, A over some field, together with a non-degenerate quadratic form, n, such that nxy equals nxny for all x, ya. Composition algebras. Plural of composition algebra. Composition book. A stock-bound notebook, traditionally with a marbled black and white cover. Composition books. Plural of composition book. Composition cloth. A kind of cloth covered with a preparation making it waterproof. Composition cloths. Plural of composition cloth. Composition fee. A payment of amends or to acquire a certain privilege, universities a tuition fee. Composition fees. Plural of composition fee. Composition metal. Muntz metal. Composition metals. Plural of composition metal. Composition notebook. Synonym of composition book. Composition notebooks. Plural of composition notebook. Composition of a felony. The act of abstaining from prosecution for some consideration itself punishable by fine and imprisonment. Composition over inheritance. Synonym of composite reuse principle. Compositional. Of or pertaining to composition. Compositional grammar. Consciously employed musical grammar. Compositional grammars. Plural of compositional grammar. Compositionalism. The view that the meanings of propositions are determined independently of the terms of which they are composed. Compositionalists. An advocate of compositionalism. Compositionalists. Plural of compositionalists. Compositionality. The property of being compositional. Compositionally. With regard to composition. Compositionism. An approach to understanding things, such as chemical substances, based on the parts of which they are composed. Compositionist. A teacher of composition writing at a university. Compositionists. Plural of compositionists. Compositions. Plural of composition. Compositive. Having the quality of entering into composition, compounded. Compositively. In a compositive manner. Compositor. A person who sets type, a typesetter. Compositores. Alternative form of compositress. Compositoresses. Plural of compositores. Compositorio. Relating to a compositor. Compositorioli. By or relating to a compositor. Compositors. Plural of compositor. Composites. Belonging to the composite, composite. Composicrus. Female equivalent of compositor. Composicresses. Plural of compositress. Compositries. Plural of compository. Compository. The use, especially in law enforcement, of ready-made images of portions of an object to compose a picture of the entire object, such as the face of a person described by eyewitnesses. Compositum. Given a field extension f/k and subextensions a and b, the smallest subextension that contains both a and b. Compositums. Plural of compositum. Composograph. A retouched photographic collage formerly used in sensationalist journalism. Composographs. Plural of composograph. Compossibility. The quality of being compassible. Compossible. Compatible or consistent with another statement. Compossibly. In a way that is compossible. Compost. The decayed remains of organic matter that has rotted into a natural fertilizer. Compost heap. A pile of garden or other organic waste which is left to decompose. See also compost. Compost heaps, plural of compost heap. Compost tumbler, a rotating, enclosed composting container that allows easy aeration of the compost through rotation. Compostability, the quality of being compostable. Compostable, suitable for compost. Compostables, plural of compostable. Composted, simple past and past participle of compost. Compostela, synonym of Santiago de Compostela, a city in Galicia, Spain, a major Christian pilgrimage site. Compostela Valley, a former name of Davao de Oro in the Davao region, Mindanao, Philippines. Capital, Nabanturan. Compostelas, plural of compostela. Composter, a person or business that composts wastes. Composters, plural of composter. Composting, present participle and gerund of compos. Compostings, plural of composting. Compost-like, resembling or characteristic of compost. Composts, third person singular simple present indicative of compost. Composture, compost, composted manure. Compostures, plural of composture. Composty, compost-like. Composer, calmness of mind or temperament. Composers, plural of composure. Comfort, dated form of compote the spreadable food. Compotation, the social act of drinking together. Compotations, plural of compotation. Compotator, one who drinks alcoholic beverages with another, a fellow drinker. Compotators, plural of compotator. Compotatory, relating to compotation, drinking together. Compote, a dessert made of fruit cooked in sugary syrup. Compote, alternative spelling of compote. Compotes, plural of compote. Compotes, plural of compote. Compotier, a dish for holding fruit or compotes. Compotiers, plural of compotier. Compots, plural of compot. Compotus, obsolete form of computus. Compound, an enclosure within which workers, prisoners, or soldiers are confined. Compound animal, a group of individual animals that form a distinct, individual colony. Compound animals, plural of compound animal. Compound attack, an attack consisting of more than one feint. Compound attacks, plural of compound attack. Compound balloon, a type of speech bubble that splits dialogue into smaller pieces. Compound bow, a modern bow that uses pulleys and cables to help with the drawing and releasing of the bowstring. Compound bows, plural of compound bow. Compound butter, Any mixture of butter and supplementary ingredients such as lemon or garlic, typically used in cooking. Compound butters. Plural of compound butter. Compound chocolate. A product made from a combination of cocoa, vegetable fat, and sweeteners, used as a lower-cost alternative to chocolate. Compound chocolates. Plural of compound chocolate. Compound common time. The occurrence of 2 bars of triple time joined as one, followed by a bar of 6 8 and containing a dotted minim. Compound control. A system of control in which a separate manipulation, as of a rudder, may be effected by either of 2 movements in different directions of a single lever, etc. Compound crystal. A solid substance that is formed in which a compound solidifies and consists of a repeating, 3-dimensional arrangement of its atoms. Compound crystals. Plural of compound crystal. Compound curve. A 3-dimensional shape into which a thin flat sheet of material, for example metal, can be formed by operations that must include stretching and slash or compression in addition to bending. Compound curves. Plural of compound curve. Compound duple. A meter with 2 beats, each divided into 3. Compound engine. A condensing engine in which the mechanical action of the steam begins in one cylinder and ends in a larger cylinder. Compound engines. Plural of compound engine. Compound exercise. Any physical exercise that works several groups of muscles at the same time. Compound exercises. Plural of compound exercise. Compound eye. A visual organ found in arthropods such as insects and crustaceans. It consists of 1 to thousands of tiny independent photoreception units. Compound eyes. Plural of compound eye. Compound fracture. A broken bone communicating with a coexisting skin wound. Compound fractures. Plural of compound fracture. Compound fruit. Any fruit composed of at least 2 similar parts, but not distinctly an aggregate fruit, a multiple fruit, nor something else. Compound fruits. Plural of compound fruit. Compound householder. A householder who pays the rates in his rent, the landlord being immediately chargeable with them. Compound householders. Plural of compound householder. Compound hyperobia. A disorder of the vision where both focal lines are located behind the retina. Compound imperative. 2 or more imperative clauses joined in a single sentence. Compound imperatives. Plural of compound imperative. Compound interests. Interest, as on a loan or a bank account, that is calculated on the total on the principal plus accumulated unpaid interest. Compound interests. Plural of compound interests. Compound interval. An interval that is greater than an octave. Compound intervals. Plural of compound interval. Compound key. A key which is constituted by several fields. Compound keys. Plural of compound key. Compound labor. Skilled labor involving complex tasks and producing more value than simple labor. Compound larceny. stealing of something directly from a person or from their house. Compound leaf, a leaf that has a fully subdivided blade, therefore having leaflets. Compound leaves, plural of compound leaf. Compound machine, any combination of simple machines operating together. Compound machines, plural of compound machine. Compound meter, a meter with 3 subdivisions for every pulse. Compound meters, plural of compound meter. Compound microscope, a microscope with more than one lens, arranged so that the image formed by one lens is further magnified by another. Compound microscopes, plural of compound microscope. Compound modifier, adjectival or adverbial phrase of multiple words. Compound modifiers, plural of compound modifier. Compound myopia, a disorder of the vision where both focal lines are located in front of the retina. Compound pattern, a design pattern that combines at least 2 patterns into a solution that solves a recurring or general problem. Compound patterns, plural of compound pattern. Compound pendulum, any swinging rigid body free to rotate about a fixed horizontal axis, distinguished from the ideal simple pendulum. Compound pendulums, plural of compound pendulum. Compound point, an obsolete typographical construction made up of more than one punctuation mark, such as the comma dash or semicolon dash. Compound points, plural of compound point. Compound predicate word, a word or most used as a predicate word indicating that it's a predicate a statement that may be true or false. It may or may not, a space or hyphen. Compound predicate words, plural of compound predicate word. Compound proportion, a proportion between 2 quantities, each of which is the product of 2 or more, those of the first set being in their order proportional to those of the other. Compound proportions, plural of compound proportion. Compound sentence, a sentence that has 2 or more independent clauses joined by a conjunction such as but and an aside or punctuation such as. Compound sentences, plural of compound sentence. Compound symbol, a symbol made by joining 2 or more others with punctuation, normally a period / full stop. Compound symbols, plural of compound symbol. Compound tense, a tense or tense-like verb form that is constructed analytically, i.e. with an auxiliary verb added like the perfect tense in English or French, not synthetically through simple inflection of a base form, contrasted with a simple tense like the English simple past or French passé simple. Simple tense like the English simple past or French passé simple. Bars. Compound word, a word composed of 2 or more stems. Compound words, plural of compound word. Compoundable, that can be compounded. Compounded, compound, composite, resulting from the interaction and combination of multiple parts. Compoundedness, the state or quality of being compounded. Compounder, a person who compounds mixes ingredients and tests the result. Compounders, plural of compounder. Compoundus, second person singular simple present indicative of compound. Compoundeth, third person singular simple present indicative of compound. Compoundhood, depabdiv kempem. Compounding, present participle and gerund of compound. Compounding pharmacies. Plural of compounding pharmacy. Compounding pharmacy, a pharmacy in which therapeutic drugs are created in small batches, generally when the patient needs a formulation which is not readily available from manufactured drugs. Compoundings, plural of compounding. Compoundly, in a compound manner. Compoundness, the state or quality of being compound. Compounds, plural of compound. Comprachico, a person who deliberately mutilates a growing child in order to induce freakish physical traits. Comprachicos, plural of comprachico. Compret or an intermediary. Comprat or bourgeoisie, a section of an indigenous middle class allied with foreign investors, multinational corporations, bankers, and military interests. Comprat or bourgeoisies, plural of comprat or bourgeoisie. Comprator, alternative form of comprator. Comprators, plural of comprator. Compratorship, alternative form of compratorship. Compratorship, plural of compratorship. Comprators, plural of comprator. Compratorship, the state or business of a comprator. Compratorships, plural of compratorship. Comprecation, the act of praying together. Comprecations, plural of comprecation. Compre, a compressed and resin-impregnated wood, a wood-based composite made in various forms. Panels, solid profiles, or molded parts. Compregs, plural of compre. Comprehend, to understand or grasp fully and thoroughly, to plumb. Comprehensible, misspelling of comprehensible. Comprehended, simple past and past participle of comprehend. Comprehendedly, in a manner that is comprehended, understood. Comprehender, one who comprehends. Comprehenders, plural of comprehender. Comprehendus, second person singular simple present indicative of comprehend. Comprehenda, third person singular simple present indicative of comprehend. Comprehensible, comprehensible, understandable, able to be comprehended. Comprehending, understanding. Comprehendingly, in a comprehending manner. Knowingly. Comprehends, third person singular simple present indicative of comprehend. Comprehensibilities, plural of comprehensibility. Comprehensibility, the characteristic of being comprehensible, clarity. Comprehensible, able to be comprehended. Comprehensible input. Linguistic material that a language learner is able to understand at their current level. Comprehensibleness. The quality of being comprehensible, comprehensibility. Comprehensibly. In a comprehensible manner. Comprehension. A thorough understanding. Comprehensions. Plural of comprehension. Comprehensive. Broadly or completely covering, including a large proportion of something. Comprehensive distancing. An earlier form of acceptance and commitment therapy. Comprehensive school. A normal secondary school, accepting pupils of all abilities, replaced the secondary modern schools and grammar schools. Comprehensive schools. Plural of comprehensive school. Comprehensively. In a comprehensive manner, in an all-inclusive or wide-ranging fashion. Comprehensiveness. The state of being comprehensive. Comprehensives. Plural of comprehensive. Comprehensivization. Alternative form of comprehensivization. Comprehensivize. Alternative form of comprehensivize. Comprehensivized. Simple past and past participle of comprehensivize. Comprehensivizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of comprehensivize. Comprehensivizing. Present participle and gerund of comprehensivize. Comprehensivity. Comprehensiveness. Comprehensivization. The act of comprehensivizing. Comprehensivize. To adapt the education system to be based on comprehensive schools. Comprehensivized. Simple past and past participle of comprehensivize. Comprehensivizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of comprehensivize. Comprehensivizing. Present participle and gerund of comprehensivize. Comprehensor. Someone who comprehends. Comprehensors. Plural of comprehensor. Comprehensi. An orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, potassium, and uranium. Comprehend. Synonym of comprehend. Comprende. Simple past and past participle of comprehend. Comprending. Present participle and gerund of comprehend. Comprendo. Do you understand? Comprehend. Third person singular simple present indicative of comprehend. Compresence. The state of existing together concurrently. Compresences. Plural of compresence. Compresent. Existing together concurrently. Compresently. In a compresent manner. Compress. To make smaller, to press or squeeze together, or to make something occupy a smaller space or volume. Compressibility. Alternative form of compressibility. Compressible. Alternative form of compressible. Compressed. Pressed tightly together. Compressed air. air which has been reduced in volume and increased in pressure for use in industrial processes or for cleaning. Compressed sensing, a signal processing technique for efficiently acquiring and reconstructing a signal by finding solutions to underdetermined linear systems. Compressed yeasts, a cake yeast made by filtering the cells from the liquid in which they are grown, subjecting to heavy pressure and mixing with starch or flour. Compressed yeasts, plural of compressed yeasts. Compressed air bath, a strong metal chamber in which a patient can sit and into which air is driven by a steam engine to any required pressure, an obsolete form of physical therapy. Compressed air baths, plural of compressed air bath. Compressively, in a compressed manner. Compresses, plural of compress. Compressus, second person singular simple present indicative of compress. Compresseth, third person singular simple present indicative of compress. Compressibilities, plural of compressibility. Compressibility, the degree to which something is compressible. Compressible, able to be compressed. Compressibleness, the quality of being incompressible. Compressibly, in a compressible way. Compressing, present participle and gerund of compress. Compressingly, so as to compress. Compression, an increase in density, the act of compressing or the state of being compressed. Compaction. Compression fracture, any fracture of a bone, most often a load-bearing bone such as a vertebra caused by compression. Compression fractures, plural of compression fracture. Compression pump, a machine used to keep blood and lymph flowing by pushing air through bands or sleeves that are placed on the arms or legs. Compression pumps. Plural of compression pump. Compression ratio, the ratio of the volume between the cylinder head of an internal combustion engine and the piston before and after the compression stroke. Compression ratios, plural of compression ratio. Compression release, mode of operation of some internal combustion engines that makes them easier to start. But increases fuel consumption. Compression set, the tendency of soft materials such as elastomers to undergo permanent deformation, the tendency of such materials to have a memory or to lose their ability to recover in a completely elastic manner. Compression sets, plural of compression set. Compression shorts, form-fitting shorts, usually worn by athletes, that cover the wearer's waist to mid or lower thigh, similar to cycling shorts. Compression sock, an elasticated sock worn to help prevent the occurrence of venous disorders such as edema, phlebitis, and thrombosis. Compression socks. Plural of compression sock. Compression wave, any wave that is propagated by the compression of a fluid. Examples include sound. Compression waves, plural of compression wave. Compression wood, Reaction wood in gymnosperms and amborella that forms on the side of the part which is under compression and straightens its bend and which has a lower percentage of cellulose and a higher percentage of lignin than normal wood. Compressional, the quality of compression. Compressionally, in a compressional manner. Compressionless, without compression. Compressions, plural of compression. Compresso, that compresses. Compressive strength, the property of a material that relates to its ability to resist compression loads. Compressive strengths, plural of compressive strength. Compressively, in a compressive way. Compressiveness, the state or quality of being compressive. Compressometer, a device used to determine the strain or deformation of a specimen while measuring the compressive strength of concrete specimens, generally a cylinder. Compressometers, plural of compressometer. Compressometer, relating to compressometry. Compressometry, measurement with a compressometer. Compressor, a device that produces pressure, such as a gas compressor that produces pressurized gas. Compressoria, plural of compressorium. Compressorium, an apparatus for confining or flattening an object between glass plates for examination with a microscope. Compressorless, not having compressors. Compressors, plural of compressor. Compressor, compression. Compressors, plural of compressor. Compressed, simple past and past participle of compress. Compemabio, a secondary singer. Often in opera. Compemabios, plural of compemario. Comprint, to print together. Comprinted, simple past and past participle of comprint. Comprinting, present participle and gerund of comprint. Comprints, third person singular simple present indicative of comprint. Comprisable, able to be contained or classified. Comprisal, the act of comprising or comprehending. Comprisals, plural of comprisal. Comprise, to be made up of, to consist of especially a comprehensive list of parts. Comprise, simple past and past participle of comprise. Comprises, third person singular simple present indicative of comprise. Comprises, second person singular simple present indicative of comprise. Comprise, third person singular simple present indicative of comprise. Comprising, present participle and gerund of comprise. Comprise, archaic form of comprise. Comprise, simple past and past participle of comprise. Comprises, third person singular simple present indicative of comprise. Comprising, present participle and gerund of comprise. Comprove, to agree, to concur. Comprobation, joint attestation, proof. Comprobation, Comprobations, plural of comprobation. Compromisable, capable of being compromised or compromised upon. Compromisation, the act or result of compromising. Compromisations, plural of compromisation. Compromise, the settlement of differences by arbitration or by consent reached by mutual concession. Compromise rules, international rules football. Compromised, having been compromised. Compromisably, in a compromised way. Compromiseless, uncompromising, uncompromisable. Compromiser, one who compromises, especially one who compromises readily. Compromisers, plural of compromiser. Compromises, plural of compromise. Compromising, present participle and gerund of compromise. Compromisingly, in a compromising manner. Compromisings, plural of compromising. Compromission, a compromise. Compromissions, plural of compromission. Compromissorio, relating to compromise. Compromit, to compromise. Compromit, third person singular simple present indicative of compromit. Compromitted, simple past and past participle of compromit. Compromitting, present participle and gerund of compromit. Compromisation, alternative form of compromisation. Compromisations, plural of compromisation. Compromise, misspelling of compromise. Compromised, misspelling of compromised. Comproportionate, to undergo comproportionation. Comproportionated, simple past and past participle of comproportionate. Comproportionates, third person singular simple present indicative of comproportionate. Comproportionate, present participle and gerund of comproportionate. Comproportionation, a redox reaction where two reactants that share an atom but differ in oxidation number react a single reaction product. Comproportionations, plural of comproportionation. Comprovincial, being part of the same province. Comprovincials, plural of comprovincial. Commas, plural of com. Compsci, alternative spelling of compsci. Compsognathid, any member of the family Compsognathidae of dinosaurs. Compsognathids, plural of compsognathid. Compsognathids, plural of compsognathid. Compsognathoid, resembling the dinosaur genus Compsognathus. Compspec, abbreviation of completion specification, the file read by a shell that allows to tap complete arguments for specific commands. Compspecs, plural of compspec. Compstaw, a village in the metropolitan borough of Stockport, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9690. Humstatin, a cyclotridecapeptide peptide that is used to treat problems with the human complement system. Hout, neat, spruce. Hout. Abbreviation of comptroller. Pumpshat, a census-designated place in Mendocino County, California, United States. Pumterendu, a report of an officer or agent. Compted, simple past and past participle of compt. Pumpter, a counter token used for keeping count. Pumpters, plural of compter. Comtes rendus, plural of comterendu. Comtasa, Hamtas. Comtia, abbreviation of Computing Technology Industry Association. Comptable, accountable, responsible. Compting, present participle and gerund of compt. Compting house, obsolete form of counting. House. Compting houses, plural of compting house. Comply, neatly, tidily. Comptograph, an early machine for adding numbers and producing a printed record of the sum. Comptographs, plural of comptograph. Comptometer, a mechanical or electromechanical calculator, an adding machine without a crank driven instead by keypress. Comptometers, plural of comptometer. Comptomfrists, a person who operates a comptometer. Comptomfrists, plural of comptomfrists. Compton, any of several place names in England and the United States. Compton and Shawford, a civil parish in Winchester District, Hampshire, England. Compton Beauchamp, a hamlet and civil parish without a council in Vale of White Horse District, Oxfordshire, England, originally in Berkshire. OS Grid Ref SU 2786. Compton Bishop, a village and civil parish in Sedgemoor District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3955. Compton Dando, a village and civil parish in Bath and Northeast Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6464. Compton Dundon, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District. OS Grid Ref SD 4932. Compton effect, the increase in the wavelength and corresponding decrease in the energy of photons, especially of X-rays and gamma rays when scattered by interaction with matter. Compton effects, plural of Compton effect. Compton Pauncefote, a small village and civil parish without a council in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District. OS Grid Ref SD 6426. Compton scattering, the increase in the wavelength and corresponding decrease in the energy of photons, especially of X-rays and gamma rays when scattered by interaction with matter. Comptonization, the result of the Compton effect, particularly the redistribution of the energies of photons scattered by electrons in space. Comptonizations, plural of comptonization. Control, archaic form of control. Control, archaic form of control. Control, simple past and past participle of control. Comptroller, the chief accountant of a company or government. Comptrollers, plural of comptroller. Comptrollership, the position or office of a comptroller. Comptrollerships, plural of comptrollership. Comptrolling, the financial work of a comptroller. Comptrols, plural of comptrol. Comptrols, plural of comptrol. Compts, plural of compt. Compuchondria, synonym of cyberchondria. Compulsorily, misspelling of compulsorily. Compulsative, compulsatory, employing force or constraint. Compulsatively, compulsively, compulsatorily, in a compulsatory manner. Compulsatory, enforced by or resulting from compulsion, employing force or constraint, compulsory. Compulse, to force, constrain, or obligate. Compulsed, simple past and past participle of compulse. Compulses, third person singular simple present indicative of compulse. Compulsing, present participle and gerund of compulse. Compulsion, an irrational need or irresistible urge to perform some action, often despite negative consequences. Compulsion loop, a habitual chain of activities, for example in a video game, that yields a neurochemical reward such as the release of dopamine. Compulsion loops, plural of compulsion loop. Compulsional, of or relating to compulsion, compulsive. Compulsionary, of or relating to compulsion, compulsive. Compulsions, plural of compulsion. Compulsator, that which compels. Compulsators, plural of compulsator. Compulsive, uncontrolled or reactive and irresistible. Compulsive behavior, an action that is performed compulsively without necessarily leading to an actual reward or pleasure. Compulsive behaviors, plural of compulsive behavior. Compulsive decluttering, a pattern of behavior that is characterized by an excessive desire to discard objects from one's home and living areas. Compulsive hoarder, a person affected by compulsive hoarding. Compulsive hoarders, plural of compulsive hoarder. Compulsive hoarding, a mental disorder characterized by excessive acquisition of an inability or unwillingness to discard large quantities of objects. Compulsive hoardings, plural of compulsive hoarding. Compulsive skin picking, synonym of dermatillomania. Compulsive streak, an extended time frame in which a person feels the need to do lots of compulsive tasks, with each task often being neither fun nor rewarding, just to get rid of obsessive thoughts. Compulsive streaks. Plural of compulsive streak. Compulsively. In a compulsive manner, obsessively. Compulsiveness. The state of being compulsive. Compulsives. Plural of compulsive. Compulsivities. Plural of compulsivity. Compulsivity. Compulsion. Compulsories. Plural of compulsory. Compulsorily. In a compulsory manner. Compulsoriness. The state or quality of being compulsory. Compulsory. Required, obligatory, mandatory. Compulsory acquisition. The power of a state to expropriate private land within its jurisdiction for public use. Compulsory education. A period of time in a child's life during which the child must receive schooling as required by law. Compulsory heterosexuality. The idea that heterosexuality is often assumed and forced upon individuals regardless of their own sexual orientation by a patriarchal and heteronormative society. Compulsory purchase. The power of a state to expropriate private land within its jurisdiction for public use. Compulsory purchase order. An order made, usually for the purchase of land required for a construction project. Compulsory purchase orders. Plural of compulsory purchase order. Compulsoriness. Alternative form of compulsoriness. Compunct. Affected with compunction, regretful, remorseful. Compunction. A pricking of conscience or a feeling of regret, especially one which is slight or fleeting. Compunctious. Without compunction. Compunctions. Plural of compunction. Compunctious. Exhibiting compunctions, scruples, feelings of guilt. Compunctiously. With compunction, guiltily or regretfully. Compunctiousness. The quality of being compunctious, compunction. Compunctes. A compound neum consisting of one or more notes appended both before and after a neum. Compunctive. Sensitive with regard to wrongdoing, conscientious, compunctious. Compunctuous. Alternative spelling of compunctious. Communication. Synonym of communications. Communication. The combination of computer and telecommunications technologies. Camponovel. A form of hyperfiction or interactive fiction intended to be the computerized equivalent of a traditional novel. Camponovels. Plural of camponovel. Computer. Formal form of computer. Computers. Plural of computer. Compurgate. To acquit a person or acquit a person of an offense. By compurgation. Compurgate. Simple past and past participle of compurgate. Compurgates. Third person singular simple present indicative of compurgate. Compurgating. Present participle and gerund of compurgate. Compurgation. Acquitting someone from a formal charge or accusation following the sworn oaths of a number of other people. Vindication. Compurgations, plural of compurgation. Compurgator, someone who vouches for another person's innocence, trustworthiness, etc. Compurgatorio, relating to a compurgator or to compurgation. Compurgators, plural of compurgator. Compurgatory, compurgatorio. Compurgatrices, plural of compurgatrix. Compurgatrix, female compurgator. Compersion, a pursing as of the lips. Compersions, plural of compersion. Compusex, cybersex. Compuspeak, synonym of computer speak. Computabilities, plural of computability. Computability. The property of being computable by purely mechanical means. Computability logic, a formal theory of computability. Computability theory, recursion theory. Computable, capable of being computed or enumerated. Computable analysis, mathematical analysis of computable numbers and functions. Computable function, a mathematical function that can be computed using an abstract computation machine such as Turing machine. Computable functions, plural of computable function. Computably, in a computable manner. Computed, synonym of polygraph multidimensional directed graph. Computeds, plural of computed. Computant, a person employed to carry out computations. Computants, plural of computant. Computate, to compute. Computated, simple past and past participle of computate. Computates, third person singular simple present indicative of computate. Computating. Present participle and gerund of computate. Computation, the act or process of computing, calculation, reckoning. Computation histories, plural of computation history. Computation history, a sequence of steps taken by an abstract machine in the process of computing its results. Computation time, the total amount of time required by a computer to perform a computational process. Computation tree logic, a particular modal logic of branching time with operators next, globally, finally or eventually, until, and weak until. Computational, of or relating to computation. Computational chemistry, the use of computation to predict the structure, properties, and reactions of molecules. Computational complexity theories, plural of computational complexity theory. Computational complexity theory, a theory focusing on classifying computational problems according to their resource usage and relating these classes to each other. Computational design, the development of a computational theory of design. Computational fluid dynamics, the study of computational algorithms to solve mathematical problems in the field of fluid dynamics. Computational geometry, a field of study within computer science devoted to algorithms that solve problems formulated in geometric terms. Computational humor, a field within computational linguistics and artificial intelligence that leverages computers for research on humor. Computational intelligence, a field of study that covers traditional artificial intelligence together with neural networks and fuzzy systems, etc. Computational lexicology, the use of computers to analyze lexicons, especially machine-readable dictionaries. Computational linguistics, an interdisciplinary field dealing with the statistical and/or rule-based modeling of natural language from a computational perspective. This modeling is not limited to any particular field of linguistics. Computational model, a computer model. Computational models, plural of computational model. Computational number theory, the field of study dealing with computational methods for investigating and solving problems in number theory and arithmetic geometry. Computational semantics, the study of automating the creation and interpretation of meaning representations in natural language expressions. Computationalism, the view that the human mind and/or brain is an information processing system and that thinking is a form of computing. Computationalists, one who subscribes to the theory of computationalism. Computationalistic, of or relating to computationalism. Computationalists, plural of computationalists. Computationally, in a computational manner. Computationally secure, not decodable with all available computer power. Computationism, synonym of computationalism. Computationist, alternative form of computationalist. Computationists, plural of computationists. Computations, plural of computation. Computative, of or relating to computation, computational. Computativeness, the quality of being computative. Computator, a person who performs computations. Computators, plural of computator. Compute, to reckon, calculate. Computed, simple past and past participle of compute. Computed axial tomography, a medical imaging process involving the use of multiple X-ray images to produce a three-dimensional image of internal organs. Computed tomographies, plural of computed tomography. Computed tomography, a form of radiography which uses computer software to create images or slices at various planes of depth from images taken around a body or volume of interest. Sometimes called computerized tomography. Computer, a programmable electronic device that performs mathematical calculations and logical operations, especially one that can process, store, and retrieve large amounts of data very quickly, now especially a small one for personal or home use employed for manipulating text or graphics, accessing the internet, or playing games or media. Computer architecture, the conceptual structure around which a given computer is designed. Computer architectures, plural of computer architecture. Computer chess, the game of chess involving a computer able to play autonomously, i.e. without human guidance. Computer chip, an integrated circuit typically installed in a personal computer or other electronic devices. Computer chips, plural of computer chip. Computer code, source code. Computer core, a computer processing center or central computer. Computer cores, plural of computer core. Computer dating, dating facilitated by computer networking, the partners typically being matched up by computer. Computer engineering, a branch of engineering that deals with design and application of computers. Computer game, an electronic game, especially a game played using a general-purpose computer as opposed to a game console. Computer games, plural of computer game. Computer graphics, the representation and manipulation of pictorial data by a computer. Computer illiteracy, the inability to use a personal computer. Computer illiterate, unable to operate a personal computer. Computer lab, a space for using on-site computers, usually as part of an institution such as a school or library. Computer labs. Plural of computer lab. Computer language, a language that is used internally by computers, including programming languages, machine languages, query languages, markup languages, etc. Computer languages, plural of computer language. Computer literacies, plural of computer literacy. Computer literacy, the ability to operate a personal computer, including its associated hardware and software, but not necessarily to understand the underlying electronics or a programming language. Computer literate, able to operate a personal computer and its associated software and hardware and to understand most of the underlying concepts, but not necessarily the electronics or a programming language. Computer model, a computer program or network of computers that attempts to simulate an abstract model of a particular system. Computer models, plural of computer model. Computer network, a group of computers that use a set of common communication protocols over digital interconnections for the purpose of sharing resources located on or provided by the network nodes. Computer networks, plural of computer network. Computer paper, non-lossy photographic paper. Computer people, plural of computer person. Computer person, someone knowledgeable and skillful in using computers. Computer persons, plural of computer person. Computer processor, a hardware component of a computer that executes the instructions that make up a program. Computer processors, plural of computer processor. Computer program, a sequence or a set of instructions in a programming language for a computer to execute. Computer program, rare form of computer program. Computer programmer, synonym of programmer, one who writes computer programs. Computer programmers, plural of computer programmer. Computer program, plural of computer program. Computer programming, the process of designing, writing, testing, debugging, and maintaining the source code of computer programs. Computer programmings, plural of computer programming. Computer programs, plural of computer program. Computer says no, alluding to an attitude where decisions are based solely on the output of a computer system, apparently without using common sense and without any desire to help, especially in customer or public service. Computer science, the study of computers and their architecture, languages, and applications in all aspects, as well as the mathematical structures that relate to computers and computation. Computer sciences, plural of computer science. Computer scientist, one who studies or practices computer science. Computer scientists, plural of computer science. Scientists. Computer security, a branch of information security applied to both theoretical and actual computer systems and networks. Computer shop, an internet cafe. Computer shops, plural of computer shop. Computer simulation, a computer model. Computer simulations, plural of computer simulation. Computer system, a system for computing that includes the physical computing unit itself and its peripherals. Computer systems, plural of computer system. Computer technician, a person who repairs computers, typically both hardware and software. Computer technicians, plural of computer technician. Computer vera, plural of computer virus. Computer viri, plural of computer virus. Computer virus, a program which can covertly transmit itself between computers via networks, especially the internet or removable storage such as disks and USB drives, often causing damage to systems and data. Computer viruses, plural of computer virus. Computer vision, the science and technology of machines that see, concerned with the theory for building artificial systems that obtain information from images, such as a video sequence, views from multiple cameras, or multidimensional data from a medical scanner. Computer vision syndrome, a temporary condition resulting from focusing the eyes on a computer display for extended periods of time. Symptoms include headaches, blurry vision, and difficulty in refocusing. Computer-aided design, the process of using drawings made by using a computer to design machines, buildings, etc. Computer-aided translation, the use of software to assist a human translator in the translation process. Computer base, based on computer technology. Computer-controlled timing, any type of timing in a vehicle, machine, or other experiment aided by an internal timer. Computer-controlled timings, plural of computer-controlled timing. Computer literate, alternative spelling of computer literate. Computer-mediated communication, human interactions that are conducted through two or more electronic devices. Computer programmer, alternative form of computer programmer. Computer programmers, plural of computer programmer. Computer programming, alternative form of computer programming. Computeracy, computer literacy. Computerize, computer literate. Computer base, based on computer technology. Computer sci. The destruction of a computer. Computerdom, the world of computers and the people associated with them. Computer, simple past and past participle of computer. Computeries, the jargon associated with computers. Computeress, computer-like. Computerette, a small computer. Computerettes, plural of computerette. Computerful, the amount that a computer can hold. Computerfuls, plural of computerful. Computergate, a 1981 controversy around allegations that the staff of U.S. politician Jerry Brown deliberately destroyed computer cards in order to obstruct an investigation into his campaign. Computerholic, a person who is very fond of computers. Computerholics, plural of computerholic. Computering, the act of using a computer. Computerizable, alternative form of computerizable. Computerization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of computerization. Computerizations, plural of computerization. Computerize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of computerize. Computerize, having undergone computerization. Computerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of computerize. Computerizing, present participle and gerund of computerize. Computerism, a political ideology which maintains that all government power should be delegated to a computer or artificial intelligence. Computerist, a computer user. Computeristic, resembling or characteristic of a computer, mechanistic. Computerists, plural of computerists. Computeritis, any ailment relating to or caused by computers, such as carpal tunnel syndrome. Computerizability, the quality of being computerizable. Computerizable. Able to be computerized. Computerization, the act of computerizing something or something computerized. Computerizations, plural of computerization. Computerize, to convert a manual function or system into a computer system. Computerize, U.S. and Oxford British English Standard spelling of computerized. Computerizer, one who computerizes. Computerizers, plural of computerizer. Computerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of computerize. Computerizing, present participle and gerund of computerize. Computerland, the world of computers and the people associated with them. Computerless, without a computer. Computer-like, having some similarity to a computer. Computer lore, the knowledge, teaching, study, science, or legends surrounding computers. Computerdick, a computer enthusiast. Computernicks, plural of computernick. Computerologist, one who studies or works with computers. Computer Computerologists, plural of computerologists. Computerology. The study of computers or any kind of work with computers, computing. Computerophile, alternative form of computer file. Computerophiles, plural of computerophile. Computerphile, one who loves computers. Computerphiles, plural of computer file. Computerphobe, a person afflicted by computer phobia, one who fears or dislikes computers. Computerphobes, plural of computerphobe. Computerphobia, fear or irrational dislike of computers, cyberphobia. Computerphobias, plural of computerphobia. Computerphobic, pertaining to or afflicted by computer phobia. Computerphobics, plural of computerphobic. Computerphone, a kind of personal computer with telecommunication features. Computerphones, plural of computerphone. Computers, plural of computer. Computer speak, the jargon associated with computer technology. Computerware, computer hardware and / or software. Computeri, of or pertaining to computers. Computes, third person singular simple present. Indicative of compute. Computus, second person singular simple present indicative of compute. Computeth, third person singular simple present indicative of compute. Computi, plural of computus. Computing, the process or act of calculation. Computing language, computer language, programming language. Computing languages, plural of computing language. Computings, plural of computing. Computationality, the process or means of computing, computational resources. Computus, one who performs computations. Computistic, of or relating to the calendrical technique of computus. Computistical, alternative form of computistic. Computistically, in terms of computation. Computists, plural of computus. Computer, obsolete. Spelling of computer. Computers, plural of computer. Computress, female equivalent of computer, a person employed to perform computations, one who computes. Computresses, plural of computress. Computronium, programmable matter. Computus, the calculation of the date of Easter in the Christian calendar. Compi, a computer. Temwat, alternative spelling of kumquat. Temwats, plural of kumquat. Commer, abbreviation of commissioner. Comrade, misspelling of comrade. Comrade, a mate, companion, or associate. Comrade in arms, a fellow combatant or soldier. Comraded, having comrades. Comradeless, without comrades. friendless. Comradliness, the state or quality of being comradely. Comradely, having the characteristics of a comrade or of comradeship, companionable. Comraderies, plural of camaraderie. Camaraderie, camaraderie. Comrades, plural of comrade. Comrades in arms, plural of comrade in arms. Comradeship, the company or friendship of others or sharing a goal. Comradeships, plural of comradeship. Comradess, female equivalent of comrade. Comradesses, plural of comradess. Comrading, present participle and gerund of comrade. Comrado, obsolete form of comrade. Comrados, plural of comrado. Comrade, a city and municipality of Moldova. Comrie, a village near Oakley, Fife Council Area, Scotland OS Grid Ref and T0289. Comries, plural of comrie. Comrogue, a fellow rogue. Comrogues, plural of comrogue. Powis, plural of commer. How, plural of com. Powis, plural of com. Hamha, a communications satellite. Hamhats, acronym of Commission on Science and Technology for Sustainable Development in the South. Hamhats, plural of ComSat. Ham, abbreviation of Communications Security. ComSec, abbreviation of Committee Secretary. Kamac, abbreviation of Committee Secretary. Timshaw, a bribe or gratuity for a service or for arranging a deal, squeeze. Timshawed, simple past and past participle of Timshaw. Timshawing, present participle and gerund of Timshaw. Timshaws, plural of Timshaw. Timjep, a ship featuring elements deemed morally complex or problematic, such as abuse, incest, or a power gap. Tumsheber, one who supports a ship with elements deemed morally complex or problematic, such as abuse, incest, or a power gap. Kimsamal, alternative form of Komsamal. Hemstock, a surname. Comstockery, alternative form of Comstockery. Comstockian, of or relating to Anthony Comstock 1844-1915, United States Postal Inspector and politician dedicated to ideas of Victorian morality. Comstockism, synonym of Comstockery. Comstocks, plural of Comstock. Comsubfer, abbreviation of Commander, Submarine Forces. Comsubfer, plural of Comsubfer. Comsubpac, abbreviation of Commander, Submarine Force, U.S. Navy Pacific Fleet. Comsubpac, plural of Comsubpac. Comzemp, a communist sympathizer, a liberal. Comzems, plural of comsim. Had, initialism of catechol-methyltransferase. Comthau, pertaining to account. Comté, a French cheese made from unpasteurized cow's milk in the Franche-Comté traditional province of eastern France bordering Switzerland. Ha, a French count. Helena, alternative form of Comchian. Comtech, communications technology. Hams, plural of Kant. Hamas, a title for a French countess. Comtesses, plural of comtesse. Comte, of or pertaining to August Comte 1798 1857. 57, French philosopher and founder of sociology and positivism. Comtism, the positivistic philosophy of August 1798 1857, according to which metaphysics and theology should be replaced by a hierarchy of sciences for mathematics at the base to sociology at the top. Comtesse, a follower of Kantism. Comtesse, plural of comtesse. Comtrace, a combined trace. Comtraces, plural of comtrace. Commultiplication, the equivalent of multiplication in a algebra. Commultiplications, plural of commultiplication. Comuna, the smallest administrative subdivision in Chile. Communal, a surname from Italian. Communales, plural of communale. Comunas, plural of communa. Comune, the smallest civil administrative unit in Italy, a municipality in Italy. Communes, plural of commune. Communi, plural of commune. Communication, misspelling of communication. Tammuz, the god of festivity, revels, and nocturnal dalliances, a son of Dionysus. Hamas Natsan, abbreviation of U.S. Naval Forces Central Command. Comodic, archaic form of comedic. Commodi, obsolete spelling of comedy. Commodies, archaic spelling of comedies. Commodi, archaic spelling of comedy. Initialism of certificate of need. A male given name, a diminutive form of Connor or Cornelius. Conamore, played gently with tenderness. Con artists, a person who uses confidence tricks to defraud or swindle people after first gaining their trust with a series of confidence games. A scam operator, confidence trickster. Con artistry, synonym of conmanship. Con artists, plural of con artists. Canrio, with spirit with vigor, vivaciously used as a musical direction. Concrud, an illness resulting from having people from a wide variety of places at a single gathering such as a convention, allowing disease to spread easily among them due to lack of immunity. Connet, Consolidated Edison, a U.S. energy company. Conflu, synonym of concrud. Con game, a swindle in which the mark or victim is defrauded after his or her trust has been won. Con games, plural of con gain. Con law, constitutional law. Con man, alternative form of conman. Con men, plural of con man. Commodo, a tempo mark directing that a passage is to be played with motion. Con rod, alternative form of conrod, abbreviation of connecting rod. Comrades, plural of conrod. Consort, abbreviation of consordino. Consordini. With the mutes. Consordino, with the mute. Consui, alternative form of consuit. Contrick, abbreviation of confidence trick. Contrix. Plural of contrick. Conwoman, a female con artist. Conwomen, plural of conwoman. Con, unite, to unite into a collection indicated by the root word. Con artists, alternative spelling of con artist. Con artists, plural of con artists. Conas, abbreviation of constituent assembly. Con, abbreviation of constitutional convention. Condemn, of or pertaining to the conservative/liberal Democrat government. Con, clipping of consensual non-consent. Conscam, abbreviation of conical scanning. Conscript, alternative form of conscript, a constructed script. Conscripts, plural of conscript. Consensual, occurring simultaneously or almost so with sensory perception. Canadian, abbreviation of Cantabassoon. Kama, a surname. Penahasts, Enterolobium cyclocarpum, the monkey-eared tree. Penacasts, plural of canacast. Tenasher, a surname. Penashers, plural of canasher. Knacker, an agricultural system of letting land in small patches or strips, usually for tillage. Knackered, simple past and past participle of knacker. Knackerism, an agricultural system used in Ireland in which land is let for a season in small patches or strips, usually for tillage. Knatters, plural of knacker. Tnaggering, present participle and gerund of knacker. Tanan, a surname from Irish. Tanans, plural of Kanahan. Conakry, the capital city of Guinea. Canal, shaped like a cone or funnel, conic. Canalbumin, one of the two major types of albumin found in egg white, the other being oalbumin, which isolates and sequesters metallic contaminants in the egg white. Canam, to give something a secondary name. Canamed, simple past and past participle of caname. Canams, third person singular simple present indicative of caname. Canaming, present participle and gerund of caname. Canan, a male given name from Irish. Conan Doylean, resembling or characteristic of British writer and physician Arthur Conan Doyle 1859–1930, who created the character Sherlock Holmes. Conan Doyleish, resembling or characteristic of British writer and physician Arthur Conan Doyle 1859–1930, who created the character Sherlock Holmes. Conan the bacterium Datacoccus radiodurans, which is highly resistant to various stresses, especially radiation. Conan Doyleish, alternative form of Conan Doyleish. Connecticut Island, an island of Narragansett Bay, Rhode Island, United States, comprising the populated part of Jamestown. Hananine, a steroid alkaloid derived from pregnane. Hanat, a surname. Hanatsukin, any of a group of small proteins present in the venom of cone snails of the genus Canaeus. Canantikins, plural of Canantikin. Hanats, plural of Canat. Hanaut, a condominium apartment. Hanats, plural of Canat. Kinara, a rural locality in Northern Midlands Council area, Tasmania, Australia. Kennard, a surname. Kennards, plural of Kennard. Canarial, relating to the canarium, pineal. Hemarian, pineal gland. Canarium, the pineal gland. Conarticular, that articulate together. Pinatal, occurring at the same time as birth. Panation, the power or act which directs or impels to effort of any kind, whether muscular or psychical. Panatimal, of or pertaining to canation. Panations, plural of canation. Canaa, of or pertaining to a striving action. Canatively, in a canative manner. Canatos, plural of canato. Canativism, the belief that the basis of all action lies in desire. Canativists, a proponent of canativism. Canativists, plural of canativists. Canatzer, a surname. Kanatzers, plural of kanatzer. Canatumumab, a human monoclonal antibody used to treat cancer. Connatural, being the dual of a natural entity. Canalis, an effort, an endeavor, a striving. Canaticis, plural of canatis. Canatic, a surname. Canates, plural of canati. Conaway, a surname. Conaways, plural of Conaway. Canazole, any of a family of triazole fungicides. Canazoles, plural of canazole. Hemene, alternative spelling of conveni. Henbenas, plural of conveni. Convoy, a surname. Conbulker, a cargo ship capable of handling both containerized cargo and bulk cargo. Conbulkers, plural of conbulker. abbreviation of concentration. CONCACAF, Confederation of North, Central American and Caribbean Association Football, the governing body for the sport in the aforementioned region, also including the South American countries of French Guiana, Guyana, and Suriname. CONCAMERAT, to arch over, to vault. CONCAMERATED, simple past and past participle of concamerate. CONCAMERATS, third person singular simple present indicative of concamerate. CONCAMERATING, present participle and gerund of concamerate. Concameration, an arch or vault, especially a system of interconnecting vaults. Concamerations, plural of concameration. Concam, archaic form of Konkan part of India. Concanamycin, any of a group of antibiotics extracted from the gut of the tobacco hornworm. Concanamycins, plural of concanamycin. Concanavalin, any of a family of glycoprotein lectins found in the jack bean. Concanavalins, plural of concanavalin. Henhanan, a surname from Irish. Concanant, plural of concanon. Congas, alternative form of concasse. Concasse, food fish, fruit, vegetables, etc. that has been coarsely chopped or cut into large pieces. Concassed, roughly chopped or diced, in particular of a tomato diced after the seeds/core and skin have been removed. Concassade, simple past and past participle of concasse. Concassas, plural of concasse. Concasses, plural of concasse. Concassing, present participle and gerund of concasse. Concass, to concatenate. Concatemer, alternative form of concatemer. Concatameric, alternative form of concatameric. Concatemerization, alternative form of concatemerization. Concatemerization, misspelling of concatemerization. Concatemerize, misspelling of concatemerize. Concatemerize, misspelling of concatemerized. Concatemers, plural of concatemer. Concatemer, a segment of DNA composed of multiple repeated sequences linked end to end. Concatemeric, of or relating to a concatemer. Concatemerization, alternative form of concatemerization. Concatemerizations, plural of concatemerization. Concatemerize, alternative form of concatemerize. Concatemerize, simple past and past participle of concatemerize. Concatemerization, the formation of DNA concatemers. Concatemerizations, plural of concatemerization. Concatemerize, to become or convert into a concatemer. Concatemerize, converted into a concatemer. Concatemerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of concatemerize. Concatemerizing, present participle and gerund of concatemerize. Concatemers, plural of concatemer. Concatenability, the property or the extent of being concatenable. Concatenable, able to be concatenated. Concatenate, to join or link together, as though in a chain. Concatenated, connected together like the links of a chain. Concatenately, in a concatenate manner. Concatenates. Third person singular simple present indicative of concatenate. Concatenating, present participle and gerund of concatenate. Concatenation, a series of links united, a series or order of things depending on each other as if linked together, a chain, a succession. Concatenation tree, a tree data structure whose internal nodes represent the concatenation of their child branches. Concatenation trees, plural of concatenation tree. Concatenations. Plural of concatenation. Concatenative, linked in a series or order of things depending on each other as if linked together, successive. Concatenator, a person who or thing which concatenates. Concatenators, plural of concatenator. Concatesome, the collection of concatenated genes of an organism. Concatesomes, plural of concatesome. Concoalescence, the coalescence of axes. Concoalescent, exhibiting or relating to concoalescence. Causal, acting jointly as a cause, being or relating to a cause. Concad, a joint cause. Concauses, plural of concause. Concavalin, misspelling of concanevalin. Concavaline, misspelling of concanevalin. Concavate, to make concave. Concavation, the act of making concave. Concavations, plural of concavation. Concave. Curved like the inner surface of a sphere or bowl. Concave envelope, for a given set S letter to 1 and real valued function f defined on the convex hull conv S, the lowest valued concave function that overestimates or equals f over S. Concave envelopes, plural of concave envelope. Concave function, the negative of the convex function. Concave functions, plural of concave function. Concaved, simple past and past participle of concave. Concavely, in a concave manner. Concaveness, the state of being concave, concavity. Concaver, a person employed to give a concave shape to razors as they are manufactured. Concavers, plural of concaver. Concaves, plural of concave. Concavifiability, capability of being concave, being made concave. Concavifiable, capable of being concavified, being made concave. Concavification, the process of converting to concave form. Concavifications. Plural of concavification. Concavify, simple past and past participle of concavify. Concavifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of concavify. Concavify. To make concave. Concavifying. Present participle and gerund of concavify. Concaving. Present participle and gerund of concave. Concavities. Plural of concavity. Concavity. The state of being concave. Concavo-concave. Alternative form of concavo-concave. Concavo-convex. Having one side concave and the other convex. Concavo convexity. The property of being concavo-convex. Concavo-concave. Concave or hollow on both sides. Concavo-convex. Alternative form of concavo-convex. Hellos. Concave. Concavely. Concavely. Conceal. To hide something from view or from public knowledge. To try to keep something secret. Conceal. Simple past and past participle of conceal. Concealability. The quality of being concealable. Concealable. Able to be. Conceal. Conceal. Simple past and past participle of conceal. Concealed asset. Synonym of hidden asset. Concealed assets. Plural of concealed asset. Concealed carry. The practice of carrying a concealed firearm in public. Concealed ovulation. A form of ovulation in certain species where the female shows no perceptible signals indicating that she is fertile. Concealedly. In a concealed or hidden manner. Secretly. Concealness. Quality of being concealed. Concealer. Something that or someone who conceals. Concealers. Plural of concealer. Concealus. Second person singular simple present indicative of conceal. Conceala. Third person singular simple present indicative of conceal. Concealing. Gerund of conceal. An act of concealment. Concealingly. In a concealing manner. Concealings. Plural of concealing. Concealment. The practice of keeping secrets. Concealment. Plural of concealment. Conceals. Third person singular simple present indicative of conceal. Conceal. Obsolete spelling of conceive. Conceived. Simple past and past participle of conceive. Conceos. Third person singular simple present indicative of conceive. Conceiving. Present participle and gerund of conceive. Consent. To grant as a right or privilege, to make concession of. Concede. Simple past and past participle of concede. Concedently. Admittedly. Concedence. The act of conceding, concession. Conster. One who can concedes. Consters, plural of conster. Concedence, third person singular simple present indicative of concede. Concedes, second person singular simple present indicative of concede. Conceda, third person singular simple present indicative of concede. Conceding, present participle and gerund of concede. Concede, misspelling of concede. Consegao, a surname from Portuguese. Consegaos, plural of consecao. Conce, obsolete form of conceit. Concede, simple past and past participle of conceit. Conceding, present participle and gerund of conceit. Concets, plural of conceit. Conceit, esteem, favorable opinion. Concede, having an excessively favorable opinion of one's abilities, appearance, etc., egotistical and vain. Conceited as a barber's cat, very conceited. Conceiteder, comparative form of conceited, more conceited. Conceitadas, superlative form of conceited, most conceited. Conceitedly, in a conceited or egotistical manner. Conceitedness, the state of being conceited, conceit, vanity. Conceitas, second person singular simple present indicative of conceit. Conceida, third person singular simple present indicative of conceit. Conceivable, imaginative, clever. Conceiting, present participle and gerund of conceit. Conceitless, stupid, thoughtless, dull. Conceitlessness, absence of conceit. Conceits, plural of conceit. Conceived, simple past and past participle of conceive. Conceivabilities, plural of conceivability. Conceivability, the characteristic of being conceivable, the ability to be conceived, believed, or understood. Conceivable, capable of being conceived or imagined. Conceivamos, the state or quality of being conceivable. Conceivable, in a conceivable manner. Possibly. Conceived, to have a child, to become pregnant with. Conceived, simple past and past participle of conceive. Conceiver, one who or that which conceives. Conceivers, plural of conceiver. Conceivers, third person singular simple present indicative of conceive. Conceivest, second person singular simple present indicative of conceive. Conceiva, third person singular simple present indicative of conceive. Conceiving, present participle and gerund of conceive. Conceivings, plural of conceiving. Concelebrate, one who concelebrates. Concelebrants, plural of concelebrate. Concelebrate, to celebrate along with others. Concelebrated, simple simple past and past participle of concelebrate. Concelebrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of concelebrate. Concelebrating. Present participle and gerund of concelebrate. Concelebration. The act of concelebrating in any sense. Concelebrations. Plural of concelebration. Concello. A county or municipality in Portugal. Concellos. Plural of concello. Concelman. A surname. Consensus. Misspelling of consensus. Consent. Harmony. Consenter. Alternative spelling of consenter. Consenter. Simple past and past participle of consenter. Consentering. Present participle and gerund of consenter. Consenters. Third person singular simple present indicative of consenter. Concentral. Synonym of concentric having a common center. Concentrate. To bring to or direct toward a common center, to unite more closely, to gather into one body mass or force. Concentrated. Not dilute, having a high concentration. Concentratedly. In a concentrated way. Concentratedness. The state or quality of being concentrated. Concentrates. Plural of concentrate. Concentrating. Present participle and gerund of concentrate. Concentration. The act, process, or ability of concentrating. The process of becoming concentrated or the state of being concentrated. Concentration camp. A camp where troops are assembled prior to combat or transport. Concentration camps. Plural of concentration camp. Concentration cell. A galvanic cell in which both half cells are of the same composition, differing only by concentration. Concentration cells. Plural of concentration cell. Concentration effect. The increase in the alveolar concentration / inspired concentration ratio as the inspired concentration of the gas, for example nitrous oxide, is itself increased. Concentration effects. Plural of concentration effect. Concentration table. An IC table recording the initial and equilibrium concentrations of substances in a solution, especially in the context of acid-base equilibrium. Concentration tables. Plural of concentration table. Concentration time. Synonym of time of concentration. Concentration times. Plural of concentration time. Concentration time curve. A graph showing the curvilinear relationship between time and the concentration of a substance. Concentration time curves. Plural of concentration time curve. Concentrational. Relating to concentration. Concentrations. Plural of concentration. Concentrative. Characterized by concentration. Concentratively. in a concentrative manner. Concentratedness, the state or quality of being concentrative. Concentrator, one who concentrates. Concentrators, plural of concentrator. Concenter, to come together at a common center. Consented, simple past and past participle of consenter. Consenters, third person singular simple present indicative of consenter. Concentric, having a common center. Concentrical, alternative form of concentric. Concentrically, in a concentric manner. Concentricities, plural of concentricity. Concentricity, the condition of being concentric. Concentrically, alternative spelling of concentrically. Concentricness. The state or quality of being concentric. Concentrical, a hexyl pigment produced by Daldinia concentrico with EUPAC named 2E, 10E, 14E, 22E, 2610, 15, 19, 23 hexamethyl tetracosa, 210, 14, 22 tetrene, 167, 18, 19, 24 hexyl. Concentring. Present participle and gerund of concenter. Concentrism, the state or quality of being concentric. Concentrisms, plural of concentrism. Consents, plural of consent. Consensual, harmonious, in harmony. Consendas, a style of church music that emphasizes harmony. Conception, a surname from Spanish. Concepcion, a number of places including Concepcion Datters, a town in Usulután Department, El Salvador. Concepcion de Etaco, a town in San Salvador Department, El Salvador. Concepcion de Orient, a town in La Union Department, El Salvador. Concepcion Quetzaltepec, a town in Chalatenango Department, El Salvador. Conceptions, plural of conception. Concept, an abstract and general idea, an abstraction. Concept album, an album of music where the content follows an overall theme or narrative. Concept albums, plural of concept album. Concept art, a form of illustration whose main goal is to convey a visual representation of a concept which is to be fleshed out or realized in the final work. Concept artist, an illustrator who produces concept art. Concept car, an automobile which is not available for retail sale and which is usually only a mock-up having limited functionality, but which may be displayed at auto shows to represent design ideas under consideration for future vehicles. Concept cars, plural of concept car. Concept drift, the tendency of a statistical model to become less and less accurate over time in real-world conditions. Concept drifts, plural of concept drift. Concept map, A diagram showing the relationships among concepts, with the concepts drawn in boxes that are connected with labeled arrows denoting the relationships between concepts, such as is a, gives rise to, results in, is required by, or contributes to. Concept maps, plural of concept map. Concept of operations, synonym of canops. Concept video, a music video having an overall theme or narrative rather than simply showing the artist performing. Concept videos, plural of concept video. Conceptacle, a cavity or receptacle, especially in the body. Conceptacles, plural of conceptacle. Conceptacula, plural of conceptaculum. Conceptacular, of or relating to a conceptacle. Conceptaculum, obsolete form of conceptacle. Conceptal, relating to or formed by conception. Concepted, simple past and past participle of concept. Concepti, plural of conceptus. Conceptibility, the quality of being conceivable, conceivableness. Conceptible, capable of being conceived, conceivable. Concepting, the generation of new ideas. Conception, the act of conceiving. Conception Bay, a bay on the southeast coast of Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Conception Bay South, a town in Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Conception Harbor, a town in Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Conceptional, of or relating to conception. Conceptualize, alternative form of conceptualize. Conceptualized, simple past and past participle of conceptualize. Conceptionalists, a conceptualist. Conceptionalists, plural of conceptionalists. Conceptualize, alternative form of conceptualize. Conceptionalize, simple past and past participle of conceptionalize. Conceptionally, in a conceptional manner. Conceptionism, the belief that the extension of a concept or term is determined by some aspect of the speaker's conception of its extension. Conceptionist, one who subscribes to conceptionism. Conceptionists, plural of conceptionists. Conceptions, plural of conception. Conceptus, conceivable, fruitful, or aware. Concepism, alternative form of conceptismo. Conceptismo, a 16th and 17th century literary movement in Spain associated with Francisco de Quevedo and characterized by a rapid rhythm, directness, wordplay, and witty metaphors. Concepto, relating to conception in all senses. Conceptively, in concept. Conceptiveness, the quality of being conceptive. Conceptless, devoid of concepts. Conceptlessness, absence of concepts. Conceptor, a person who comes up with the idea for something. Conceptors, plural of conceptor. Concepts, plural of concept. Conceptual, of, or relating to concepts or mental conception. Conceptual analyzes. Plural of conceptual analysis. Conceptual analysis, the analysis of concepts, including, for a given concept, the search for its definition. Conceptual art, a genre of art in which the transmission of ideas is more important than the creation of an art object. Conceptual definition, a definition in terms of concepts instead of in terms of the results of measuring procedures or exemplification alone. Conceptual definitions, plural of conceptual definition. Conceptual engineering, a sub-branch of analytic philosophy concerned with normative inquiry into conceptual repertoires. Conceptual fallacies, plural of conceptual fallacy. Conceptual fallacy, a fallacy due to a misunderstanding or misapplication of concepts or of the relationships between concepts. Conceptual inverse, either concept the inverse of the other of a conceptual pair. Conceptual inverses. Plural of conceptual inverse. Conceptual metaphor, the understanding of one idea or conceptual domain in terms of another. Conceptual metaphors, plural of conceptual metaphor. Conceptual physics, a study and description of properties and interactions of space, time, matter, and energy in conceptual non-mathematical form with emphasis on logical reasoning in order to derive fundamental laws of nature and to derive conclusions from these laws. Conceptual schema, a map of concepts, their properties, the relationships between the concepts, and the properties of the relationships. Conceptual schemas, plural of conceptual schema. Conceptual schemata, plural of conceptual schema. Conceptualization, the act of conceptualizing or something conceptualized. Conceptualizations, plural of conceptualization. Conceptualize, non Oxford British English Standard spelling of conceptualize. Conceptualize, simple past and past participle of conceptualize. Conceptualizer, alternative form of conceptualizer. Conceptualizers, plural of conceptualizer. Conceptualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conceptualize. Conceptualizing, present participle and gerund of conceptualize. Conceptualism, the art movement towards conceptual art. Conceptualisms, plural of conceptualism. Conceptualists, an artist involved in the conceptualism movement. Conceptualistic, of or pertaining to conceptualism. Conceptualistically, in a conceptualistic sense. Conceptualists, plural of conceptualists. Conceptualities, plural of conceptuality. Conceptuality, the state or quality of being conceptual. Conceptualizable, that can be conceptualized, capable of conceptualization. Conceptualization, alternative spelling of conceptualization. Conceptualizations, plural of conceptualization. Conceptualize, to interpret a phenomenon by forming a concept. Conceptualize, simple past and past participle of conceptualize. Conceptualizer, one who conceptualizes. Conceptualizers, plural of conceptualizer. Conceptualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conceptualize. Conceptualizing, present participle and gerund of conceptualize. Conceptually, in a conceptual manner. Conceptus, the fetus or embryo, including all the surrounding tissues protecting and nourishing it during pregnancy. Conceptuses, plural of conceptus. Concer, that which affects one's welfare or happiness, a matter of interest to someone. Concern troll, someone who posts to an internet forum or newsgroup, claiming to share its goals while deliberately working against those goals, typically by claiming concern about group plans to engage in productive activity, urging members instead to attempt some activity that would damage the group's credibility, or alternatively to abandon group projects entirely. Concern troll, simple past and past participle of concern troll. Concern trolling, present participle and gerund of concern troll. Concern trolls, plural of concern troll. Concerned, archaic form of concern. Concern troll, alternative form of concern troll. Concern trolled, simple past and past participle of concern troll. Concern trolling, present participle and gerund of concern troll. Concern trolls, plural of concern troll. Concernment, concerned, having involvement or responsibility. Concernancy, relevance. Concerned, showing concern. Concernedly, in a concerned manner, worriedly. Concernmess, the state or quality of being concerned. Concernmest, second person singular simple present indicative of concern. Concerna, third person singular simple present indicative of concern. Concern, pronunciation spelling of concerning. Concerning, causing concern, worrying. Concerningly, in a manner that causes concern, worryingly. Concerningness, the state or quality of being concerning. Concerning, plural of concerning. Concernment, that in which one is concerned or interested, concern, affair, interest. Concernments, plural of concernment. Concerns, plural of concern. Concern-worthy, worthy of concern. Concert, to plan together, to settle or adjust by conference. Agreement or consultation. Concert band, a musical ensemble consisting of members of the woodwind, brass, and percussion families of instruments, and occasionally others, and generally playing light and popular music, marches, transcriptions of orchestral arrangements, etc. Concert bands, plural of concert band. Concert bass drum, a bass drum, normally suspended in a framework, used in static and/or performances. Concert bass drums, plural of concert bass drum. Concert grand, a large grand piano, especially one used for concert performances. Concert grands, plural of concert grand. Concert hall, a large building where concerts are performed. Concert halls, plural of concert hall. Concert parties, plural of concert party. Concert party, a group of entertainers or pirates popular in Britain during the first half of the 20th century. Concert performance, a performance of an opera or similar piece without the normal dramatic action or of a religious piece without the accompanying liturgy. Concert performances, plural of concert performance. Concert pitch, the reference pitch to which a group of musical instruments are tuned for a performance. Concert pitches, plural of concert pitch. Concert spiritual, synonym of spiritual. Concert spirituals, plural of concert spiritual. Concert t-shirt, a t-shirt often sold as a souvenir at musical concerts featuring rock groups, containing images and information about the performing artist or band, the tour the performer may be on, and tour dates and venues. Concert t-shirts, plural of concert t-shirt. Concert goer, alternative form of concert goer. Concert goers, plural of concert goer. Concertante, a concert for two or more solo instrumentalists with orchestral accompaniment. Concertantes, plural of concertante. Concertation, a form of dialogue and co-decision implying the mutual exchange of information, open discussion and knowledge sharing, and the signature of operational agreements between public administrations and such or with representatives of the private sector. Concertations, plural of concertation. Concertado, related to concertation. Especially in the context of tripartism. Concertato, an early Baroque genre or style of music in which groups of instruments or voices share a melody, usually in alternation, and almost always over a basso continuo. Concertados, plural of concertato. Concerted, simple past and past participle of concert. Concertedly, in a concerted manner. Concertedness, the quality of being concerted. Conserva, third person singular simple present indicative of concert. Concertful, a quantity that fills a concert. Concertfuls, plural of concertful. Concertgoer, a person who attends a concert, especially one who attends concerts often. Concertgoers, plural of concertgoer. Concertgoing, attending a concert. Concerti, plural of concerto. Concertina, a musical instrument, like the various accordions, that is a member of the free reed family of musical instruments, typically having buttons on both ends. Concertina wire, barbed wire formed in large coils that can be expanded like a concertina. Concertina wires, plural of concertina wire. Concertinant. Simple past and past participle of concertina. Concertining, present participle and gerund of concertina. Concertinas, plural of concertina. Conserving, present participle and gerund of concert. Concertings, plural of concerting. Concertine, plural of concertino. Concertinist, someone who plays the concertina. Concertinists, plural of concertinists. Concertino. A short concerto. Concertinos, plural of concertino. Concertion, act of concerting, adjustment. Concertions, plural of concertion. Concertize, alternative form of concertize. Concertized, simple past and past participle of concertize. Concertizes, third person singular simple present indicative of concertize. Concertizing, present participle and gerund of concertize. Concertist, a choir singer designated to sing solo sections. Concertists, plural of concertists. Concertization, the adaptation of music for concert performance. Concertizations, plural of concertization. Concertize, to perform in concerts. Concertized, simple past and past participle of concertize. Concertizer, one who adapts music for concert performance. Concertizers, plural of concertizer. Concertizes, third person singular simple present indicative of concertize. Concertizing, present participle and gerund of concertize. Concertless, without agreement. Concertli, resembling or characteristic of a concert. Concertmaster, the first violin in a symphony orchestra which normally plays violin solos. Concertmasters, plural of concertmaster. Concertmeister, a concertmaster. Concertmeisters, plural of concertmeister. Concertmistress, a female concertmaster. Concertmistresses, plural of concertmistress. Concerto, a piece of music for one or more solo instruments and orchestra. Concerto grosso, a musical form common in the Baroque period in which contrasting sections are played by full orchestra and by a small group of soloists. Concerto-like, resembling a concerto. Concertos, plural of concerto. Concerts, third person singular simple present indicative of concert. Concertsful, plural of concertful. Consensual, that can be conceded. Concesso, the rhetorical device of conceding or admitting something but pardoning it. Concession, The act of conceding. Concession road. A road laid out by the colonial government through undeveloped crown land to provide access to rows of newly surveyed lots intended for farming by new settlers. Concession roads. Plural of concession road. Concession stand. Alternative form of concessions stand. Concession stands. Plural of concession stand. Concession contract expectation. Unexpectedness between propositions. Concession counter expectation. Alternative form of concession contra expectation. Concessionaire. One who holds a concession or a right granted, for example, by the government to conduct a certain business. Concessionaires. Plural of concessionaire. Concessional. Of, relating to, or being a concession. Concessionary. Concessionalities. Plural of concessionality. Concessionality. The degree by which a loan or trade reduces the lender's or one trading partner's returns in comparison with what they would get at full market rates. Concessionaries. Plural of concessionary. Concessionarily. In a concessionary manner. Concessionary. One who owns a concession or a franchise. Concessioned. Simple past and past participle of concession. Concessioner. One who obtains or desires to obtain a concession as a grant of land or a privilege or immunity of some kind. Concessioners. Plural of concessioner. Concessioning. Present participle and gerund of concession. Concessionism. A policy of or belief in making concessions. Concessionist. A person who advocates concession. Concessionists. Plural of concessionists. Concessionaire. Alternative spelling of concessionaire. Concessions. Plural of concession. Concessions stand. A place in a public location where food and drinks are sold. Concessions stands. Plural of concessions stand. Concessa. Of pertaining to or being a concession, conceded. Concessively. By way of concession, in a concessive way. Concessimus. The quality of being concessive. Concessos. Plural of concessive. Concessivity. The quality of being concessive. Concessor. A person who concedes. Concessors. Plural of concessor. Concessory. Conceding, permissive, granting permission. Concessor. The last common ancestor, especially of several different species. Concessors. Plural of concestor. Concede. Plural of concetto. Concetasum. The use of concedi witty turns of phrase. Concetasum. Plural of concetism. Conceto. Affected wit. A witty turn of phrase. A conceit. Hunch. A British Bahamian. Conta. Any shell-shaped structure. Turdit. Plural of concha. Conchadwa. A town in La Union Department, El Salvador. Conchaguida. An island in the Gulf of Fonseca, El Salvador. Conchal. pertaining to the concha or external ear. Conchas, plural of concha. Conchaspidid, any scale insect in the family Conchaspididae. Conchaspidids, plural of Conchaspidid. Conchet, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Conchectomy, the cropping of the ears carried out with some breeds of dog. Conch, simple past and past participle of conch. Tincture, a machine rather like a rotating pestle and mortar used to refine the flavor and texture of chocolate by warming and grinding. Tinctures, plural of concher. Conchas, plural of conch. Conchis, from or pertaining to Concha de Marini. Conchai, alternative spelling of conchai. Conchais, plural of conchai. Conchifer, any mollusk of the subphylum Conchifera. Conchiferan, any mollusk of the subphylum Conchifera. Conchiferans, plural of conchiferan. Conchiferous, having a shell used especially of bivalve mollusks. Conchifers, plural of conchifer. Conchiform, shaped like a conch. Conchifragus, describing creatures that break into shells in order to feed. Conchigli, hosta shells. Conchiglione, a larger form of conchigli pasta. Conching, present participle and gerund of conch. Conchinine, quinidine. Hadialan, any of a group of proteins which, together with polysaccharides and calcium carbonate, make up the shells of mollusks. Conchialans, plural of conchialan. Conchite, a fossilized conch or shell. Conchites, plural of conchite. Conchitic, composed of shells, containing many shells. Conchow, the Concho River in Texas, USA. Concho County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Paint Rock. Conchosceles, a haploid form of porphyra that develops into a gametophyte. Enjoy any of a family of curves defined as the lobus of points P such that each P is on a line that passes through a given fixed point P and intersects a given curve C, and the distance from P to the point of intersection with C is a specified constant. Note that for non-trivial cases two such points P satisfy the criteria and the resultant curve has two parts. Conchoidal, of or pertaining to a conchoid, that may be defined as a conchoid. Conchoidally, in a conchoidal manner. Conchoids, plural of conchoid. Conchological, of or pertaining to conchology. Conchologically, by means of conchology. Conchologies, plural of conchology. Conchologist, one who collects shells, especially for the purpose of scientific study. Conchologists, plural of conchologists. Conchologize, to engage in conchology, to collect and study shells. Conchologized. Simple past and past participle of conchologize. Conchologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of conchologize. Conchologizing. Present participle and gerund of conchologize. Conchology. The study of mollusks and their shells. Conchometry. The measurement of shells. Pinchos. A large river in the Mexican state of Chihuahua. Conchospiral. A kind of spiral curve found in certain univalve shells. Conchospirals. Plural of conchospiral. Conchospore. The germinated form of a carpospore. Conchospores. Plural of conchospore. Conchostrecan. Any clam, shrimp of the former order Conchostraca. Conchostrecans. Plural of conchostrecan. Conchatum. A device used to take small samples of muscle for biopsy. Conchatums. Plural of conchatum. Conchatomies. Plural of conchotomy. Conchotomy. Incision into the nasal concha by means of a conchatum. Hunt. Plural of conch. Pinchuela. Plural Croa ligata, a stink bug of Central America and North America. Pinchuela bug. Synonym of conchuela. Conchuela bugs. Plural of conchuela bug. Pinchuelas. Plural of conchuela. Pinchai. A conscientious objector. Concholaceous. Of or relating to shells, resembling a shell. Penchiliaceous. Alternative form of concholaceous. Conchiliate. Of a purple color, distinguished by Pliny from Tyrian purple and amethystine. Penchilialidus. Dated form of conchologist. Conchilialidists. Plural of conchiliologists. Conchiliality. Dated form of conchology. Conchiliometry. Archaic form of conchometry. Conchilius. Archaic form of concholaceous. Tundi. Plural of conch. Pimsel. Misspelling of conical. Tenseta. The person who weighs and proportions the materials to be made into glass and who works and tempers them. Consaders. Plural of consader. Conscienceat. Misspelling of conscience. Conscientious. Misspelling of conscientious. Concierge. One who attends to the wishes of hotel guests. Concierge. Plural of concierge. Concierge. The role or status of concierge. Henthea. Misspelling of conceive. Hanson. Abbreviation of conciliation. Conciliao. Capable of being conciliated or reconciled. Conciliables. Plural of conciliable. Conciliabule. An obscure ecclesiastical council, a conciliable. Conciliabules. Plural of conciliabule. Conciliant, conciliatory, conciliar. Of or pertaining to the council, especially an ecclesiastical council. Conciliarism, the doctrine that the highest ecclesiastical authority is an ecumenical council rather than a pope. Conciliarist, a believer in conciliarism, someone who thinks the highest authority of the church is found in ecumenical councils. Conciliarists, plural of conciliarists. Conciliati, the adherence of various Christian communities to the authority of ecumenical councils and to synodal church government. Concilially, by a council, especially an ecclesiastical council. Conciliary, of or relating to a council, particularly with respect to municipal government, issued by a council. Conciliate, to acquire, to procure. Conciliate, simple past and past participle of conciliate. Conciliates, third person singular simple present indicative of conciliate. Conciliating, present participle and gerund of conciliate. Conciliatingly, so as to conciliate. Conciliation, the process of bringing peace and harmony, the ending of strife. Conciliationism, a palsy of conciliation. Conciliationist, a proponent of conciliation. Conciliationists, plural of conciliationists. Conciliations, plural of conciliation. Conciliator, conciliatory. Conciliator, a person who conciliates. Conciliatorily, in a conciliatory manner. Conciliatoriness, the state equality of being conciliatory. Conciliators, plural of conciliator. Conciliatory, willing to conciliate. Or to make concessions. Consignate, to place fitly together, to adapt, to clear. Consignated, simple past and past participle of consignate. Consignating, present participle and gerund of consignate. Consignatus, plural of consignity. Consignate, the harmonious reinforcement of the various parts of a work of art. Hemsanas, characterized by consignity, neat, elegant. Conchinator, a haranguer of the people, a preacher. Conchinators, plural of conchinator. Conchinatory, of or pertaining to preaching or public addresses. Conscious, misspelling of conscious. Concipiences, plural of concipiency. Concipiency, conception, ensuing. Concipient, one who conceives, who has an idea or concept. Concipience, plural of concipient. Concise, brief, yet including all important information. Concise, simple past and past participle of concise. Concisely, in a concise manner, briefly, without excessive length. Conciseness, the property of being concise, succinctness. Conciser, comparative form of concise, more concise. Concises, third person singular simple present indicative of concise. Concisus, superlative form of concise, most concise. Concising, present participle and gerund of concise. Concision, synonym of conciseness, brevity, or terseness. Concisions, plural of concision. Concitation, rousing, stirring up, excitement, agitation. Concitationism, a doctrine of agitation. Concitations, plural of concitation. Concitizen, a fellow citizen. Concitizens, plural of concitizen. Concise, fluconazole. Concizumab, a monoclonal antibody used in treating hemophilia. Humdol, flipping of conclusion. Conclamant, crying out or calling out together. Conclamation, an outcry or shout of many together. Conclamations, plural of conclamation. Conclave, the set of apartments in which cardinals are secluded while the process to elect a pope takes place. Conclaved, participating in a closed, private, or secret meeting. Conclaves, plural of conclave. Conclaving, present participle and gerund of conclave. Conclavism, the use of a conclave or closed meeting to elect a pope. Conclavist, the personal aid of a cardinal and a papal conclave. Conclavists, plural of conclavist. Concludable, that can be concluded. Interupted, then to come to an end. Concluded, simple past and past participle of conclude. Concludency, deduction from premises, inference, conclusion. Concludent, conclusive, decisive. Concluder, a person who, or thing which, concludes in any sense. Concluders, plural of concluder. Concludes, third person singular simple present indicative of conclude. Conclude, third person singular simple present indicative of conclude. Concludable, archaic spelling of concludable. Concluding, finishing, closing, final. Concludingly, in a concluding manner, finally, conclusively. Concludings, plural of concluding. Conclusatory, in the manner of a conclusion. Conclusable, demonstrable, determinable. Conclusion, the end, finish, close, or last part of something. Conclusional, relating to conclusion. Conclusionally, as a conclusion. Conclusionary, attempting to draw a conclusion rather than merely stating facts. Conclusions, plural of conclusion. Conclusive, pertaining to a conclusion. Conclusive presumption, a matter that is deemed by law to be true, and therefore provides no opportunity for evidence to the contrary to be presented. Conclusive presumptions, plural of conclusive presumption. Conclusively, in a conclusive manner, with finality. Conclusively presumed, presumed by law to be true, and therefore providing no opportunity for evidence to the contrary to be presented. Conclusiveness, the state of being conclusive. Conclusorily, in a conclusory manner. Conclusory. Of or pertaining to a conclusion, conclusive. Hadkem, abbreviation of concentration. Concans, plural of or pertaining to a conclusion, conclusive. Hadkem, abbreviation of concentration. Concans, plural of concan. Hemkata, misspelling of confocal. Hemkat, to prepare something by mixing various ingredients, especially to prepare food for cooking. Himkathid, simple past and past participle of concoct. Himtatzer, one who, or that which, concocts. Himkatters, plural of concoctor. Himkathin, present participle and gerund of concoct. Concoction, the preparing of a medicine, food, or other substance out of many ingredients. Concoctions, plural of concoction. Penkathu, of or pertaining to digestion, digestive. Himtater, alternative spelling of concoctor. Himkaters, plural of concoctor. Hemcox, third person singular simple present indicative of concoct. Hemtalic, having elements of both concrete, normal, and symbolic processing. Concolodial, between members of the same colony. Concolor, alternative form of concolor. Concolorate, having a uniform color. Concolorously, in a concolorous manner. Concolor, of the same color, of uniform color. Concolorous, alternative form of concolorous. Comecom, a committee that reviews the Philippine 1987 Constitution for charter change. HIMCOM, the group of volunteers who organize and run a convention. Concomitants, occurrence or existence together or in connection with one another, coexistence. Concomitant, a convention. Concomitants, occurrence or existence together or in connection with one another, coexistence. Concomitances, plural of concomitants. Concomitancies, plural of concomitancy. Concomitancy, the condition of being concomitant, concomitants. Concomitant, accompanying, conjoining, attending, concurrent. Concomitantly, at the same time as something else. Concomitants, plural of concomitant. Concomitate, to accompany, to be somehow connected with. Concomitated, simple past and past participle of concomitate. Concomitates, third person singular simple present indicative of concomitate. Concomitating. Present participle and gerund of concomitate. Timicamwe. Alternative form of comcomwe. Timicams. Plural of concom. Han han. Abbreviation of constitutional convention. Concord. Any of several places. Concord buggies. Plural of concord buggy. Concord buggy. A kind of buggy having a body with low sides and side springs. Concord grape. A cultivar of grapes from the species Vitis labrusca. Concord grapes. Plural of concord grape. Concord sentence. An atypically long sentence with an early parole eligibility, the time of parole eligibility constituting the real intended sentence. Concord sentences. Plural of concord sentence. Concordable. Capable of according, agreeing, harmonious. Concordal. Of or pertaining to concord. Concordance. Agreement, accordance, consonance. Concordance cosmologies. Plural of concordance cosmology. Concordance cosmology. A model of the universe that assumes a minimum number of parameters, especially the land and sea. CDM model. Concordance. Simple past and past participle of concordance. Concordancer. A person or automated system that compiles a concordance. Concordancers. Plural of concordancer. Concordances. Plural of concordance. Concordancies. Plural of concordancy. Concordancing. Present participle and gerund of concordance. Concordancy. Undreameth. Concordant. Of or pertaining to a concordance, especially to a concordance of the Bible. Concordantly. In a concordant manner. Concordat. A formal agreement between two parties, especially between a church and a state. Specifically, an agreement between the Pope and a government. Concordatory. Of or pertaining to a concordat as between church and state. Concordats. Plural of concordat. Concordance. Obsolete form of concordance. Concordances. Plural of concordance. Concordant. Obsolete form of concordant. Concord. The aerospatial BC super past and past participle of concord. Concords. Plural of concord. Concordia. The goddess of harmony and concord. She is the Roman equivalent to harmonia. Concordia diagram. Any of several types of diagram used in connection with uranium lead dating, in which each axis encodes differently sourced information about the radiometric age of the mineral being dated. Concordia diagrams. Plural of Concordia diagram. Concordia Parish. One of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the same as a county. in other U.S. states. Parish seat, Vidalia. Concord in other U.S. states. Parish seat, Vidalia. Concordial, correlated to grammatical concord. Concordias, plural of concordia. Concording, present participle and gerund of concord. Concordism, the view that scientific discovery. Gerund of concord. Concordism, the view that scientific discoveries, especially on the origin of the world, coincide with the teachings of the Bible. Concordisms, plural of concordism. Concordist, a person who compiles a concordance typically of the Bible. Concordists, plural of concordists. Concords, plural of concord. Konkordsky, the tuple of Tu-144, a Soviet supersonic airliner. Konkordsky, alternative spelling of Konkordsky. Concorporate, united into a single body. Concorporated, simple past and past participle of concorporate. Concorporates, third person singular simple present indicative of concorporate. Concorporating, present participle and gerund of concorporate. Concorporation, union of things in one mass or body. Concorporations, plural of concorporation. Concorporeal, belonging to a single body. Kostreken, misspelling of Konchastreken. Concurs, a competitive examination, especially in medicine. Concours, a large open space in or in front of a building where people can gather, particularly one joining various paths, as in a rail station or airport terminal, or providing access to and linking the platforms in a railway terminus. Concourses, plural of concourse. Concau, a census-designated place in Butte County, California, United States. Conquer, abbreviation of concrete. Concreate, to create at the same time. Concreated, simple past and past participle of concreate. Concreates, third person singular simple present indicative of concreate. Concreating, present participle and gerund of concreate. Concremation, the act of burning different things together, especially in Hinduism, along with a widow. Concremations, plural of concremation. Concrement, concretion. Concrements, plural of concrement. Concrescence, the growing together and merging of similar or dissimilar parts. Concrescences, plural of concrescence. Concrescent, growing together. Concressible, capable of growing together. Concressa, growing together or into union, uniting. Concreta, plural of concretum. Concrete, real, actual, tangible. Concrete art, synonym of concretism. Concrete cancer, any of various structural problems leading to degradation of reinforced concrete. Concrete cancers, plural of concrete cancer. Concrete canyon. A space or street surrounded by skyscrapers. Concrete canyons. Plural of concrete canyon. Concrete class. A class that can be instantiated and may have concrete methods. Concrete classes. Plural of concrete class. Concrete cutter. One who uses equipment to cut, drill, or score concrete. Concrete cutters. Plural of concrete cutter. Concrete desert. Synonym of concrete jungle. Concrete deserts. Plural of concrete desert. Concrete interface. An interface that extends another. Concrete interfaces. Plural of concrete interface. Concrete jungle. An urban or other populated area containing a high density of buildings constructed of concrete or similar materials, especially one which lacks greenery and which seems unattractive, harsh, or unsafe. Concrete jungles. Plural of concrete jungle. Concrete masonry unit. A rectangular concrete block of a standard size used in construction. Concrete masonry units. Plural of concrete masonry unit. Concrete method. A method of a concrete class. Concrete methods. Plural of concrete method. Concrete mixer. A device used in construction in which cement, aggregate, and water are slowly mixed together in a revolving drum to form concrete. Concrete mixers. Plural of concrete mixer. Concrete music. Alternative form of musique concrete. Concrete noun. A noun that denotes something tangible or material, such as a person or place. Concrete nouns. Plural of concrete noun. Concrete number. A number used in application to a thing. 11 is abstract, but 11 men is concrete. Concrete numbers. Plural of concrete number. Concrete oil of wine. Urine. Concrete overcoat. A coating of concrete on a murdered body in order to dispose of the body underwater, associated with criminal gangs. Concrete overcoat. Plural of concrete overcoat. Concrete poem. A kind of poem whose meaning is expressed more by the typography and layout than by the words themselves. Concrete poems. Plural of concrete poem. Concrete poet. A writer of concrete poems. Concrete poetry. Concrete poems generally. Concrete saw. A circular saw or chainsaw designed and used for cutting concrete. Concrete saws. Plural of concrete saw. Concrete shoes. Synonym of cement shoes. Concrete term. A term which expresses material facts, actions, and events in physical reality relating to possible causes and means. Concrete terms. Plural of concrete term. Concrete ver. A verbal aspect in verbs of motion that is unidirectional as opposed to multidirectional, a definitely directed motion, or a single completed action instead of a repeated action or series of actions. Concrete verbs may be either imperfective or perfective. Concrete verbs. Plural of concrete ver. Concrete head. A stupid person. Sometimes one who is being stubborn to the point of stupidity. Concrete heads. Plural of concrete head. Concreted. Simple past and past participle of concrete. Concretely. In a concrete manner, physically, definitely. Concreteness. The state of being concrete. Concretenesses. Plural of concreteness. Concreter. A person who pours or works with concrete. Concreters. Plural of concreter. Concretes. Third person singular simple present indicative of concrete. Concretus. Superlative form of concrete, most concrete. Concreta. Third person singular simple present indicative of concrete. Concretics. Specifics, concrete details. Concreting. Present participle and gerund of concrete. Concretion. The process of aggregating or coalescing into a mass. Concretional. Of or pertaining to a concretion. Concretionary. Composed of concretion. Concretions. Plural of concretion. Concretization. Alternative spelling of concretization. Concretizations. Plural of concretization. Concretize. Alternative spelling of concretize. Concretized. Simple past and past participle of concretize. Concretizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of concretize. Concretizing. Present participle and gerund of concretize. Concretism. An abstractionist painting movement that evolved in the 1930s. Concretisms. Plural of concretism. Concretus. An artist of the concretism movement. Concretistic. Relating to or characteristic of concretism or concretists. Concretists. Plural of concretists. Concretive. Promoting concretion. Concretive. In a concretive manner. Concretizable. Able to be concretized. Concretization. The process of concretizing a general principle or idea by delineating, particularizing, or exemplifying it. Concretizations. Plural of concretization. Concretize. To make concrete, substantial, real, or tangible, to represent or embody a concept through a particular instance or example. Concretize. Simple past and past participle of concretize. Concretizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of concretize. Concretizing. Present participle and gerund of concretize. Concreter. Alternative form of concreter. Concreters. plural of concreter. Concretum, something that is concrete. Rather than abstract. Timcrud, alternative form of concrud. Concubinecies, plural of concubinacy. Concubinacy, the practice of concubinage. Concubinage, the state of cohabiting or living together as man and woman while not married. Concubinages, plural of concubinage. Concubinal, of or pertaining to a concubine or concubinage. Concubinarian, concubinary, living in or relating to a sexual relationship outside of marriage. Concubinarians, plural of concubinarian. Concubinary, of or pertaining to a concubine. Concubinate, a concubinage. Concubinates, plural of concubinate. Concubine, a sexual partner, especially a woman to whom one is not or cannot be married. Concubines, plural of concubine. Conculcate, to tread or trample underfoot. Conculcator, simple past and past participle of conculcate. Conculcates, third person singular simple present indicative of conculcate. Conculcating, present participle and gerund of conculcate. Conculture, an imaginary culture, especially one associated with a conworld or conlang. Concultures, plural of conculture. Concupiscence, an ardent desire, especially sexual desire, lust. Concupiscences, plural of concupiscence. Concupiscent, amorous, lustful. Concupiscential, pertaining to concupiscence, lustful. Concupiscentious, concupiscent, concupiscently, in a concupiscent manner. With concupiscence. Concupiscible, greatly to be desired or lusted after, exciting concupiscence. Concupiscibilness, the state of being concupiscible, readiness to desire or lust. Concupative, relating to the nature of concupiscence or lust, concupiscible. Humter, to agree in action or opinion, to have a common opinion, to coincide, to correspond. Concurral, a concurrence in an order denying rehearing and bank. Concurrals, plural of concurral. Concur, simple past and past participle of concur. Concurrence, agreement, concurring. Concurrences, plural of concurrence. Concurrencies, plural of concurrency. Concurrency, the property or an instance of being concurrent, something that happens at the same time as something else. Concurrency pattern, a design pattern that deal with the multi-threaded programming paradigm. Concurrency patterns, plural of concurrency pattern. Concurrent, happening at the same time, simultaneous. Concurrent estate, any of various forms of ownership of property by more than one person at a time. Concurrent estates, plural of concurrent estate. Concurrent indicator, synonym of coincident indicator. Concurrent indicators, plural of concurrent indicator. Concurrentization, the act of making things work concurrently. Concurrently, in a concurrent manner, at the same time. Concurrentness, the state or quality of being concurrent. Concurrence, plural of concurrent. Concurring, present participle and gerund of concur. Concurring opinion, an opinion which follows the outcome of the majority of the court but might be reached in a differing manner. Concurring opinions, plural of concurring opinion. Concurringly, in a concurring manner, concurrently. Concurs, third person singular simple present indicative of concur. Concursion, a sudden solidification. Concursions, plural of concursion. Concursus, synonym of interpleader. Concurrity, the condition of having the same curvature. Concuss, to injure the brain of usually temporarily by violent impact. Concussation, a violent shock or agitation. Concussations, plural of concussation. Concussed, simple past and past participle of concuss. Concussus, third person singular simple present indicative of concuss. Concussing, present participle and gerund of concuss. Concussion, a violent collision or shock. Concussion fuse, a fuse that is ignited by the concussion of the shell when it strikes. Concussion fuses, plural of concussion fuse. Concussion grenade, a flashbang. Concussion grenades, plural of concussion grenade. Concussional, of or relating to concussion. Concussion-like, resembling or characteristic of concussion. Concussions, plural of concussion. Concussive, of pertaining to or causing concussion. Concussively, in a concussive manner. Concussiveness, the quality of being concussive. Concussor, a type of hammer used in some forms of massage. Concussors, plural of concussor. Concyclic, lying on a common circle. Con, clipping of conditional. Con, abbreviation of condition. Honda, a pattern morph of hog-nosed snake that results in fewer but larger spots and often a completely black belly. Hondas, plural of Conda. Condi, a municipality of Bahia, Brazil. Condi, simple past and past participle of cond. Candela, a procedural, parallel language for defining neural networks. And now, to strongly criticize or denounce, to excoriate, condemn to result in a harmful effect on someone or something. Condemn, simple past and past participle of condemn. Condemnability, the condition of being condemnable. Condemnable, deserving of condemnation. Condemnably. In a condemnable manner. Condemne, to condemn. Condemnated, simple past and past participle of condemnate. Condemnates, third person singular simple present indicative of condemnate. Condemnating, present participle and gerund of condemnate. Condemnation, the act of condemning or pronouncing to be wrong. Condemnations, plural of condemnation. Condemnatorily, in a condemnatory fashion, condemningly. Condemnatory, serving to condemn or censure. Condemned, having received a curse to be doomed to suffer eternally. Condemned to, simple past and past participle of condemned to. Condemnee, someone whose property has been condemned. Condemnees, plural of condemnee. Condemner, a person who condemns or censures. Condemners, plural of condemner. Condemnus, second person singular simple present indicative of condemn. Condemneth, third person singular simple present indicative of condemn. Condemne, synonym of condemnatory. Condemning to, present participle and gerund of condemn to. Condemningly, in a condemning fashion. Condemnings, plural of condemning. Condemner, alternative form of condemner. Condemners, plural of condemner. Condemns, third person singular simple present indicative of condemn. Condemns to, third person singular simple present indicative of condemn to. Condemn, obsolete form of condemn. Condemned, simple past and past participle of condemn. Condemning, present participle and gerund of condemn. Condemns, third person singular simple present indicative of condemn. Condense, non-standard spelling of condense. Condensos, third person singular simple present indicative of condense. Condensabilities, plural of condensability. Condensability, the condition of being condensable. Condensable, that is able to be condensed, that can undergo condensation. Condensaries, plural of condensary. Condensary, alternative spelling of condensary. Condense, a liquid that is the product of condensation of a gas, i.e. of steam. Condensate, simple past and past participle of condensate. Condensates, plural of condensate. Condensating, present participle and gerund of condensate. Condensation, the act or process of condensing or of being condensed. Condensation point, said to be of a given subset of a topological space, a point whose every neighborhood contains uncountably many points belonging to the given subset. Condensation points, plural of condensation point. Condensation product, the product of a condensation reaction. Condensation products, plural of condensation product. Condensation reaction, any reaction in which two or more molecules react with the resulting loss of a molecule of water or other small molecule, the formal reverse of hydrolysis. Condensation reactions, plural of condensation reaction. Condensation trail, a contrail, a visible line of condensation flowing from the edge of an airplane wing or similar structure. Condensation trails, plural of condensation trail. Condensational, of or pertaining to condensation. Condensations, plural of condensation. Condensative, that tends to condense. Condensator, a capacitor. Condensators, plural of condensator. Condensend, misspelling of condescend. Condense, to concentrate toward the essence by making more close, compact, or dense, thereby decreasing size or volume. Condensed, simple past and past participle of condense. Condensed air, compressed air. Condensed formula, a simplified structural formula that does not show the individual atom's relative position in space. Condensed matter, any form of matter, such as a solid or liquid, in which there are strong interactions between neighboring atoms. Condensed matter physicists, person specializing in condensed matter physics. Condensed matter physicists, plural of condensed matter physicists. Condensed matter physics, the field of physics dealing with the physical properties of solid or liquid matter. Condensed milk, milk that has been reduced and sweetened to the consistency of syrup. Condensed milks, plural of condensed milk. Condensed soup, a packaged, often canned soup with much of the water removed, prepared by adding water or milk. Condensed soups, plural of condensed soup. Condensably, in a condensed manner. Condensedness, the quality of being condensed. Condenses, the state or quality of being condensed. Condenser, a device designed to condense a gas into a liquid, either as part of a still, steam engine, refrigerator, or similar machine. Condenseries, plural of condensery. Condensers, plural of condenser. Condenser, a place in which condensed milk is manufactured. Condensers, third person singular simple present indicative of condense. Condensa. Third person singular simple present indicative of condense. Condensabilities. Plural of condensability. Condensability. Alternative form of condensability. Condensable. Capable of being condensed, condensable. Condensin. A large protein complex that plays a central role in chromosome assembly and segregation in eukaryotic cells. Condensing. Present participle and gerund of condense. Condensing locomotive. A steam locomotive which condenses exhaust steam by directing it into the water tank S. Condensing locomotives. Plural of condensing locomotive. Condensins. Plural of condensin. Condenser. Misspelling of condenser. Kender. A surname. Kender token. A form of privately minted token coinage struck and used during the late 18th century and early 19th century in Britain, fueled by a shortage of small denomination coins for everyday transactions. Kender tokens. Plural of Kender token. Kender. A male given name from Irish, born by an Ulster warrior renowned for his eloquence in the Ulster cycle of Irish mythology. Kenders. Plural of Kender. Condis. Plural of condi. Condescend. To come down or go down, to descend. Condescend upon. To specify, to mention. Condescended. Simple past and past participle of condescend. Condescended upon. Simple past and past participle of condescend upon. Condescendest. Second person singular simple past indicative of condescend. Condescendence. The act of condescending. Voluntary descent from one's rank or dignity in intercourse with an inferior. Courtesy toward inferiors. Condescension. Condescendences. Plural of condescendence. Condescendencies. Plural of condescendency. Condescendency. Condescendence. Condescender. One who condescends. Condescenders. Plural of condescender. Condescendes. Second person singular simple present indicative of condescend. Condescend. Third person singular simple present indicative of condescend. Condescending. Assuming a tone of superiority or a patronizing attitude. Condescending upon. Present participle and gerund of condescend upon. Condescendingly. In a condescending manner. Condescendingness. The state or quality of being condescending. Condescends. Third person singular simple present indicative of condescend. Condescends upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of condescend upon. Condescension. The act of condescending, a manner of behaving in an outwardly polite way that nevertheless implies superiority to another, patronizing courtesy toward inferiors. Condescensions. plural of condescension. Condescend, an act of condescension. Condescension, archaic spelling of condescension. Condescensions, plural of condescension. Condescends, plural of condescend. Condescending, misspelling of condescending. Condessa, a Portuguese countess. Condition, obsolete spelling of condition. Conditions, plural of condition. Condiction, a claim for restitution of a payment. Condictions, plural of condition. Hindiddle, distill. Hindiddled, simple past and past participle of condiddle. Hindiddles, third person singular simple present indicative of condiddle. Hindiddling, present participle and gerund of condiddle. Hindai, a surname. Hindais, plural of kindai. Kindai, fitting, appropriate, desert, especially denoting punishment. Condignities, plural of condignity. Condignity, the condition of being condign, merit or worthiness. Condignly, hopially. Condigness, the state or quality of being condign. Condilation, of or relating to Etienne Bonnat de Condillac 1715-1780, French philosopher. Condiment, something used to enhance the flavor of food, for example, salt or pepper. Condimental, of or pertaining to a condiment. Condimentally, as or in terms of a condiment. Condimentary, synonym of condimental. Condimented, simple past and past participle of condiment. Condimenting, present participle and gerund of condiment. Condimentless, without condiments, served plain. Condiments, plural of condiment. Conding, present participle and gerund of cond. Candiogenesis, misspelling of cnidiogenesis. Tandefar, misspelling of cnidiophore. Condisciple, a fellow disciple. Condisciples, plural of condisciple. And that, a surname. Condai, to pickle, to preserve. Condide, simple past and past participle of condide. Condiding, present participle and gerund of condite. Condition, a state or quality. Condition number, a number expressing the degree to which the output value of a given function can change for a small change in the input argument. Condition of carriage, a requirement that must be adhered to when traveling on public transport. Condition precedent, a condition imposed on an agreement that must be satisfied before property is transferred between parties. Condition subsequent, a condition depending upon an uncertain event which, if fulfilled, brings an end to an obligation or legal transaction. Conditionability, the quality of being conditionable. Conditionable, capable of being conditioned. Conditional, limited by a condition. Conditional agreement, an agreement which takes effect when a certain event happens. Conditional agreements, plural of conditional agreement. Conditional assembly language, the section of an assembly language that is used to write macros. Conditional assembly languages, plural of conditional assembly language. Conditional baptism, synonym of hypothetical baptism. Conditional baptisms, plural of conditional baptism. Conditional comment, a comment in source code that can be interpreted as a directive by some systems, but is ignored by those others that are not aware of the convention, formerly used to overcome compatibility issues between web browsers. Conditional comments, plural of conditional comment. Conditional entropies, plural of conditional entropy. Conditional entropy, the portion of a random variable's own Shannon entropy which is independent from another given random variable. Conditional fee, a fee granted on condition or limited to particular errors, the estate of a mortgagee of land, possession of which is conditional on payment. Conditional fees, plural of conditional fee. Conditional mood, a form of the verb used to signify that something is contingent upon the outcome of something else. Conditional moods, plural of conditional mood. Conditional operator, synonym of ternary operator. Conditional operators, plural of conditional operator. Conditional perfect, a combination of the conditional mood and the perfect tense, roughly corresponding to English I would have. Conditional perfects, plural of conditional perfect. Conditional probabilities. Plural of conditional probability. Conditional probability, the probability that an event will take place given the restrictive assumption that another event has taken place, or that a combination of other events has taken place. Mathematically, the definition would be that a conditional probability of B given is equal to the joint probability of A and B divided by the probability of A. Conditional probability distribution, the probability distribution of a random variable given the known outcome of another random variable.